Chapter 1. Bentley, Josiah Nelson's best friend, kicked back a clear shot of liquor and pushed the glass away. I told you to dump him when you caught him sending direct messages to your followers. If you'd listened to me, we wouldn't even be here right now. Josiah rolled his eyes, tracing the rim of his fourth empty shot glass. He normally wasn't a drinker, so the alcohol sloshing through his veins had already started taking effect. His inhibitions were loosened, and the sting of his ex-boyfriend's betrayal was miles away. Pardon me for wanting to give him another chance. It doesn't matter though. He's gone like the damn wind, and we're celebrating my new singledom Vegas style. Josiah tapped his fingers on the bar counter, drawing the charming long-haired bartender over to them again. He wore an enigmatic smile, and it set Josiah's heartbeat thundering. Yeah, we are. Bros before hoes or something. Bentley snorted, giving a nod to the bartender as he poured another pair of shots. Thanks, Bentley replied, passing over 2 crisp $20 bills. You're welcome, the bartender murmured. He lingered in front of Josiah for a moment, letting a little smile touch his face. I know you didn't ask me, but for the record, cheaters are pieces of shit, and it's a damn good thing you got rid of him, cutie. Tell him again. Bentley waved his hand. Maybe he'll listen to you more than me. Cheaters are a piece of shit, the bartender accented every word. I heard you. Josiah groaned, kicking his fifth shot back and slamming the glass on the counter. More please. Sure thing. Gimme a sec. The bartender breezed away, tending the rest of his customers sitting around the crowded bar. It was a Thursday night in Vegas, and the whole city had the same idea as Josiah and his friends. The news had been tense lately. They were coming up on an election with 2 controversial presidential candidates, but on top of the presidential election, there were whispers of a pandemic. A novel virus had trickled to America, affecting international travel points first. New York had exploded with cases, and they were slowly spreading through the rest of the states, but they hadn't yet hit Vegas, which was why Josiah and his friend group had escaped for a quick vacation. As the bartender made his way back to Josiah, the other 2 members of his group joined them. With rosy cheeks and still exchanging playful glances, Chloe and Everett took seats on either side of Bentley and Josiah. Welcome back, Bentley said. I hope you 2 enjoyed yourselves. Chloe giggled. Maybe. She bumped shoulders with Josiah. How are you doing? Honestly, I still know my name, so not great. He rubbed his hands over his face and turned all of his attention to Chloe. You know what? I'm sick of this. I'm sick of trying to be a good, nice, responsible person. So you want to start a scandal? Do you want all the drama channels to gain followers from reporting on your tea? Screw them. They can do what they want. I have been a good little boy for 28 years, and I'm sick of it. Quentin isn't concerned about being a good person, so why should I be? Because you're actually a good person, and not a cheating sleazeball like him. Whatever. I want to do something radical. Something wild. Like what? I don't know yet. Did you know Marshall got completely shit-faced on his 21st birthday, and had a very public bar fight? He ended up in jail, and my parents had to bail him out. They were so mad. Noah got married. Married? To who, you ask? The daughter of my father's biggest competitor. Okay, but your brothers are stupid though. They've been riding on their inheritances since they graduated from high school. Are they stupid, or are they the smart ones? Maybe I'm the stupid one. Maybe I should have fun for once. Throw caution to the wind and do something impulsive. I guess. Chloe shook her head. Ingrid is going to have a hell of a time mitigating all this, throwing caution to the wind. Don't forget, the big difference between your brothers and you is the 6 million followers you have watching your every move. Whatever, Josiah frowned. I'm serious. Your brothers hadn't amassed an actual career out of doing things they love. What are they doing now? Still job hopping and getting an allowance from daddy. Well, Marshall is overseas doing some sort of charity work, and Noah is basically pretending to be the vice president of my father's company. I mean, he is the vice president, but he doesn't know the first thing about business. See what I mean? You've got your own money, and you're actually independent of needing your father's. Only because when you're gay in a black family, you have to make plans. Chloe shrugged. Sure, but doesn't change the facts. It does. I've been living this straight-laced life, trying to be the perfect younger son in spite of my gayness, but the truth is, I'm gay, and I deserve to enjoy my life. I agree, but maybe you should enjoy it without being completely trashed. I'm not trashed. Besides, didn't you enjoy your life and Everett in the bathroom just now? You're not one to talk. Chloe's cheeks bloomed. Okay. I get your point. She curled jet black hair behind one ear and tipped her round face. I guess you've earned a night of reckless behavior then. Damn right I have. Josiah rocked in his seat, bouncing as the bartender finally poured him his next shot. He picked it up, swirling the liquid around in the tiny glass as he peered around the establishment. Older gentlemen filled the exclusive bar. The establishment was one of those places with an unspoken minimum. They had an image and a clientele to maintain, and Josiah and his friends stood out, especially Josiah, Bentley, and Everett. Chloe blended in as one of the many younger women interested in warming the side of an older man full of money and undue pride. However, they weren't the only young people there. Ray Yamada was too. There weren't quite enough words to describe Ray Yamada, but player was a good one. Sexy and gorgeous were a few more fitting words. Josiah could acknowledge Ray's raw attractiveness even if he hated to admit it, and even tonight, Ray didn't disappoint. Ray paused at the entrance, adjusting cuffed sleeves at his wrists. A family crest ring sparkled in the dimly lit room, and the woman beside him tugged at his attention. Ray Yamada was never alone, but to Josiah's relief, the woman hanging on his arm tonight was his business partner, Gwyneth. They ran a multi-million-dollar company together, and they made an expert team. Gwyneth was a pro at managing Ray's extracurriculars, and Ray excelled in business. The stoic businessman tilted his head to his partner as his gaze continued strolling around the room. The limited light shielded his dark eyes, but he paused when his gaze landed on Josiah, and Josiah's skin tingled. If Josiah was being honest, Ray's gaze had always spread excitement through him, churned his stomach, piqued his curiosity, but Ray wasn't his type. First, he was an almost insufferably confident playboy, and his family spent the majority of their time hushing the media about it, but it was hardly a secret in the right social circles. They had gone to the same private high school, and while Ray had been a star student, he also had a fair amount of illicit activities. Second, their parents absolutely hated each other. It was a well-known fact, and there was absolutely no chance in hell they could be anything more than fringe acquaintances. The problem was it did nothing to curb Josiah's interest. On the contrary, it made it worse, and it made Ray the perfect candidate for a night of bad decisions. Why's he here? Everett muttered, scowling as he noticed the man who had already stolen Josiah's attention. Who knows? Maybe he's actually fucked everyone back home and is looking for uncharted territory. Chloe twisted in her seat, turning back to the bar. It's time to get out of here, I think. Josiah sucked his bottom lip, tracking Ray through the room as he found a seat at an empty booth. Ray and his business partner weren't alone for long, though. As soon as he settled in his seat, a pack of leggy women begged for his attention, and after a slight adjustment of his watch, he gave it to them. You guys go ahead. Josiah eased out of his seat, smoothing his shirt over his chest and tracking a path towards Ray. What are you doing? Chloe's eyes widened. Dude, Bentley groaned, what are you doing? I'm going to go have some fun. Some sex. I'm going to have some sex. Bentley frowned. Look, I ain't trying to shame or whatever, but you've waited this long. You shouldn't throw it away. Throwing it away. He's as good as anyone else, considering my boyfriend of 8 whole years cheated on me. At least I know Ray's an asshole. There aren't any secrets. On his feet, his nerves caught him and glued him to his spot, and his heart drummed in his chest. Josiah braced himself with a hand on the bar, settling the liquor filling his body and keeping him solid on weak legs. When Josiah stood, Ray's attention shifted from the conversing women to Josiah, and his lips parted. His dark eyes crawled over Josiah's form before they locked eyes again. This time the gaze was different. Ray called to him. He dared him, and Josiah accepted the challenge. With his anger and alcohol fueling him, he moved across the room, placing one foot in front of the other, until he stood in front of Ray's table, close enough to smell his signature cologne. The scent mingled with his natural pheromones, intertwining them with the tingling scent of suji, the round scent of gardenia, and the sweet scent of jasmine. It married the old world with new, an ode to his heritage while still moving into the future. The women had fluttered away, and so had Gwyneth. His partner had found a spot at the far end of the bar, and she was now nursing a dark drink with a pair of ice cubes and casting sly glances down the bar to Bentley. Ray's harem lost interest when Ray had given Josiah's approach more attention. "Mr. Nelson," Ray's tenor voice flowed past his lips, pinging on Josiah's ears despite the hum of noise and background music. It caressed his ears in the same way his dark brown eyes caressed Josiah's form. The suited man pushed his seat back and stood up, loosening the low bun holding his shining black hair away from his face. Tendrils slipped from their trap, framing his square, angular features, but he ignored them as he extended his hand to Josiah, palm facing the ceiling. "Fancy seeing you here. I didn't think Vegas bars were your thing." "They're not, but I'm trying something new. It's called doing whatever I want, whenever I want." "Oh, really?" Ray didn't drop his hand. "Yes, really. Who does handshakes in the middle of a bar?" "Me, apparently." His features warmed a little more to Josiah. "It's been a minute since I've seen you. You look good." "Well, thank you. I guess being cheated on by my long-term boyfriend works for me then." "He never deserved you. And if I had $1 for every time I heard that from someone trying to get into my pants, I'd be twice as well off as I already am." Josiah finally slipped his hand into Ray's and shivered at the connection. Ray gave his hand a firm shake, stroking his thumb over Josiah's knuckles and letting the rough tips of his fingers caress Josiah's palm. For a well-dressed businessman, Ray had coarse hands. They weren't the in need of lotion type of coarse, but the coarse founded from years of manual labor, the coarse a few layers of lotion couldn't resolve. "It's true though. You deserve a man who's going to honor you with everything he does." Josiah lifted his eyebrows. "I'm entirely too drunk for this." "Did you say what I think you said? Mr. has a different woman every night, is talking about honoring his partner. Do you even know what it's like to be in a relationship, or do all the women and men constantly warming your bed alongside your money keep you satisfied?" "The first one, I think." He crunched his eyebrows. Definitely the first one." When he released Josiah's hand, he touched the back of the empty chair across from him, pulling it from under the table and motioning to it. "We should celebrate your singledom." HMF. "We should." Josiah took the seat, crossing one leg over the other. "What are you drinking?" "Shots." "Well then, let's get us a round." Ray nodded to a server who breezed by, took their order, and returned within a minute with 2 individual shots. She placed one in front of each of them. "Thank you." "Cheers?" Josiah tipped his head in question. "Sure. To you finding someone who appreciates everything about you." Josiah laughed. "How about we toast to me turning over a new leaf, because your suggestion is probably never going to happen." Ray wet his lips. "Fair enough. To you doing whatever you want, whenever you want." "Better." Josiah clinked his glass with Ray's and then tipped it up to his lips. Like the others, he took it down, and the artificial warmth washed over him. The alcohol chipped away at his logical brain, and he requested several more shots. Ray obliged him, signaling the server each time at his requests. The conversation flowed too, but most of what they discussed was hazy in Josiah's mind. Ray had gone with the usual pleasantries. He asked about Josiah's parents and his older brothers. Josiah asked the same, inquiring about Ray's mother, father, and little sister. His little sister, Asa, was spending time in Japan, studying their family history, Josiah remembered. The rest went in one ear and out of the other, and it was freeing too. Ray turned the conversation back to Josiah, and with liquor fueling his decisions, Josiah talked. He talked about Quentin and how tense their relationship had become, how Quentin had pushed him towards fooling around or having sex, but he never felt ready. He talked about how much it hurt for Quentin to cheat on him, and not only talk to others, but engage with them sexually too. He felt inferior, not good enough, not sexy, not appealing, and he hated how everything came down to sex. Was it even worth it? Was sex really so great? He kicked another drink back, and Ray shrugged his shoulders. It can be, Ray replied. With the right person. With the right person? Am I stupid for waiting? No. Did you love the person you had your first time with? No. Then why'd you do it? Ray shrugged, a little smile touching his lips. A conversation for later. Maybe a time when you're not headed towards a blackout. I'm fine, Josiah exhaled in a dismissive laugh. Ray? Fuck me. Josiah flicked his gaze down to the table between them before he glanced back up and fixed his attention on Ray. He didn't know what kind of reaction he'd been expecting, but Ray froze, full lips parted and eyes wide. He'd never seen the other man shocked or embarrassed before, but right now he was both, and it fueled Josiah's proposition. You know what you're doing, right? You know how to make it feel good. Josiah slithered from his seat and followed the table around to Ray, standing in front of the other man in offering. Ray cleared his throat and the flush of red on his face darkened. I probably can, yeah, he replied, voice raw and husky. Josiah liked it. He studied Ray's face for another moment, before looking down at the faint bulge in his pressed slacks. Josiah's cock responded too. Knowing Ray wanted him stirred the same desire inside of him. Even if Ray didn't say it, Josiah sensed it through the fiery tension between them and the hungry way the other man regarded him. Josiah pressed his palm into the table, stabilizing himself as his legs turned to jelly under him, and his sudden act of defiance filled him with jumpy, nervous energy. He wished he could take the words back, but it was far too late. Well then. It's settled. My ass, your cock. My suite is upstairs. Ray scoffed, looking away from Josiah and begging the server for another round of shots. At least kiss me before you demand a performance. Fine, Josiah handed his dismissive tone right back to him, gripped his tie. Chapter 2. Ray. The short list of things he had never expected to happen. Josiah to be in Vegas on the same weekend as him. Josiah to approach him and kiss him. Josiah to be curled around him, buck-ass naked the next day. The kiss. It was heart-stopping, and it spread electricity through Ray's entire body. He wasn't a stranger to intimacy. He'd kissed hundreds of people, and at least a handful in the current month. Yesterday, he had woken up next to a woman whose name he couldn't remember, and they had enjoyed an anonymous morning session before he dressed for a business meeting and she showered his cum off of her tits. He went to the meeting with her juices still on his cock, and he showered her away afterwards. But despite his own kinks, Josiah's kiss excited him more. It excited him so much they stumbled out of the bar into the elevator and up to Josiah's private suite. Ray only needed one kiss for the floodgates to burst open, and he showered Josiah with kisses, tasting his rich mahogany skin as they made their way up to Josiah's suite. Once inside, the other man ripped at Ray's clothes, undoing his tie and shoving his blazer down his broad shoulders. Josiah fisted the buttons of his shirt until he had exposed Ray's bare chest, then his mouth found Ray's skin. Plush bee-stung lips slid over Ray's sharp abdominal muscles and swept over his already hardened nipples, stealing his breath again. Everything in him wanted Josiah, but the timing was off. With a low groan, he fought away from the other man. Second, he rumbled. Josiah gave a little giggle, nodded, and stripped himself. He ripped his t-shirt over his head, revealing lean muscles, dark brown nipples, and a diamond of tight curls in the center of his chest. He removed his bottoms too, and Ray's mouth watered when his eyes landed on Josiah's cock. The skin there was darker than the rest of Josiah's body, but velvety smooth, with thick veins accenting the terrain. The glistening pink head called to him, begging him for attention, but with another groan he shook his head. Josiah wouldn't remember. If he did, he'd be mortified and embarrassed. He picked up the son of his father's rival at a Vegas bar and dropped his pants in front of him. It took a fair amount of convincing and even more control before he had assured Josiah that all the drinks had ruined his performance, and Josiah's broken-hearted expression clenched his insides, but he didn't change his stance. Josiah deserved the perfect first time. If he was going to wait so long anyway, and be public about the whole process, then losing it through rebound sex wasn't acceptable. He deserved a candlelit dinner with a man who thought the sun shined out of his ass, rose petals scattered over the bed, and a meeting of the minds, and if Ray had any control over it, he'd get everything he deserved. He eventually persuaded Josiah to relax in the bed with him, and soon enough, the other man fell into a heavy sleep. Ray pet the top of his head, raking his fingers over tightly coiled waves as Josiah nestled into him. He stayed awake for a while after him, listening to his light snoring and matching their heartbeats, but eventually he fell asleep too. When he woke the next morning, Josiah had stretched further on top of him, his hard cock pressing into Ray's hip and his face tucked into his side. Shallow breaths tickled his skin and sent chills down his spine, and after a few tantalizing moments, he got out of the bed, sliding a pillow in his place and calming himself down with a cold shower. He hadn't wanted another person as much as he wanted Josiah, and he'd hoped his little childhood fantasy would go away with time, but all of his youthful desires came rushing back to him. "Ray?" Josiah called, sleep softening the edges of his deep baritone voice. "Oh God. I'm going to be sick." "Hang on." Ray wrapped a towel around his hips and rushed out of the bathroom, grabbing the nearest trash can as Josiah bent over the bed. His stomach rejected the alcohol he'd had the previous night. "Oh," he groaned. It was vile, and Ray clenched his jaws while he rubbed Josiah's shoulders. Josiah puked again, before he wiped his lips with his forearm and flopped back on the bed. "I feel like shit. Is this how I'm supposed to feel? When you have as much liquor as you had last night, yeah. This is right on target." Ray chuckled, carrying the trash can through the suite and setting it right outside the door. "Probably not the best place for this, but I guess someone'll come by and get it." "You. Turn the lights off. It's too bright in here." "The lights are already off. It's your floor-to-ceiling windows facing the rising sun lighting the room." "Okay, make it go away then. Just make it go away." "I'll do what I can," Ray replied, but he moved in the opposite direction of the windows. Instead, he moved into the kitchen and grabbed a glass from the cabinet, filling it with tap water and taking it into the bedroom. "You're probably dehydrated, so drink this." He placed the drink on the bedside table. "No," Josiah groaned. "I have a headache, I'm dizzy, and I'd puke again if I had anything to puke up. I think I'm dying." "You literally have a hangover, and you'll be just fine. Drink the water, and then tell me what you want for breakfast." "Are you always this bossy?" Ray dug around the floor for his cell phone, pulling it out of the interior pocket of his blazer. "Actually, yeah. Yeah, I am. Fan-fucking-tastic, I guess." "Yeah, I guess too. Drink, and if you don't give me a breakfast preference, you're getting rice, some soup, and some grilled fish." Josiah sat up and grabbed the glass of water, eyeing it with an uneasy expression before taking a small sip. "Those aren't breakfast foods. I want grits, eggs, and bacon. Oh, and maybe a waffle." "All right." Ray put his cell phone to his ear and placed their order with the staff downstairs. Then he texted his business partner and his secretary before putting his cell phone away again. "Food should be here shortly." Josiah drank a little more of the water. "How do you feel now?" "Less nauseated." "Good." Ray raked his fingers through his damp hair, pulling it back into a low bun and securing it with a thick hair tie. After grabbing their discarded clothes from the floor, he draped his slacks over a chair in the kitchen, smoothing out the wrinkles, and he repeated the process for his shirt and blazer. Once his skin had dried, he traded the towel for his briefs and hung the towel in the bathroom before migrating back into the kitchen. Josiah joined Ray in the kitchen, hanging in the doorway as he adjusted his clothes. Hi. Ray. Yeah? Ray glanced up from his task. What's up? Did we what? Josiah crossed his bare legs over each other, hiding his flaccid cock behind one corded thigh, and one hand gripped the doorframe. The shy question lingered on his tongue, but without the alcohol in his system and the heartbreak fresh on his mind, the words didn't pass his lips. Did we have sex? You don't remember. Ray arched an eyebrow. Please don't. Just tell me if we did or didn't. I don't have time for your games. We didn't. Josiah breathed a deep sigh of relief. We didn't have sex or we didn't do anything. We didn't do anything except kiss. Then why were we naked? Why was I naked? Ray lifted his eyebrows. Why were you naked? Because you took your clothes off, and by the way, you look damn good naked. Your cock? Delicious. Whoever gets to put their mouth on it is going to be a lucky fucking person. Inappropriate. With the way you threw yourself at me last night, I definitely think not. Josiah lifted his chin. I didn't. Oh, you definitely did, and I must say it was sexy. Not the throwing, but the confidence. The confidence was hella sexy. Well, thank you. I guess? Josiah wrinkled his smooth forehead and pressed the corners of his lips together. Why didn't you? Didn't I what? Why didn't you have sex with me? You fuck anything with a pulse. I do, but not people who can't really consent. Josiah shook his head. You're lying. Am I? I guess you're on the wall of every suite I check into then. Guess you've seen me with my tongue deep in someone's ass or my cock buried in pussy. Josiah's cheeks bloomed with color. Okay, enough. I haven't, but I'm not going to pretend like you're some bad boy with a secret heart of gold. I bet the only reason you didn't sleep with me is because people would paint you as the bad guy for taking someone's virginity when they're trashed. Or maybe I didn't do it because I thought you deserve more than a drunken one-night stand. The corners of Josiah's lips turned down. I'm going to go with my statement because it's the more plausible one. Anyway, you can stay for breakfast, but then you have to go. Was planning on it. I have a meeting at 11 anyway. Perfect, and we can pretend like this never happened. And of course, if you try to spread rumors about me, I will have my lawyers contact yours. I have no reason to spread rumors about you, Josiah. I'm sure. Dipping out of the kitchen, Josiah moved into the main room of the suite, collapsing bare-assed onto the couch and turning on the television. He flipped channels until he landed on the news, and the reporter's voice filtered through the place. With novel virus cases going from 100 to 5,000 in a matter of days, the President of the United States has passed an executive order, issuing a mandatory lockdown for the entire country. Only people who are deemed essential workers, such as hospital personnel, emergency first responders, and grocery food service workers, can leave their residence. Anyone found leaving their residence without just cause will be subjected to fines and potential jail time. Wait. What? Ray called, discarding his task and moving into the living room. He folded his arms across his chest as he turned his attention to the reporter on the screen. Basically, Josiah started, but the reporter's voice cut him off. The president feels the best way to handle this sudden outbreak is to take aggressive precaution. We know nothing about the nature of this virus, there is no cure, and because of these things, he feels the best way to keep the citizens of our great country safe is to take these aggressive precautions. This order is effective immediately. Chapter 3. Josiah. The report ended, and a new reporter discussed the 10-day weather forecast they weren't going to see. It was to be sunny, with a nice high in the low 80s, the perfect Vegas temperature for taking a stroll in the autumn weather and watching the seasons change. Josiah sat on the couch, staring at the temperature spread, and watching the weather reporter's lips move as Ray put his cell phone to his ear. Of course, he had phone calls because he was an all-important businessman, and his voice rose and fell naturally with the conversation. He called his business partner, his secretary, his family, and finally, the person he had a meeting with. Clearly, the meeting was canceled. Typical. When Ray ended his calls, he poked his head back into the living room. "Can I use your computer?" "You brought a computer with you, right?" "I did, yeah. It's in my bag in the bedroom." Josiah pointed. "The password is my birthday." "Cool." Room service knocked, and Josiah wrapped a luxury robe around his body before he opened the door. The young man wore a mask as he wheeled in a cart of food. "Here's the breakfast you ordered. Sorry about the mask thing. It's the new rules." Josiah crossed his arms over his chest. "It's no problem. Thank you." Dark brown eyes scanned over the breakfast tray, and his stomach rumbled. He had his grits, eggs, and bacon, but the steamy rice and grilled fish looked more colorful and appetizing. Nimble fingers pinched off a section of the rice and of the fish, and he presented the bite to his lips, licking his fingers clean before he strolled into the bedroom. "Food is here." Ray glanced up from the edge of the bed. He had Josiah's utilitarian laptop opened over his lap, and a pair of square-rimmed glasses sitting on his nose. "Thanks. I'll be a second." "Okay." Josiah traveled back through the suite, sitting down in the breakfast nook after fixing himself a plate. He had turned the television off and grabbed his cell phone, and was now endlessly scrolling social media sites for the most updated information. Almost everyone he followed had posted about the lockdown already. There were dozens of people going live and talking directly to their followers, while others maintained a verbal silence but had posted comforting information. Josiah had already scheduled posts through the weekend at his personal assistant's suggestion. He had a weekend-style lookbook video releasing Saturday morning and accompanying photos dropping on his other social media sites throughout the day to create hype for the video, but he knew he had to go off script and post something genuine. He just didn't know what. The truth was he was panicking too. He was stuck with an insufferable man, hungover, still hurting from a nasty breakup, and he had things scheduled. He had a trip to Bali scheduled, and brands had agreements with him. They expected their videos and their posts, even if the whole planet was shut down due to a virus. He smoothed his hands down his face as his cell phone buzzed, and he answered and put it to his ear. "Hello? Hey Josiah. I just woke up. Have you heard the news?" "Oh hey Ingrid. The news about the nationwide shutdown?" "Oh yeah. It's crazy." "Oh no dear. Not about the shutdown. It's terrible or whatever, but there are hundreds of pictures of your stupid ass kissing Ray Yamada. I leave you alone for one night, and this is what you do. Please explain yourself because now I have to spend all morning calling gossip magazines to see if I can mitigate this damage." "Sorry." "Sorry? Okay, the least you could do is lie and say it wasn't you. Ray Yamada. Jesus. I knew you were going to go off script a little, but I expected a night of drinking and dancing, not losing your virginity to one of the biggest playboys known to man. We're going to have to entirely rebrand you. Half of your social media presence is about being a virgin, and now." "Oh my God," Josiah groaned. "Don't oh my God me. This is you and your little rebound moment. You are making so much more work for me. Do you know this? I want you to know this." "Ingrid," Josiah responded in a firm but almost playful tone, "I did not have sex with that man." "Haha, okay, you think you're so cute and clever. Mr. Funny Guy over here." "It was kind of funny," Josiah mumbled. "Anyway." "Yeah, anyway. No more one-night stands. Please God, tell me you're not at his place right now." I'm not at his place right now. Are you telling me what I want to hear? No. I'm seriously not at his place. Ingrid sighed. Well, I suppose there is one good thing about this entire situation. At least you're not. Ray emerged from the bedroom with Josiah's laptop tucked under his arm, still only clad in his briefs, and approached the cart of food. The bun he had put in his hair earlier had sunk to the base of his neck, and his raven locks fought the hair tie, slipping out tendril by tendril, until there was barely anything left. I thought you didn't want the fish and rice. Josiah looked up from his conversation, fixing wide eyes on Ray. Oh, Josiah, you better tell me you're talking to the doorman, so help me God, Ingrid yelled through the receiver. Well, if you don't want me to lie to you, Josiah picked at his plate of food. I can't right now. I'm going to call you back in a little while. There's no fucking way you're quarantining with him. No way. Ingrid hung up without a goodbye, and Josiah placed his cell phone on the table before dropping his hands into his lap and tucking the folds of his robe between his thighs, hiding the swell of his arousal. Some pieces of the previous night came back to him as Ray ate his breakfast in front of him. He remembered the taste of Ray's skin and how the buds of his brown nipples felt against his lips. Josiah's cock grew more and he cleared his throat, scrubbing his cheek. I changed my mind. When everything got here, the rice and fish looked the best. Besides my sweet, my money, my food. I'll eat what I want. Ray chuckled and nibbled a piece of bacon. Noted. By the way, you're going to have to find somewhere else to stay locked up for however long. I have a trip to Bali, and my flight is supposed to leave Saturday morning. Sure, but I mean, the chances of you getting out of this country are slim to none. Josiah's eyelids fluttered, and he lifted dark eyebrows into his forehead. Excuse me? All incoming and outgoing international flights have been cancelled. You think you're special now? This trip to Bali has been planned for months. And you're going to have to make other plans, sweetheart. Yeah, don't call me sweetheart. Josiah went back to his food, grinding his teeth against each other as he thought about his options. To be transparent, they were slim. Very slim, in fact. If what Ray was saying was true, he really may be stuck in the States making other provisions for his clients. Okay then. Besides the Bali thing, is everything else okay? No, Josiah scoffed. There are pictures of you and me everywhere, and everyone thinks I've lost my virginity to you, so no. Things are most definitely not okay. Damn. Are the pictures good quality, though? What kind of question is, are the pictures good quality? Well, I want to know how I look in them. Pull some up so I can see. No, Josiah scowled. No. Oh, come on. I bet they look good. I definitely bet they don't. You look like a boy band reject, and I was drunk. Yeah, okay, I might look like a boy band reject, but I wasn't all over myself last night. Just saying. Ray grinned, and then wiggled his fingers towards Josiah's cell phone. Show me some pictures. Good Lord, fine. Josiah unlocked his cell phone and browsed social media tags featuring his name until he came to one of the photos from the previous night. It was badly cropped and very dim, but it showed Josiah clearly pulling Ray into a kiss. He looked bold and confident, two things he normally wasn't, and Ray looked shy and giddy. Last night had been opposite day, apparently. Josiah swallowed around a little knot in his throat and showed Ray the photo, dangling his cell phone in his hand. Ray squinted at it. Damn, I look good. Oh yeah, and you're not too bad either. Josiah rolled his eyes, smacking his lips together before pushing himself up from the table. Panic had replaced his hangover. I have to make calls. I have a huge shipment of clothes coming, and the brand expects me to be taking photos of everything with Bali vibes. Sure. I'm going to eat your breakfast since you basically ate mine. Ray made himself a plate of food and then sat down, opening Josiah's laptop again as Josiah stalked out of the breakfast nook and disappeared into the bedroom. He paced the length of the room, swiping through a flurry of incoming emails, brands anxious about their agreements with him, but also asking him if he was safe. There were a few brands who pulled out of their deals, concerned with money due to the quarantine, but most simply wanted to hear from Josiah, so he called them. After a dozen calls, Ray's theories had been proven true. There was no way on God's green earth he was getting to Bali. After a dozen more calls, he had rerouted all of the products to his Vegas suite and adjusted the promotional plans. Some regrettably were pushed back, but most were simply edited for the times. When he was finished, he tossed his cell phone on the bed and hopped in the shower, rinsing off the shame from the previous night, along with the scent of alcohol clinging to his skin and short-cut hair. He stood in the rainwater shower until the pads of his fingers wrinkled, until every little worry in his mind had floated away. Then he climbed out, wrapping his fluffy bathrobe around himself again, and padding barefoot through the suite, finding Ray still in the kitchen. Ray's gaze honed in on Josiah when he re-entered the room, and for a moment he was speechless. Then he coughed and went back to his cell phone conversation. "Dad, I gotta go." "Yes, I'll figure out something." Okay. Bye." "Is everything okay?" Josiah tiptoed back over to the food cart, nibbling at what was left. "Yeah, but I need to ask you something." Chapter 4. Ray. He had watched the sway of Josiah's ass when he exited the room to make his phone calls, before he turned back to his own work, opening the other man's computer again. He had already checked on all of his employees, confirmed they were safe in their various locations, and he had followed his check-in by giving the entire office 1 week of paid vacation. He had the money, and everyone needed to get themselves sorted. However, even if his staff wasn't working, he still had things to worry about. He looked at the payroll report, but his eyes glazed over and his mind wandered. He wanted to see the rest of the photos the tabloids had taken of them, and after pinching his forehead, he went there. The search engine pulled up almost 100 results from the previous night. There were pictures of them talking, dozens of pictures of their first kiss, and still more of how they left the main body of the establishment hand in hand. He knew Josiah didn't like their first kiss being recorded for the world to see, but he didn't mind it as much. Looking at the still photo gave him the same fluttery feelings as the kiss had, and it took him back to the moment with Josiah's weight on him, his strong hand pulling him forward, and his lush lips locking them together. He scrolled all the way to the bottom, mentally selecting his favorites before his cell phone rang, and he put it to his ear without question. "I'd ask what you were thinking, but I already know what it was." A tenor voice filled the receiver. "Hugh. What's up, man? Your latest escapade has the business's stocks on a downtrend. One one-night stand has killed the business? Impossible. Not one instance, but your last few since the summer. I get it, summer is the time to enjoy yourself, but these big investors, they want to see someone married and settled, not someone who's lying with a different girl every night, not someone who acts like a playboy with a long hair don't care attitude." Okay, I get your point. Do you? Your antics are going to run this place into the ground. Our business is already down. We don't need our stocks going down too. I get you. What am I supposed to do though? I don't know, man. I figure maybe stop spending all weekend getting trashed and start acting like you're really as smart as you are. I know you want to have fun, but this ain't it. Ray grumbled. I guess. So how do you think I can improve the interest in the business? To be honest, I'm not too sure, but I don't have to be, since you're the big bad business owner. You need to figure something out before we really go in the shitter, and your father calls and wants to buy the whole business out from under you. I know, Hugh. I'm working on it. Ray chewed his bottom lip, scanning around the room, before his cell phone vibrated against his ear and his stomach dropped to the floor. He pulled his cell phone away from his ear and spied the incoming call, groaning. Speak of the devil. Yeah, you have to answer it. I know. Okay, I'll call you back in a little while with some sort of plan. Sure thing. Ray shifted over, taking in a deep breath before he put his cell phone to his ear again. Hey Dad, he forced cheer into his voice, faking it as best as he could. Son, have you seen the news? You mean about the lockdown? Yeah, I'm somewhere safe, you don't have to worry. No, not about the lockdown. A faint accent touched his words. He'd been in the States for nearly 30 years, but it hadn't completely erased the little quirks in his speech. The photos of you kissing the youngest Nelson boy. You know how I feel about his family. Snakes. All of them. You don't even know him, Dad. Where a tree grows, the fruit doesn't fall far. I do not need to know him to know he is the same way as his family. He will take from you and ruin your already faltering reputation. You are supposed to bring honor to our family. What would your grandmother think? Ray frowned. Dad. You shouldn't judge him based on his parents. He's his own person, and he's not like the rest of them. His father clucked his tongue. You will see I am right. Ray knew his father's tone, and there was no sense in arguing. His father had his opinions, and he was steadfast in them. His father never ended a call without a lecture, without reminding Ray of his shortcomings. Sure, he may have been a tech mogul, but where was his family, his 2.5 kids, and hypoallergenic dog? Ray's mother wanted grandkids, and Ray was getting up in age too. Ray browsed the internet as his father continued, again looking through the grainy photos of his illicit kiss with Josiah. His lips prickled with the memory of it. Are you listening, my son? His father huffed. Yeah, I'm listening. I should find a relationship, settle down with some nice Japanese girl. Have some babies, especially a boy, so he can take over the family business. You only say this once a month. It's hard to forget. I only want the best for you, my son. I know, Dad. He leaned back in his seat as he heard the shower water cut off. After another few minutes, Josiah emerged from the bedroom and entered the kitchen again, clad in the same scant robe as before. The robe showed off his lean legs and hints of his chest, and Ray's nostrils flared. He coughed. Dad. I gotta go. Yes, I'll figure out something. Okay, bye. He rushed his father off the phone and placed the device face down on the table. His father had given him an idea. He had no plans to strap himself down to marriage anytime soon, but a relationship would have a similar effect. Especially a same-sex one. Same-sex relationships were all the rage, and it would explain his exploratory phase on top of giving Josiah a plausible out too. Why had Josiah been kissing Ray in a public venue? Because they were together. It made sense. Is everything okay? Josiah tiptoed back over to the food cart, picking at what was left. Yeah, but I need to ask you something. Ask me what? I have a proposition for you. Ray wet his lips. Let's date. I'm sorry, what? I just broke up with my boyfriend who cheated on me not even a week ago. I can't announce a new relationship this soon. Why not? Everyone will think it's a rebound. They won't if we have a good story. Say you always had a crush on me in high school, and you didn't want to let this second chance slip from your fingers. I didn't have a crush on you in high school, though. Ray's eyes glittered. You didn't. Josiah pressed his lips together and shook his head. No, and there's nothing in this for me. I don't even see what's in this for you because we're not going to have sex, and if we're staying here together, you're sleeping on the couch. What's in it for you? If you say we're dating, then all those pictures of the kiss are going to be endearing rather than calling your virginity into question. Josiah rumbled softly. Fine. And for you? Ray shrugged. I need to look more wholesome, and dating an all-American virgin is about as wholesome as I can get. Oh, you finally want to scrub yourself clean of your bad boy image? If I say yes, will you stop dragging this out? Josiah drummed his fingers against his lips. No, but if you say yes, I might actually consider this ridiculously ridiculous idea. He paused, stewing in his thoughts before he tipped his head towards Ray again. I should make you pay me for this. Ray raked his fingers through his hair. You really shouldn't. You have just as much to gain from this as me. How so again? You're selling a fantasy to your followers. Sure, you're single and ready to mingle, but single content gets old and fast. They want to see you in a perfect and happy relationship. Yeah, but we're not playing this game forever. At some point, I'm going to be broken-hearted again. Or at least fake broken-hearted. And you can cross that bridge when you come to it. Josiah shook his head. This is a hella stupid idea. You know what? Because you came to me so seriously, I will give it some thought, but it is still quite possibly the dumbest idea I've ever heard. It may be a dumb idea, but you can't deny the benefits. Benefits? Josiah rolled his eyes. Sure. We'll see. Chapter 5. Josiah. He collapsed on the bed with his arms stretched beside him and his legs hanging off the side. The movement had rustled his robe, and the chilly central air conditioning rose goosebumps on the newly exposed skin. At this point, there was nothing left to do. Josiah had given up on a flight out of Vegas, and he had rerouted all of his packages for the time being. Social media was on fire with news about the lockdown, but he was sick of hearing about it. He knew he was lucky. It was one thing to be locked down in a run-down studio apartment, and another to be locked down in an exclusive penthouse suite with floor-to-ceiling windows and the best view Vegas could offer. It wasn't a bad view, but the view from his Bali vacation home was much better. His tongue itched with a desire for the sweet juices of fresh, warm tropical fruits and the muggy summer temperatures. He wanted the sun-kissed glow against his mahogany skin, and he wanted to enjoy the sheer romance of the possibility of a summer fling. He wanted to look across the beach and make eyes with a hot stranger, smile, and continue padding barefoot along the shore with water licking at his ankles and his toes dipping into the soft sand. With a sigh, he grabbed his cell phone and dialed Bentley's number, rolling over onto his belly and propping his torso up with his elbows as he did. He placed the call on speaker and picked at his nails until his best friend answered. Did Ingrid already get you? Yes, Josiah groaned. I don't need another lecture. I promise. I solemnly swear I don't need another lecture on the big stupid I did last night. It wasn't a big stupid. You needed it. Now, I mean, you've got some cleaning up to do, but your reputation is squeaky clean, so it shouldn't be hard. Is it stupid to talk about me and my reputation when the whole country is shut down because of a novel virus? Did you want to talk about the shutdown then? Josiah sighed. I don't know. Honestly, I'm already sick of this. I want my normal life back, and it hasn't even been a full day of quarantine. Yeah, I spent all morning contacting clients. Everyone's afraid the stock market is going to crash, so they want to pull their money out, but it's just too soon to know any of this. People are operating in fear. Yeah, and they don't have millions to their name to insulate them from these types of problems. Did you know the average person is like 3 paychecks away from being homeless or something? Are you sure? That seems wrong. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but it's a pretty likely number. Anyway, I have to ask. Did I what? Lose my virginity last night? No. I didn't. Oh, Bentley sighed. Good. Don't sound too relieved. Ray wants us to pretend to be in a relationship. He thinks it'll help my reputation, along with helping the public view of his business. Well, he's not wrong there. Stumbling into the elevator with a guy you've never been seen with before isn't a good look for anyone, especially not an influencer who is public and open about his sexuality and about being a virgin. Being a virgin really isn't a big deal. I just want my first time to be special is all. Josiah sighed and stretched out across the bed again, dangling his arms and legs over the sides of the frame. It's not a big deal, but a lot of people look up to you for it and are modeling themselves after you. You tell people it's okay to wait, and it's okay to stay out of today's hookup culture. If you lose your virginity on a one-night stand, well, it's off-brand. Should my virginity really be a brand, though? Getting off track. If you publicly announced a relationship with Ray, I predict your followers and fans will respond favorably. I know Quentin hated being in your videos, but Ray may not be the same way. He may not, but it's still fake. I mean, we'll still actually break up later, you know what I mean. Sure, but way later. At least not until after this lockdown business is over. I guess. There are also a lot of logistics to figure out if I'm really planning to go through with this. Well, are you? You can say no, you know. He'd basically be using your fame to scrub his image clean. A bad boy dating a virgin and all. Oh yeah, speaking of bad boys. Have you checked out Quentin's socials? No. Should I? Probably not, honestly. He's making it sound like the breakup was a mutual growing apart. He's conveniently leaving out how he cheated on you. Of course he is, Josiah drawled. What's he saying? I didn't watch the whole thing, but he's got your name in the title, and it's one of those clickbaity crying covers. He's really hamming it up, and especially since you haven't posted anything since the breakup, either. I should post something? Listen, man. I don't know. You're the social media expert. See what Ingrid thinks you should do, but definitely don't take my word for it. True. Your social media feed is terrible. There's just no theme, and in a bad way. Bentley chuckled. Yeah, well, I'm not really into the social media thing. Yeah, it's obvious. There's Josiah picked at the fibers on the bedspread, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What? I kind of invited Ray to my suite last night apparently, and he was here this morning. I woke up next to him. Well, not technically next to him, but like next to him. Meaning? Josiah didn't speak, and Bentley gasped as the realization dawned on him. Dude. You're quarantining with a guy your family hates. Your family and the Yamadas are like sworn enemies. I know, Josiah groaned. It's why I don't know if this fake relationship idea is smart. I mean, for your reputation, it's smart, but if you're worried about offending Daddy, then nah, it's probably a bad idea. My daddy doesn't even care what I do. He hasn't called me. You'd think, at least call your kids and check on them, right? Nope. I haven't heard a word from him. Sorry, man. It's okay. I'm used to it now. At least he calls on my birthday, I guess. Yeah, at least. Anyway, I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but I have to get back to some work. Try to take it easy, all right? Just because you can work during a nationwide lockdown doesn't mean you should. Josiah chuckled. Yeah, sure. I guess the whole world is telling me I need a vacation now, huh? Pretty much. I'll talk to you later, kid. Okay, bye. Bye. When the call ended, Josiah flopped back on the bed, closing his eyes. The morning had been beyond exhausting. Between adjusting to a sudden new normal and accepting the fact that he was going to have to go through this new normal with the son of his father's enemy, he could barely keep his eyes open once his head hit the pillow. 2 hours later, he woke up from a light sleep. In truth, he hadn't realized he had fallen asleep, but the clock was 2 hours later, and there were few explanations. Sure, aliens could have abducted him for 2 hours and then erased his memory, but it wasn't the most plausible story. Sure, he could have the ability to bend time to his will, and he passed 2 hours while blinking, but that wasn't a very plausible story either. He spent the rest of the afternoon studying his suite, searching for the best places for photo and video shoots. Part of the reason he got into being a social media influencer was because he loved art and photography. Josiah's whole career started with a series of pictures for a college freshman art project, and it had expanded from there. He mostly focused on clothes and personal grooming for men, and none of it was about being feminine. Josiah was only gay because he liked cock. He didn't like makeup or hair care beyond seeing a barber regularly, and he had no interest in painting his nails. He did, however, like a manicure and pedicure regularly, but those things were healthy, not a reflection on his sexual preferences. He had brought a wide selection of clothes, but most of it was designed for lounging on the beach and club hopping at night, not actually chilling at the house. After another conversation with Ingrid, he recorded a series of posts to both comfort his followers and let them know he was okay. Perfecting the posts occupied most of his afternoon, and by the time he had completed them, his stomach rumbled. Josiah dug around his suitcase, pulling out a pair of sweatpants and pulling them over his bottom half. He let them sag on his hips as he sauntered out of the bedroom. There weren't many places for either of them to go, so when he didn't find Ray in the living room, he poked his head into the kitchen and dining area, spying the other man still in front of the laptop. He'd found the charger at least, but he was laser-focused on his task, and it was admirable. Josiah crossed his arms over his chest as he watched Ray work uninterrupted. Ray didn't look up immediately, but when he did a double take when he noticed Josiah. "Hey, sorry. How long have you been standing there?" "At least 10 minutes, but I didn't want to interrupt your concentration." "Ah, thank you." Ray shut the laptop as Josiah pushed himself off the wall and crossed the room, sitting down across from Ray. "It's about time to get some food, isn't it?" "Yeah. I was wondering what you were in the mood for." "Anything really. I don't want to make things difficult on room service, so they can bring up whatever they have for me. What about you?" "Salad and lean protein." "You haven't eaten all day. You're going to need more than rabbit food to tide you over all night. We could get them to deliver an assortment of ingredients, and I can make something up for you." Josiah arched an eyebrow. You can cook?" "Enough. Your parents taught you how to cook?" "No," Ray laughed. "My sister and I were alone a lot because my parents worked such long hours when we were young. I learned to cook out of necessity, not out of interest or desire. Anyway, let me call downstairs." "Sure." "Oh, Ray." "Yeah? I want to do it. I'm willing to do this fake relationship boyfriend thing with you, but we have to lay out the terms and conditions and draw up some sort of contract. And then I want my social media manager to look over it." Ray wet his lips, watching Josiah as he spoke. He nodded. "Yeah," his voice cracked. "Sounds good." "Sounds good. I'll get this food ordered, then we can discuss it." "Okay." Josiah smirked. "Can't wait." Chapter 6. Ray. Fireflies swirled around his stomach when Josiah agreed to his proposition. He knew it was a transactional situation, but he couldn't stamp down his excitement. He fumbled with his cell phone as he called the front desk, and his voice bubbled with unfettered joy as he ordered their food. He tried to suppress it, but he hadn't been this thrilled about anything since he closed the deal on his high-rise office building in Austin, Texas. Real estate was rough there, and buildings were snapped up as soon as they hit the market. It was worth all of the celebrations, and the view from his office window was superb as well, but it didn't compare to his current elation. Josiah, however, didn't share any of Ray's excitement. He was a bundle of nerves, and he tapped at his cell phone for something to do as he waited for Ray to join him again. So, Ray slipped his cell phone back into his pocket and poured himself a glass of water from the kitchen sink. "What kind of contract do you want?" "Well, first, you're not just going to be my fake boyfriend and reap all the benefits of my status without me getting something in return. For as long as we do this agreement, you and I will post a couple's photo on my social media page twice a week. You will also have to scrub your social media of anything offensive. No drinking, and no other men or women." What about all those topless after-shower pics?" Josiah glared. "Those can stay, I guess. If thirst-trapping people is your thing." Ray shrugged. "I can handle 2 pictures a week. No big deal." "Okay, next we will do at least 1 video a month together. A boyfriend-themed video, and I am free to brand you how I wish, and you will go along with it." "Brand me?" "Yeah. Like I will decide what personality you're going to have." It'll be a magnified version of your actual personality, so it won't be difficult to maintain, I promise. You know what, fine. Whatever you have to do. Good, Josiah smiled. And finally, when we break up, when this is all over, you're not allowed to turn me into the bad guy or use our breakup to garner sympathy and more internet fame. When this is over, I am the only one allowed to post about it, and I will frame us both in the best possible light. Fine with me. Good. Then I will have my manager write up a contract, and she can send it to your lawyers. Sounds like a plan. When do you want to announce this relationship thing? Another day or so. The stories about last night are changing minute by minute, and I know everyone is hoping for more of a scandal. My ex also posted a video about our breakup, and it's trending on social media right now, so I want it to go down a little. Are you going to post about the breakup? Honestly, I don't want to think about it. I just feel, Josiah shook his head. Feel how? I feel stupid and dirty and disgusting. Why? He didn't just cheat on me. He was sleeping with other people without protection. Kissing them and touching them all over, and I think about when? Did he leave work, stop off for a hookup, and then kiss me right after? He could've. Josiah blinked. You're not helping. I'm being honest. He really could've. He could've done a lot of things. You'll never know, but the point is, you're not stupid, dirty, or disgusting. Right? You realize we aren't officially pretending to date yet, right? Good, because I wouldn't want you thinking I'm telling you what you want to hear. Your ex? Quentin? He thrived on the thrill of you not knowing, having his cake and eating it too. He got the guy he could take home to mommy and daddy, while still getting everything he wanted behind closed doors. Josiah sucked in a breath. I don't want to hear this. But you should. People will tell you cheating is about all sorts of things, but ultimately it's about control. Deep down, it's not about being bored or wanting someone else or even meeting the perfect person for you, because likely once you have the opportunity, you won't even want the person you cheated with. I guess. I wouldn't know. I've never cheated on someone. Call me old-fashioned, but I figured if you didn't like someone, you should simply break up with them. I mean, I agree with you. I can think of a few reasons to cheat, but for the most part, there's never a reason to actually cheat on someone else. What reasons? Trying to get out of a relationship. Abusive situations, Ray shrugged, sipping his water. In some cases, cheating will at least make the person leave you, so you can really start making a getaway. My sister did it. With this guy in her late teens. I'm sorry about your sister, Josiah sobered, but I'm glad she's okay now, right? She was so cute when she was a kid. Wow, I haven't seen her in so long. Yeah. She's okay now, but fuck if I ever see her ex again, Ray shook his head. His jaw ticked before he rumbled and rolled his shoulders. Anyway, the point is, cheaters are pieces of shit for the most part. You've never cheated on anyone? Oh no, I bet you haven't, because cheating requires making a relationship official, and aren't you the absolute king at keeping things vague? The important part is I haven't cheated. I guess. Josiah rolled his eyes. Aha. So what kind of couples photos do you want to take? Like holding hands, kissing, or a post-coital thing? We can't do the last one. We can't have sex. It doesn't mean I can't get you off. Josiah narrowed his eyes. You're already bending the rules. Virgin means virgin. Handjobs and blowjobs count as sex. Ray's gaze trailed around the room, eyes dimming as his mind tossed around other ideas. You're thinking too much already. I can see it in your face. I'm not trying to be hardcore about the virgin thing, but I want to enjoy my first time being with another person, and I'm not even really waiting until marriage or anything. I'm just waiting until I feel the right connection. What connection is going to be the right one? I don't know. I figure I will know it when I find it. I'll know it when it happens. Until then, it's not something to worry about, But we can do pictures in the bed together if you want to. What will your followers think about it? Josiah shrugged. I'm not some hardcore Christian blogger or anything. Most of my followers have probably already had sex. I don't even make the virgin thing a huge deal, but I do let people know it's important to me, yeah. I get it. It's awareness. Smart. Thank you. Josiah smiled, dimple piercing his cheek on one side. Tell me something. What? Social media is all about being perfect. Or at least showing your highlight reel and not the behind-the-scenes stuff. If you envied someone else's relationship, what would you expect to see on their page? Do you really want people to envy your relationship? I don't, actually, but I know they will. It's the highlight reel thing. They will only see the best parts of us being together, not the fights and arguments. True, Ray hummed. I guess I'd prefer the cuter side to things, where both couples support each other's dreams and achievements. Josiah set his cell phone down and stared at Ray. What? I was expecting you to say the hot stuff. You know, the kisses and the photos where it's clear they both want to escape and fuck each other. Why? I can see all of those types of pictures from porn. Josiah's brows shot up. Porn? Yeah, the stuff you watch to get off late at night when you're alone. I know what porn is. I was just surprised you had any time to watch it with how active your sex life is. Ray laughed. I always make time for myself. Reassuring, Josiah mumbled, inspiring another laugh from Ray. What? You never? Before Ray finished his thought, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Ray called. Josiah blinked and wrinkled his nose. My sweet. I say when people can come in and out. Okay, it's probably our food, cranky. So tell them they can come in. Josiah shot Ray a warning before he stood up and crossed the room, glancing out of the tiny peephole before unlocking and opening the door. It was food like Ray suspected, and the person pushing the cart had a mask on. He traded the dinner cart with the picked-over breakfast one, wheeling it from the room and closing the door behind him. Josiah watched from his position at the front door, holding it open as the worker also sanitized both metal carts. By the time he left, the whole suite reeked of industrial-strength cleaning products, and Ray was dizzy from the fumes. They're really taking this virus thing seriously. Josiah frowned, closing the door behind the worker. Yeah, they are, and they should be. This whole novel virus situation has been a long time coming anyway, and right now we have to be extra careful. I mean, one of us could be carrying it, but we won't know for sure for about 2 weeks. 2 weeks? At least. Great. One more thing to worry about. Josiah sighed, fixing himself a plate of food and sitting across from Ray again. They ate in silence, and the prim and proper social media influencer put down just as much food as Ray did. Good. When Josiah was finished, he blotted his lips and surveyed the cart. Next time, we should request them bring extra in case we get hungry before bed. You get hungry before bed? I don't know. I might. Or I may want to eat because I can. I mean, what else is there to do? I obviously won't be going to the gym anytime soon. Yeah, but you know you can work out at home, right? If this is some sort of reference to having sex, then no, I clearly won't be working out at home. Josiah rubbed his temple. How is the virgin more preoccupied with sex than the person who has it all the time? If we count the number of times sex is brought up in conversation, you're clearly topping me. Over and over again. Josiah's tired look turned into a glare. Your point. There's plenty of ways to exercise in the house was my point. Lift the corner of the bed when you do squats or leg presses, burpees and jumping jacks for cardio. Besides, even if you didn't work out for a few months, you'll still be fine. Body-wise, sure. Not everyone works out because they want a rocking body. True. Well, I'll work out with you if you want. Josiah pressed his lips together. Seriously. Nothing funny, I promise. No weird couples yoga or wrestling practice. I'll just do reps with you, so the whole home workout thing isn't as boring. Hell, I'm feeling generous. If you want to find some of those 2-week workout challenges, I'll do one of those with you too. You're so generous. My hero. Josiah rolled his eyes. Anyway, it's late. I have plenty of work tomorrow, so. So what? I'll make up the couch for you. You weren't being serious about the couch thing, were you? Did I look like I was joking? Your couch is not for sleeping on. It's a show couch. Hell. It's white. And? I'm not sleeping on it. I have work too, and I need equal amounts of rest as you do. Well then, sweetheart, I don't know where else you're going to sleep. There's only one bed, and it's surely not big enough for me, you, and your ego. It's a California king-size bed, and you're a small person. My space needs space. Whatever, man. Let me get a shower real quick first, and then if you want to be the type of person to take a whole entire bed for yourself, then take it. Ray put his empty plate on the cart and left the kitchen, escaping to the bedroom where he jumped in the shower, enjoying the lukewarm water against his skin as much as the relative solitude. Josiah was grating. Well, sober, anxious, stressed Josiah was. Ray knew he wasn't always so high-strung, but given the pile of circumstances, it wasn't entirely unexpected. The idea of being holed up with someone who outwardly couldn't stand you, and naturally, fought against his inward feelings wasn't exactly pleasant. Josiah thought he didn't notice the extra long glances, and the way his hard-set features softened on the corners when they were engaged in conversation. His entire body had relaxed when Ray offered to work out with him, but Ray wasn't supposed to catch those types of details. He ended his shower well before the water turned to ice and wrapped a towel around his waist. The only clothing he had was the suit and underthings he'd worn to the bar, and wearing the same underwear for 2 days in a row was fairly acceptable. 3 days in a row was pushing it. He'd done worse naturally, but now there was a witness. Ray towel-dried his long hair, letting it drape over his shoulders as he swiped the towel between his legs and moved through the bedroom. The room itself was bare of any homey accessories, but Josiah had hung most of his clothes in the shallow closet and stuffed his underclothes in the drawers. They were haphazardly tossed around, plain white t-shirts hugging the barest strips of fabric some considered underwear. He stared at the mass of clothes, shuddering, before surrendering to his own organizational tendencies, and pulled the drawer all the way open. 20 minutes later, Josiah's shirts were stacked in cascading colors, his underwear had been organized by style and color on the other side, and Ray's own tweaked anxiety had subsided. "Are you done?" Josiah burst into the bedroom, throwing the door open as Ray observed his handiwork, "with your shower yet?" "Hey. Why are you in my dresser?" It was a mess. It may have been a mess, but it was my mess. I liked it the way it. Josiah jogged over, snatching his last pair of designer briefs from Ray's hands and peering down at the open drawer. Oh. Wow. Okay. This is really organized. By color too. And style for the underwear. Do you know you have a lot of different types of underwear? Yes, I do. It's my dresser. Mine. Remember? I never forgot. Josiah threw the last pair of underwear on the perfectly organized pile, and Ray twitched, grinding his teeth against each other. A little noise escaped his lips. It was silly. Very trivial, but he couldn't help it. Josiah pushed the drawer closed, but Ray couldn't get the last pair of briefs out of his mind. He couldn't physically see them, but he knew they were lying carelessly over the rest of the well-organized articles of clothing, disrupting the flow. Also, why aren't you dressed yet? Nothing to wear, Ray muttered. His tone dropped, and he rubbed his palms over the towel tied around his hips, following the curve of his cut lines. Whoa. Okay. Are you mad? Are you mad I won't let you finish organizing my clothes? No. I'm not mad. Ray resigned. Do you have anything too big for you? I kinda need something to wear. At least a pair of boxers or something. No, Josiah snapped. Okay, fine. My suitcase is full of stuff I don't usually wear, for whatever reason. I probably have something you can wear in there. Cool? Without another word, Ray approached the suitcase, flipping it open and finding it no more organized than Josiah's dresser. Ray rubbed his wrists before flipping through the clothes, grabbing the first boxer-like item he could find. Whatever it was, it would do. Ray? Yeah? He balled the underwear in his fist as he straightened up and strolled towards the bedroom's exit. I'm about to be out of your way for the night. I'll take the couch. It's about the couch. Josiah wrung his hands. You can sleep on one half of the bed with me if you want. Nah. I'll take my chances on the couch. Ray frowned. Thanks though. He moved past Josiah and out of the room, closing the door behind him. Chapter 7. Josiah. The plan had been to announce their fake relationship within the coming days, but with virus cases on the rise, the world wasn't ready for good news yet. Instead, most of Josiah's week was spent filming videos and showing infographics on tips and tricks for staying safe and germ-free. There were a plethora of hand-washing tutorials available, and he had even done a cheeky demonstration at the request of many of his followers. He was stunned at how quickly a week flew by too, and Ray had kept his word. Despite their busy schedules, they set aside time in the mornings to do a few exercises, and they found a 21-day workout challenge for the evenings. The first one was a burpee challenge, and it was beyond grueling. For the first few days, it took Josiah twice the time to complete the set than it took Ray, but Ray didn't boast about it. Instead, he simply did more until Josiah was finished. Then they relaxed for a few minutes together, laughing and catching their breath. There were many moments where Josiah forgot they were enemies. He forgot all about the bad blood between his family and Ray's family, and they laughed and giggled like old friends. There were many more moments where he felt the tension between them swirl through him, instances where their eyes locked, and his muscles tightened, his ass clenched, and his mind wandered. He was a virgin, yes, but he wasn't naive. He knew what couples did together. He had those same curious thoughts. Ray was open about his attraction to Josiah. He took his glances when he wanted, especially when Josiah glistened from sweat after their workouts, or when he moved around the suite shirtless, but Josiah stole glances of his own too. He noticed the confidence in Ray's step and the way he pursed his full lips together after swiping them with his tongue, a tongue he envisioned between his thighs advancing to his hole. Friday night, Ray occupied the kitchen, jumping on a meeting with a bunch of his work buddies and sharing a beer as they all talked about how their week had been. It was as casual as hanging out, except all of it was in a digital format. Josiah had done something similar. He'd settled himself in the bed with a tall glass of wine, and he took incoming calls from his followers. He accepted all questions too, from how to find your passion in life to when do you think you'll date again. The latter was met with a curious glance to the door, before Josiah gave an enigmatic smile and non-committal shrug. The live video lasted well into the night before he finally ended it and crawled out of his bed, stretching his arms over his head and padding out of the bedroom. The rest of the suite was silent too, meaning Ray's virtual meetup was over as well. Ray? Josiah called. Ray poked his head out of the kitchen, cradling a half-empty beer in his hands. He'd finally donned his suit again, but he'd unbuttoned the top couple of buttons, exposing a chiseled chest that had only become more chiseled since the lockdown started. Most people say there are no visible differences after a week of exercise, but Josiah saw plenty. Ray's abdominals had been on point since Tuesday, and Josiah was torn between ordering Ray a pack of t-shirts or letting him continue on doing all manner of around-the-house tasks with his chiseled chest on full display. There weren't any shirts coming yet. Just checking on you. Thought I left. He gave an easy grin and tipped the bottle to his lips again, gulping the rest down before tossing it in the recycling bin. No. I didn't hear you, so I was curious. About what? Nothing. Damn. Forget I said anything. Cool. I was just about to head to bed. I'm not stopping you. Josiah lifted his eyebrows. He walked around Ray, approaching the cabinet and grabbing a glass. Okay, Ray chuckled. He finished unfastening the buttons of his shirt, shrugging it off his broad shoulders and draping it over one of the kitchen chairs. He removed his slacks too, and clad in only his briefs and a sleeveless undershirt, he grabbed another beer from the refrigerator. After popping it open, he tossed the cap on the counter. It clattered and whirled against the marbled granite. Josiah fixed himself a glass of water, sipping it, as he watched Ray out of the corner of his eyes. He had watched the other man strip down, and now he watched him take his first gulp of the fresh beer, gaze fixed on his dancing Adam's apple. After his first gulp, Ray sighed, licking the moisture from his lips and giving a lopsided grin towards the social media influencer. Good night, Josiah. Night, Josiah whispered in response. As he drank his water, he listened to Ray in the other room, and once his piddling movements had settled, Josiah exited the kitchen and tiptoed back to the bedroom, closing the door behind him and letting out a long, tense breath. He wasn't a member of the NoFap club. He wasn't, but like hell he wanted to rub one out with the person of his desires in the other room. Like hell he wanted to risk Ray hearing him, but his excitement wouldn't quit. It had been only a week, true, but a week of Ray treating Josiah's suite like it was his own, getting comfortable, relaxing. He was more than the typical shark-eyed playboy, and Josiah saw it. He gazed into Ray's sleepy bedroom eyes in the mornings and evenings, and he witnessed the little ups and downs in the other man's personality too. He noticed when something was annoying Ray, and noticed how Ray stamped it down and never turned it on him. Josiah found those little things exciting, the hints of whoever Ray really was. He adored Ray's boyish smile at dinner time, and his groggy unfiltered words as they went their separate ways at night. He groaned and trudged over to the bed, collapsing across it and rubbing his burning hard-on against the sheets. It was hardly satisfying, but it sent jitters through Josiah's body. After another slow grind, he turned over and curled the blankets around him, forcing himself to sleep, so he could enjoy Ray in his dreams instead. He woke the next morning to the rich smell of breakfast foods. It was an assortment, and before he opened his eyes, he divided them up. He smelled sweetbread, perhaps pancakes or waffles, fruit, syrups, and even meats. Bacon at the very least, but alongside the round smell of smoked bacon, he caught the spicy hints of sausage. He'd gone to sleep sated, but he woke up ravenous, and the lavish breakfast cart wasn't helping. He pulled on a pair of lounge shorts and opened his bedroom door, lingering in the frame as Ray maintained a safe distance away from the person delivering their food. There was light conversation, most of which he couldn't make out, but he heard some choice words. Special. For my. Deserves it. When the delivery person left, Josiah ventured further from the bedroom, entering the living room and advancing towards the kitchen, letting the tickling scent of food lead the way. Something smells good. What's the occasion? You are. Me? Josiah tilted his head. Aha. It's Saturday, so we're going to enjoy a Saturday together. We're quarantined. What kind of Saturday are we really going to enjoy? Plenty of things. Ray had a bright smile on his face, and Josiah's pessimism didn't dampen it. First, I've got this lavish breakfast for you. Then, I'm going to pull the mattress from the bedroom and use the extra sheets to make a tent. A tent? Are we children now? Nope. Then I lined up a bunch of nature documentaries you haven't seen for us to watch. Nature documentaries. Josiah tilted his head the other direction now. Yup. And why would I like those? I don't know why you like them, but I know you do. I may've done a little research. And I figured since you're not able to travel right now, we can pretend we're anywhere we want to be in the blanket tent, watching documentaries. You are so childish, Josiah scoffed, but he couldn't wipe the growing smile off his face. Yeah, maybe. How about you go gather up all the extra blankets and pillows while I fix you some food? Then, I'll get the mattress out of the room afterwards. You'll need help with the mattress, won't you? Nah. It's a bit awkward-sized but not heavy, especially not just to move to another room, but you will need to move the couch out of the way. Josiah shook his head. This is ridiculous, first of all, but okay. If you want to spend your whole Saturday inside a blanket tent like a child, then who am I to stop you? Stop me? Josie-kun, you're going to be joining me. Josiah paused at the nickname. His heart turned over when he heard it strumming in his chest. Both the blanket tent and Ray's name for him spread excitement all through him. The roller coaster type of thrill. He was on the top of the roller coaster, hovering at the apex, and then he was shooting downwards, whipping all around. His instincts fought him, but his heart wanted Ray. You've said, Josiah replied. My plate. Right. Ray shook his head. What would you like this morning? I think waffles with fruit, powdered sugar, and a little drizzle of honey. I would also like bacon on the side, please and thank you. Honey, huh? Too good for basic syrup. Yup, Josiah laughed as he grabbed extra pillows and blankets from the linen closet and flopped them on the floor. He pushed the couch out of the way, lifting it slightly as he shimmied it, corner by corner, towards the wall, leaving the bulk of the room for the king-size mattress. When Ray had finished preparing Josiah's plate, they traded places, and Josiah sat at the kitchen table while Ray worked on their tent. Somehow he rigged the blankets to hang from the ceiling, and then he pulled the mattress from the bedroom, situating it on the floor in the middle of the living room. He tossed the extra blankets and pillows on top next to Josiah's fluffy comforter, and then he stepped back, nodding as he admired his handiwork. Moving the mattress had worked him into a sweat too, and his tawny skin had a glistening shine to it. A shine Josiah's tongue watered for. How's it look? Ray glanced towards him. Ridiculous. So I suppose exactly how you wanted. Josiah popped a strawberry past his lips. Guess so. Hey, it's not my fault you've never experienced the magic of an indoor blanket tent. I don't believe I've missed much, however. Grinning, Ray moved back into the kitchen, making his own plate of food. We'll just have to see, won't we? Chapter 8. Josiah. The blanket tent was, indeed, a stupid idea, but it was also a strangely romantic idea too, and lying next to Ray watching wildlife documentaries comprised of an almost perfect Saturday. Ray had ordered so much food on the breakfast cart, and he'd stashed away rice, fish, and vegetables, tucking them in the back of the refrigerator behind the beer for later. After the hearty breakfast, they crawled into the tent with Josiah's laptop, and Ray curled up behind him, his brawny chest against Josiah's back and his head nestled in the crook of Josiah's neck. Josiah shivered as he pressed play on the keyboard and adjusted the screen, tipping it back just a little, so they could both easily watch the nature documentary. The documentary was one Josiah had seen before, but it was also one of his favorites. The narrator's voice was soothing, and the footage was amazing. For someone with a love for photography and video editing, he had a deeper appreciation for the caught footage than the average person. Some of it even sprung tears to his eyes. There was something about seeing the beauty of nature in an unedited, untouched form that brought a smile to his lips as he watched birds perform their mating dances and lions tossing the dust from their manes. The world was harsh but beautiful. Josiah wiggled in Ray's arms, causing the other man to lift his head and peer down at him. You okay? Yeah. It's just beautiful. My dream used to be being a photographer or videographer like this. It's what I went to school for, but I did a final project on social media, and it ended up becoming my job. Aren't you still kind of a videographer, though? I don't know. All I do is slap different clips of me wearing clothes into one 20-minute video. It's not really complicated or exciting. I can't do it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean it's complicated. When the current documentary ended, Josiah wiggled more in Ray's arms, lying on his back and peering up at the playboy businessman. His heart fluttered again, and a knot of nerves formed in his gut. Caged between Ray's strong arms and surrounded by a curtain of inky black hair, he felt at home, and he hated it as much as he liked it. The comfort he found in Ray's arms didn't erase everything he knew about the other man. He knew about those clandestine affairs with men and women, young and old, skirting the fine lines of appropriate behavior. "Are you happy?" Josiah blurted out, but then his cheeks tingled and sweat collected on the back of his neck. "Sorry. You don't have to answer. Right now. Or in general." Josiah rubbed the back of his neck, thinking over Ray's question. "Both, I guess." Ray quirked his lips. "I'm enjoying being away from normal life." "So you mean no? Do you ever answer a question honestly at all?" Ray set his jaws. "Again, you mean no? Tell me one honest thing. Just one." "I already agreed to do your fake boyfriend thing, and I get it. You're a rich billionaire playboy businessman, but is there anything more?" Ray studied Josiah, gaze scanning down his body before finding his eyes again. "You want something real? Anything. Even if it's just your favorite color. I want to know there's something in there, even if you don't actually want me to know you. It's fine. If I'm not the one for you, it's fine, really, but make this whole fake relationship less painful. Please?" Ray rumbled, combing his fingers through his hair. It slid over his shoulders and framed his sharp, kissable jawline. "I spent 10 years in therapy as a child for anxiety, and I'm still thinking about the pair of underwear you threw in your drawer." Josiah blinked. His gut reaction had been laughter, but no one, especially not a known playboy, confesses to needing therapy. "Oh. It's been a while since I've had a panic attack. They were frequent when I was a child, but they are now few and far between." He sighed. "All right, your turn. You already know plenty about me. I know what the internet says about you. What you tell everyone. I want to know something secret too. One for one." Josiah arched under Ray, brushing one leg along the other man's body and arching his feet, stretching his toes. "And it can't be about sex. Never thought I'd have to say that." "Whatever." Josiah bit the inside of his cheek, looking around the private little tent Ray had built around them. Tents for adults were still silly, but there was something magical about it, something private and intimate. What happened in their little tent was between them. Not even God could see them. "When I was little, I used to groom my cat so she wouldn't be lonely for her cat family." Ray smiled. "Cute." He brushed his fingers over Josiah's eyebrows, picking a speck of lint from them and smoothing them, and Josiah closed his eyes at the touch. "More, please," he whispered as Ray's hand retreated. A whimper passed his lips too. "More?" Josiah nodded. "Touch me more." "You sure?" "Yeah." "Okay," Ray murmured, voice low and soothing, like warm sweet coffee on a winter morning. His rough fingers trailed over Josiah's eyebrows again, down the slope of his face and over his cheekbones, tickling his skin. The backs of his fingers danced along Josiah's stubbly jawline, and his thumb touched Josiah's lips. They parted, and he shuddered under Ray again. Virgin had never meant he wasn't intimate. Josiah and his ex-boyfriend had done things, dry humping, mutual and separate masturbating. Josiah had pushed the envelope on what he considered acceptable behavior, because he had been desperate to keep a person he thought was faithful. Even with what Josiah had done, Quentin still pushed for more. A dry humping session turned into demanding mutual masturbation, and the mutual masturbation turned into wanting just one lick or just one touch. Ray was different. He wasn't making his excitement a secret. It was between their bodies, strong and firm against Josiah. It throbbed, but Ray didn't push. Instead, he honored Josiah's request, exploring his skin. He slid tawny-colored fingers over Josiah's mahogany skin, and they were both mesmerized by the touch, lost in the connection. Ray's eyes hooded as he slid his thumb over the bridge of Josiah's nose, rumbling when he finally traced his eyebrows and smooth forehead again. "You're beautiful," Ray rumbled. Josiah recognized the husky arousal in his comforting words, and he wrinkled his nose, pushing against the other man. "Let me up." Ray paused with his fingers at the edge of Josiah's hairline. He smoothed curls of baby hairs before he obliged the other man and rolled away from him, propping himself up with his elbow as Josiah pushed himself up and rubbed his hands down his face. "What is it?" "Nothing." "Liar." It's clearly not nothing, so tell me what's up. Josiah flicked his gaze towards the top of the tent, sucked in a deep breath, and then sighed on the exhale. How many people have you done this with? This dumb blanket tent and this you're so beautiful thing. Ray didn't say anything. Well? How many? I'm asking. Is this what you do to win people over? You build this childish tent and you tell one little secret about yourself, so you seem endearing, and then you asked for the secret. And? I'm not so naive to think no one else has ever asked you for a secret before. Josiah's stomach churned. How do I know this isn't your standby one? I feel sick. Josiah. Don't. He scrubbed trembling hands down his face. Don't touch me. Please. Ray frowned, sitting upright with him. What is it? Josiah shook his head. I don't want to be one of your conquests. I'm not a prize, and wooing me or whatever isn't going to get you what you think it will. I know you're not a prize, Josiah. Are you sure? Because you're trying really fucking hard to make me one, and I promise you, it's not going to happen. Whatever you think is going to happen here, isn't going to fucking happen. Josiah glowered. I'm not backing out of our agreement, but we can't do things like this. I want our arrangement to be strictly business. Josiah. What? He snapped. I haven't done this with anyone else. How do I know you're telling the truth? He gave a brief pause. I don't. The truth is, I don't know if you're lying or not lying. This is crazy, but you just have to trust me. And why would I trust you with your very specific and detailed resume? I didn't sleep with you the other night. Josiah knit his eyebrows together. Not sleeping with me when I was drunk isn't a favor. It's called simply being a decent human. You begged me. I was drunk. Obviously. Josiah scowled. And you pouted when I turned you down. Still drunk. Actually, why didn't you fuck me? I didn't realize you were so discerning. Ray shrugged. I told you. I didn't think your first time should be some drunken tryst you wouldn't remember, and you were really drunk. To be fair, you probably wouldn't have made it through the whole session. Well, okay then. Josiah gathered the comforter over his lap and stretched. Anything else you want to say since you're just laying things out? No. I'm going to go start on dinner. I can eat leftovers from breakfast. No. I promised you dinner, so you're getting dinner. Despite their tense conversation, Ray offered a little smile. I'll go get started. He dipped out of the tent, and Josiah crossed his arms over his body, hugging himself and resting his head on his knees. His eyes welled with tears for a third time, and his features screwed up. He kept his breathing steady, even though he trembled inside the tent. Secret crying. It was something he found himself doing all the time with Quentin. In fact, there were more nights where he cried himself to sleep than nights when he didn't, but he hadn't learned the technique with his ex-boyfriend. He'd learned it as a child. He stayed in the curled-up position, letting the tears slide over his cheeks and along his knees, trailing down his corded thighs, losing track of time. Josiah, dinner's ready. Did you fall asleep? Ray tugged the flaps of the blanket tent open, and Josiah snapped awake, swiping his arm over swollen eyes and puffy cheeks, but it was too late. Hey. Fuck. What's wrong? Nothing, Josiah whispered, turning his face away as a new wave of tears formed. His brain screamed at his body, chanting pep-talking him, but his body had gone rogue. The tears were falling, and there was nothing he could do about it. Shit. Did I hurt you? Ray ducked into the tent and moved over to him. And no. Josiah pinched his eyes. This is embarrassing. It's not, Ray corrected. You've been through a lot lately. It's okay. If you want to talk about it, you can. Josiah shook his head. I don't. Okay, but if you ever want to talk, you can. I don't think I will. I mean, you don't know how it feels to be violated. Aren't you on the opposite side of things, usually? Usually. Ray retreated and came back with 2 bowls of stir-fry. He set one bowl in front of Josiah and crossed his legs, setting the second bowl in his lap as he mixed everything together. They didn't have any chopsticks, or I would have gotten some. Josiah peered down at the meal. My first sexual experience, Ray sighed. It was with a woman much older than me. I had a crush on her and she took advantage. He squinted down at his food. My parents, well, they took action when they found out, and I was so angry at them. It took me years to realize I'd been violated, but the effects were there. Josiah turned to Ray. What? The anxiety, the organization thing, it all happened after the experience. My parents noticed. As I said, they took action. I was safe afterwards, but I was never away from the person, hence the panic attacks. Oh, Josiah frowned. I'm sorry. It's fine. The point is, I know how it feels to be hurt. I know it's not the same as what you've gone through. He spooned rice into his mouth, chewing steadily and swallowing. His actions were controlled, and the pain was evident in his eyes. They were deep chasms of sadness, fractured and broken, and Josiah hadn't noticed until now. He had made all of his points about Ray being a calloused playboy, but the truth had always been in his eyes. Josiah poked at his food, stabbing the vegetables with his fork. The worst part is I still feel his hands all over me, and it feels like ants. I can't handle it, knowing you've touched so many other people and been intimate with them. Intimate is a word. You slept with them. Yeah, but it wasn't any sort of mind-blowing deep experience. It was fun, assisted masturbation basically. You still slept with them though. I did, yup. And now? What happens when we're no longer locked down, and you can do whatever you want? What do you want to happen? If we're pretending to be together, then I don't want anyone coming out of the woodwork saying they've been with you, since we've been together. A given. Are you going to be able to resist those types of urges? Ray chuckled, smiling. I'll be fine. I've got hands and some favorite porn stars I can revisit. Anyway, eat your food before it gets cold. Ray tipped his head towards Josiah's bowl. Porn stars, huh? They're definitely not nearly as sexy as you are, but it is what it is. Well, thank you, I think. Josiah exhaled a little giggle, surprising them both with the sound. The release was good, and Ray's confession grounded Josiah. The raw honesty of it was something Josiah needed. Ray had witnessed one of the darkest nights in Josiah's life, and Josiah needed the same in return. He needed to know Ray could drop his guard and open up to him. You're welcome. Now eat. I won't tell you again. He gave an up nod to Josiah's food. Chapter 9. Ray. At some point between the sun going down and it rising again, Ray and Josiah's endless conversation had dissolved. One party had broken the chain of question-answer-question, and Ray suspected it had been him. Somewhere in the night he had fallen asleep to the patterned rises and falls of Josiah's voice, the little hits of playfulness, secret laughter, and nostalgia all bundled into one. He had cracked his eyes openly at witching hour and found the other man asleep next to him, his deep rumbling voice replaced with light snoring, which had lulled Ray back to sleep as well. When he woke again, it was to fingers combing through his hair, and the daytime heat shaking off the cold nighttime temperatures. His bulky body stretched over Josiah's, and his head rested on his shoulder, buried in the crook of his neck. The smell of Josiah's shea butter and vanilla hair products filled his nose, and Josiah's hard-on pressed into the inside of Ray's knee. He ignored the hard-on and cracked his eyes open. Good morning, sleepyhead. Hey, Ray grunted. What time is it? Mid-morning, but it's Sunday, and we're locked down, so I didn't expect you had anywhere to be. Ray knuckled his eyes and yawned, stretching sleep-tense muscles. Plus, Josiah continued, you look fucking adorable when you're sleeping. Plot twist. How is it a plot twist? I didn't think you ever looked adorable. Josiah patted Ray's cheek. But I'm in the wrong there. Watching you sleep almost makes all the rest forgivable. Almost. Almost, huh? Have you ordered breakfast yet, or are you steady lying next to me watching me sleep? Watching you sleep. You fancy yourself as the man in charge, so I was waiting for you to wake up and order for me. Were you? Josiah nodded. And I was thinking. Thinking about what? About some of the things we talked about last night. What about them? Ray groaned. His own hard-on got worse, not better. With his eyes open and the haze of sleep evaporated, he looked upon Josiah's features. He remembered tracing them with his fingers the night before, but now he wanted to trace them with his lips. He wanted to feel the feather-light kisses of Josiah's eyelashes against him, explore the smooth terrain of his cheeks, and let the sharp pricks of Josiah's stubbled chin rise color to his lips. Not about them exactly. I mean, I liked it. It's hard to call it a date per se, but if it was a date, it was the best one I've ever been on. Really? Then, I'm happy to call it a date. Josiah's eyelids fluttered. Of course you are. He sighed. Point is still true though. Everyone usually thinks I want something complicated. I've been on so many dinner and movies dates it's not even funny, but the thing is, I don't want to sit in a dark room when I could be getting to know my date, and I don't need an overpriced meal either. So you like my blanket tent? The tent is stupid, Josiah shot back, but his lips lifted at the corners to the dichotomy of his words. But yes, I liked it. Ray smiled. Good. I should get some food ordered for us. I was thinking of making up a grocery list, so we don't have to have something delivered every single day. A grocery list sounds fine, but not yet. Aren't you hungry? I am, but I'm not ready to get up yet. Josiah wrapped his hand around Ray's forearm, sliding it up to his bicep and tickling the space where his shirt sleeve ended. Ray shuddered, flexing his muscles. All right, he whispered. What should we do instead? Lie back down. We could talk more like last night. Sure. Whose turn was it? Josiah chuckled, adjusting his position when Ray laid back down. He combed his fingers through Ray's hair again, round-tipped nails scraping Ray's scalp. Yours. It was yours, but you fell asleep on me and never answered my question. What was your question? My question was, what would your perfect morning be like, but now it's morning, so I guess it's an awkward question. No, it's not. I can answer it. Ray smirked. My perfect morning is this, except somewhere away from everything else going on. Waking up next to someone in a blanket tent? Ray chuckled. Maybe not the blanket tent, but waking up next to someone whose company I enjoy, talking with them, relaxing with them, no rushing. People rush too much, always wanting to be here or there, and no one ever takes the time to settle down. I agree with you, but I believe you're a victim of too much running around too, aren't you? I guess I can be, but I try to get a break from it all regularly. How? Unplugging, having relaxing hobbies, you know, the usual. Relaxing hobbies? Josiah lifted his eyebrows. Yeah, it's a thing my therapist was pretty intent on. You know, some hobbies can be stressful, or they can add to your anxiety about being good at whatever it is you're doing, so it's important to pick hobbies where you can relax. Josiah's hand paused in Ray's hair, like what? Well, I used to be really into sports, but the competitiveness stressed me out, so instead, I switched to something non-competitive. My favorite hobby right now is baking, believe it or not. Baking? Josiah lifted both of his eyebrows. Big muscly dude likes baking. Hey, don't knock it until you try it, or at least eat the results. Okay. You like cooking, huh? Yeah. I cooked for my sister when we were little because our parents were always working, but those were survival meals. When I moved out, my therapist suggested getting back into it. So you did? Yeah, and I'm pretty good at it, actually. Really? Josiah trapped his bottom lip between his pearly white teeth, and Ray saw the gears turning in Josiah's mind. Josiah had always been brilliant, but he had also always lived in the shadows of his older brothers. Being openly gay didn't help either, and Josiah had been looked over most of their high school years. He'd been in the back, minding his own business and getting top marks in most subjects. In their mathematics courses, he set the curve, and there were many awards days where he stood in front of the assembled students, collecting numerous awards for his achievements. Josiah had been cute then too, but they had run in different social circles. Thanks to anime and his ability to speak Japanese, Ray had been popular, and he'd always been surrounded by a flock of eager girls and boys. He'd always had the pick of the litter, so to speak, but he'd always wanted Josiah. Nerdy little Josiah with the oversized glasses, wide nose too big for his slender face, and big bright eyes. He was cute then, but what intrigued Ray had been his intelligence and his no-fuss attitude. Yeah, really. Do you remember when we had to work together on the group project in chemistry? Josiah came out of his thoughts and tilted his head. Oh? You mean the only project I received less than a perfect score on? I'm pretty confident my partner dragged my score down. Ray chuckled. It was a 98. You lived. I was mortified. It took my overall average down from a 104.6 to a 103.4. It was very heavily weighted. Funny, I still remember you getting the award for the highest science GPA out of everyone. My dad was so mad too. Why? He thought I should have won it. Nothing against you getting it at all. Anyway, how about I make you some breakfast? Are you ready to get up yet? No, Josiah tugged at Ray again, crescent moons of his nails kissing the inside of Ray's forearm. Okay, well I'm getting hungry, so. Okay, Josiah cut him off, okay. Just a second. Okay. Ray quirked an eyebrow and lowered the other. What? Josiah squeezed his eyes shut before launching himself from his reclined position and pressing his pillowy lips into Ray's. The kiss was over seconds after it started, but Josiah stole Ray's breath, leaving him gasping for air. His lips buzzed. What was that? A kiss. Josiah laid back down, tucking his arm behind his head and tipping his chin down. He looked up at Ray, and the whites of his eyes cradled rusted copper irises. Josiah's pupils dilated, and his full lips parted on a little sigh. I know. Why? Because I wanted to. His nostrils flared, and he scanned his tongue over his upper lip. It shined with moisture and drew Ray's attention. Josiah looked down, showing off a shade of curly eyelashes before opening his eyes and finding Ray's gaze again. Was it okay? Yeah, Ray croaked. Good. Josiah wriggled under him, thoughtlessly baiting movements. His legs brushed over Ray's legs, then his hip, and Josiah's loose lounge shirt lifted, revealing his lean stomach. Now we can eat. Ray rumbled. With anyone else, he would have stolen another kiss, and desperate kisses would have turned into a steamy morning session with at least 3 positions and 2 filled condoms. With Josiah, he settled for the kiss despite the growl vibrating his throat and his cock straining 2 tight briefs. Yeah, Ray agreed. He bent forward, bringing his lips close to Josiah's and letting his hair pool at his shoulders. Their mouths didn't connect a second time, but like lightning, the charge sprouted from them both and connected in the center. It drew another moan from Josiah, and this time he put his head back, exposing the column of his neck, his shuddering Adam's apple, and a little dash of dark freckles along the corded slope of his shoulder. Ah, Josiah sighed. Ray sighed with him. Breakfast, he whispered into the shell of Josiah's ear, cooling blazing skin with playful words. Josiah groaned and swatted him, throwing him off balance and sending him into the mattress. Asshole. Ray laughed. Maybe, but you're the one with the boundaries. No, it's really not funny. I was trying to be open with you, and you're being, well, you. It's because I'm hungry. You keep stopping me, and my stomach is literally about to start eating my spine. You're being overdramatic. I'm really not. It could happen, and I might be the first person it happens to. If so, please record it so scholars know that I not only died of horniness but also hunger. Josiah rolled his eyes. Please be serious. We need a photo for social media. Right now. Yes. I want to announce it today. Ray rubbed his aching belly before turning his head to Josiah with a little smile. All right. How do you want to announce it? I want to post a picture of us together inside your stupid blanket tent. All right. Get your phone and tell me how you want to do it. Josiah dug around the tangle of sheets, grabbing his cell phone and checking his messages. His lips pulled down at the corners as he swiped through a series of notifications before he unlocked his cell phone and turned the camera to them. He adjusted the lighting too, taking it from a normal soft blue to a sepia tone. It looks like an old photo, Ray grunted. I know, but it's one of the themes I use a lot, and you have to keep a consistency, or else your page looks sloppy. All right then, boss. How do you want my hair? Down like it is. I like it down. Okay, anything else? No, just hang on. Josiah fumbled with the settings a bit more before he slithered close to Ray, sliding himself next to Ray's body. He contorted himself, twisting and turning, so he looked slender and muscular at the same time, and then he rested his head next to Ray's, letting their foreheads touch as he offered a casual, pleasant smile to the camera. You look uncomfortable. What do you mean? The pose is natural. Yeah, the pose is natural, but your face. You look scared, not confident. I don't. Yeah, you actually really do. Set the thing to take a series of pictures in 10 seconds first, and then put it back into position. I don't know how doing a timer will help, but okay, Josiah sighed. He performed the task before angling the cell phone again and stretching his lips into another tense smile. It's so you don't have to worry about clicking the shutter. Now, how funny was it when I whispered breakfast into your ear? Not funny at all, actually, Josiah hissed, but it was cute when you curled into me while you were asleep. You're such a cuddlebug when you're sleeping. Aha. Josiah's face relaxed into a more natural smile. It's okay. I won't tell anyone about how you secretly like to be the little spoon. There's nothing wrong with being the little spoon. A guy who can't open up and let his guard down is a guy who's probably got some issues with his position in society. Hypermasculinity, or whatever. Toxic masculinity, Josiah laughed. The first picture went off, catching Ray's dancing eyes and Josiah's easy laughter. They looked like a couple. The cell phone's camera took the next dozen pictures as Josiah sobered from his laughter, eyes gleefully closed and plump cheeks accenting his smile. Ray wanted the exact right moment for the perfect picture and for the perfect first, technically second kiss. Josiah's laughter died down, and he cracked open bedroom eyes as Ray touched a hand to his jawline, twisted around and pressed his lips into Josiah. Another picture snapped, but Ray didn't end the kiss. He slid his hand from Josiah's cheek around to the back of his head, holding him in place, as his tongue knocked at Josiah's teeth, and then slipped past them once he gained entry. His tongue explored the caverns of Josiah's mouth, casually, politely. He urged Josiah's tongue out to play, drawing it back into his own mouth, tasting it, and then releasing it with a little nip. Josiah shivered and moaned on Ray's retreat. His eyes had fluttered closed at some point, and when they opened, they housed a new type of hunger in them. He discarded his cell phone and moaned again as Ray drew him into another kiss. Part 2. Chapter 10. Josiah. The luxury suite was both a beautiful vacation spot and a glorified prison. 2 weeks had gone by with virus cases steadily on the rise. The death toll had been the highest so far a few days prior, and while Josiah put on a happy face for his followers, when the camera was off, he couldn't find the energy for anything beyond lying supine across his mattress, legs and arms dangling off the sides. He took in a deep breath and exhaled it out as the red-numbered digital clock flashed the hour. It was 8 in the morning on a routine Tuesday, after a routine Monday. Ray woke at 6 o'clock in the morning on the weekdays, and he worked out and showered before settling in his makeshift office at the kitchen table. Most mornings, Josiah pretended to be asleep as Ray tiptoed into the bedroom, snuck into the shower, and then tiptoed back out with a towel around his bottom half. He left wet footprints on the white hardwood flooring, tracks for when Josiah finally cracked his eyes open and slipped out of the bed. Josiah showered sometime after 8 o'clock. At the beginning of the lockdown, he showered earlier, but as the time wore on, the need for a schedule disappeared, and he showered later and later each day. Some days he skipped, but even when he did shower, he ended up back dressed in a baggy sweater and loose-fitting lounge clothes. His deliveries had been drastically delayed, which meant he had nothing to show his followers but his life in his gilded cage, and there was no point in showing how opulent and privileged his locked-down life was. Who was he to complain when his money flowed steadily, and he had all of his meals delivered by others in not as comfortable situations? He woke late and slept early, checked the news when he felt like hearing the subtle panic in the reporter's tone, but he was detached from the true horrors of the virus, and he would always be. He curled his fingers as they grew heavy from pooled blood, and finally pushed himself upright, combing his fingers through his growing afro. He liked his hair short, but it had been 3 weeks in lockdown so far and 5 weeks since his last haircut. It was starting to show, but he brushed and slicked his hair down as best he could. He bent his body forward, fitting his torso between his folded legs and stretching the vertebrae of his spinal cord, releasing the tension from sleeping, and as he crawled out of bed, Ray knocked on the door. "Your packages are here." People are saying it's best to let mail sit for 2 to 3 days before touching it though, so I had the delivery guy put your boxes in the corner of the living room. "Okay," Josiah drawled, rubbing his hands down his face and collapsing into bed again. There was no point in showering now. The worst part about the lockdown was the newly available mental capacity for things beyond living life. Of course, Josiah's life was hardly stressful, but without parties, clubs, or other social events, he had more time to think, and he readily avoided thinking. He normally busied himself with so many other things that he was too tired to think at the end of the night, but now he had nothing else to do. He thought about his life growing up, being the best at being the best in hopes of catching his father's attention. It didn't work. Memories of his relationship with Quentin bubbled into his mind. He remembered the highlights and the way Quentin turned him to putty, but he also remembered the fights, the anger, and the sadness. He remembered the nights he fell asleep in an empty bed, tears blotting his face and his own arms wrapped around him. Self-soothing, they called it. He remembered from life sciences, from many different sources. He also remembered the day of the breakup, the day his life crumbled into 1,000 little wispy pieces, and the days after where he tried to put himself back together. Then he remembered some of his drunken tryst with Ray. He remembered the kiss. Even through a drunken stupor, he knew there was something between them, something more than familial hatred in the atmosphere, but he didn't want to admit it. He wasn't ready to sleep with Ray. He wanted to, but he wasn't ready, but he also wasn't sure if he wanted to because of the circumstances, because his childhood fantasy could come true, or because for the last 3 weeks, Ray had been the most accommodating, patient, and encouraging man he had ever met. Quentin had never been encouraging. In fact, despite the reality of Josiah's job paying all of their bills and affording them a lovely apartment in a historic building in downtown Austin, he didn't even consider being a social media influencer a job, and he was never interested in being in any of Josiah's videos. After another few hours, Ray knocked on his door again, calling him for a quiet dinner where they sat across from each other. Sometimes they spoke, but most of the time Josiah picked at his food before returning to his bedroom and crawling back under the sheets. For the rest of the evening, he laid stretched across the bed, dipping in and out of sleep until the next morning, where he repeated the day before and retreated to his room again. The third day, he woke and stared at the ceiling as Ray showered. He could open his packages, so there was one reason to get out of bed. The second reason strolled out in a towel and braided his wet hair. Or perhaps Ray was a reason to stay in bed. Ray peeked into Josiah's drawers, again pulling out the largest of his lounge clothes. After he tugged one of Josiah's workout shirts over his head, he glanced at him in the mirror, dark eyes gazing into Josiah's through the reflection. "How are you feeling today?" Ray asked, dropping the towel and digging through the drawers again. The playboy was proud of his naked body, of course, and why shouldn't he be? He was the one still following various workout challenges, while Josiah's challenge had become eating more than a few bites of any given meal. Ray was more buff. His muscles were tight and corded all through his body, but especially his ass and thighs. Josiah wasn't an ass man. Really, he wasn't an anything man, but getting an uninhibited view of Ray's ass gave him a newfound appreciation for tight asses and muscular thighs. "Fine," Josiah murmured as Ray bent forward and showed a peek of his tight hole. Josiah's hands fisted the sheets, pulling them closer to the center of his body, hiding his arousal under them. "You can open your packages today." "Yeah. I was going to get to it in a bit. I have a lot of videos to catch up on." "Your clothing try-on videos." Ray grabbed the towel again, jostling his cock and balls as the towel collected the moisture between his thighs. Josiah whimpered. "Why yeah, those." "Cool. I'll get breakfast cooked in a minute. We got the week's groceries delivered the other day. Really, it's so much easier than getting food delivered for every meal." He pulled a pair of drawstring basketball shorts over his ass, not bothering with boxers, and the thin fabric barely hid the outline of his cock. Death toll is still high, but cases are starting to slow. There's no real news on a cure, but pretty much everyone's in agreement with self-isolation and social distancing if you have to leave the house. "Cool?" Josiah glanced out of the window. "Sunny. Almost tauntingly so. You have any specific requests for breakfast? I could make something sweet if you wanted. Maybe pancakes?" "You can make whatever you'd like." Josiah sucked his bottom lip. "I may need some help with the filming. It'd go by a lot quicker anyway, if you helped me. Do you have time for it today?" "Yeah, sure. I can take the day off so you can get this done. Do you want to film the boyfriend one today, too?" Not sure. First, I have to see what all I received, then I'll make the decision." "Sounds good." Ray turned around, releasing his hair from the braid and letting it fall in waves around his square face. "Then I'll be in the kitchen." Josiah relaxed when Ray exited the room, rolling his eyes at his body's excitement before showering, brushing his growing afro and shaving his face. After shaving, he felt human again, less forgotten and ignored, and he picked at breakfast as he opened the boxes in order of size. There were 5 large boxes, 3 medium ones and 2 smaller ones, and it took most of the morning for Josiah to organize all the clothes. After everything was organized in piles around the living room, he disassembled the boxes and stacked them by the door. Then he paired clients with clothing and began formulating outfits and video ideas as Ray worked in the other room. The final step was finding the perfect filming spot, and he popped in and out of every room in the suite before deciding on his bedroom. It had the most natural light, the cleanest interior, and the perfect vibe. With his digital camera in hand, and the sleeves of his oversized sweatshirt pushed up to his elbows, he moved into the kitchen. "Ray?" "Yeah?" Ray tore his eyes away from the laptop, closing it as he regarded Josiah. "I'm ready to get the filming done. I think I'm going to start with something a little silly, like what I would have worn for a week on the beach. Do you think people will like it?" Josiah shrugged. "I think we all need a little escapism right now, and these are already things I had planned. It's not like I'm actually going anywhere, after all." "True, but is it a fruitless video when no one has a reason to buy beach clothes to sit at home? What if they wanted to sunbathe in their backyard, or recently purchased a pool?" Josiah paused, thumbing the chevron-patterned camera strap. "I know you think my job is stupid, but if I don't do these videos, I won't get paid, so please don't make me change my mind." "Not trying to make you change your mind. I want you to do the videos, and I'm excited to film them with you, but we gotta find the angle here. Your selling point, because brands are going to be looking for the sell-through too." "Yes, I know. This is much easier when there is no quarantine." "Obviously." Ray smiled. "I like your idea of acknowledging the situation. Let's go with it. So, I'm your camera guy, Ray approached Josiah, gingerly taking the camera from him and looping the neck strap over his head. "You are, and do a good job please, because I'd hate to have to fire you and still see your face every day." Ray chuckled. "I'll do what I can." Aha. Josiah led Ray to the bedroom, where he had already set out his clothes and set marks for both Ray and himself. He explained the settings on the camera and how the process worked before he stepped away from the other man and approached the side of the bed where he'd laid out a week's worth of outfits. Josiah fingered over the starched fabrics before he sucked in a deep breath and peeled his sweatshirt over his head. It had been the first time in weeks that he'd been bare-chested in front of Ray, and his skin prickled under Ray's gaze. He squirmed under it, finding no comfort in Ray's blatant interest. In fact, it had the opposite effect. His skin crawled and his taut stomach turned over, flipping and nodding until bile crept up his esophagus. He dropped his baggy sweatpants, trading it with a designer outfit. He had paired one designer's slim-fitted button-up shirts with another designer's chino slacks. Box-toed loafers completed the look, and he reviewed himself in the mirror. He adjusted his collar, picked a bit of lint from his slacks, and then glanced at Ray. "I'm ready." "All right. I'm starting the video then. Do you want me to turn it off when you change?" "Yeah, please." Josiah transformed as he moved to his mark. He set aside his exhaustion, his worries, his slow simmering depression, and he turned it on. A smile stretched across his face, and he jumped into the intro he had opened his videos with for the last several years. He was bubbly, and while watching the viewfinder, he stepped forwards and backwards as he talked about his outfit, accenting his words with casual laughter. He changed and did the same thing again. He explained the fit of the garments, and even offered his viewers a coupon code to the designer's online shops before closing his video with a heartfelt message and ending the recording himself. "You come alive in front of the camera." Ray closed the viewfinder and set the camera on the dresser. "I guess. It's a persona. I've been filming these videos for so long half of the things I say are etched in my brain, but I enjoy it. I mean, I wouldn't want any other job. I was talking about how you've been in a funk these past few days. You were more like yourself in front of the camera." Josiah peeled off the last outfit. It hadn't been much, just a pair of swim bottoms, a matching button-down shirt, and sandals. For the video, he had left the buttons unfastened, showing his chest and a shadowed peak of his dark nipples. "I guess. You've been walking around here like it's winter with sweatshirts and pants on, and in front of the camera you're showing off every inch of your body. Is it a problem?" Josiah lifted both of his eyebrows, shooting a sharp gaze towards Ray. "Is there a problem with me showing my body to the people who watch my videos? It wasn't porn, and it wasn't vulgar, so if you expect me to cover up because we're fake dating, then this isn't going to work. I didn't say you can't do what you did." "Good, because my filming format wasn't changing." Ray frowned. "I'm trying to ask you if everything's okay. I know the last time we really had a chance to connect, you were anxious about touch." "I'm fine now," Josiah offered Ray a placating smile. He wasn't fine. The thought of anyone's hands on him made his skin itch and crawl. At first, it had been the not knowing, perhaps maybe a germ thing considering the pandemic going on around them, but then it had morphed. He was the one who was dirty, unworthy of touch. Quentin had cheated, after all, because Josiah hadn't been enough for him. "Okay," Ray drawled, extending his hand to Josiah, palm facing the ceiling. "Come here then." Josiah glanced at his hand, then at his face, pressing his lips together. The muscles in his jaw jumped, and he smoothed the bedspread under his fingers. "No. This is silly. I don't have to prove I am okay with touch." "You don't," Ray agreed, letting his hand fall and taking long strides from the center of the room to the bed. He stopped next to Josiah, leaving the sparest bit of distance between their bodies, and Josiah's breath hitched. "Can I touch you?" The question was gentle and polite. Ray asked the way Quentin hadn't. He didn't feel obligated to Josiah's body or attention. He wasn't demanding. Josiah wet his lips. He wanted to say yes, but as his mind collected the sounds for the response, his skin crawled. The low level of nausea still brewing in his throat splashed into his mouth, and sweat collected on his brow. I can't, Josiah gasped. I'm sorry. I can't. He braced himself for Ray's response as his legs turned wobbly under him. Ray clenched his fists. I want to hold you, but, he sighed, I also want you to know I will never touch you without your permission, okay? Josiah whimpered, collapsing on the bed and covering his face with his hands. Okay, he mumbled amidst a wave of tears. Okay. Ray was quiet for a few seconds. It's late, so I'm going to go make dinner. He pulled away from Josiah, following a familiar traveled path towards the door, and as his fingers curled around the knob, Josiah pulled his hands from his face. Ray? Yeah? He paused. Josiah nibbled his thumb, prying off the nail and leaving a jagged edge before he tucked his hands between his thighs. Ray expected an answer, but he didn't have one, and he trembled as he looked into Ray's questioning features. And nothing, I guess. Okay. Frustration and concern were clear on Ray's face, but he didn't comment. Instead, he tipped his head in a bow. I'll be in the kitchen. Chapter 11. Ray. Dinner was quiet and awkward. Again. It was becoming a theme, and if Josiah was trying to hide his depression, he was failing. It was so painfully obvious by the way he looked and the dim light in his eyes, and Ray knew it wasn't all because of the pandemic and the lockdown. The lockdown wasn't easy, not by a long shot, but Ray had been busy with one thing or another. If he wasn't video calling his employees and giving them daily briefings, he was talking to his friends and having game nights, all of which Josiah had been invited to, but he hadn't joined in. Seeing Josiah break down when the last interaction they'd had was lively and fun split Ray's heart into pieces, but he tried to keep himself neutral. Josiah picked at his meal until it had grown cold, and as if congealed rice and cold meat was his cue, he stood up, announced his departure, and disappeared into the bedroom. Ray washed the dishes, put away the food, and wiped down the counters until the whole kitchen sparkled, then his cell phone rang from his pocket. It was a custom ringtone, and he smiled as he put the cell phone to his ear. Flower child, he answered. Horny child, an airy voice replied. Sorry I didn't call sooner. I got stuck overseas and my cell phone plan got cancelled. It's so much. Anyway, I managed to get back in the States, thank goodness for the embassy. How are you? We'll talk about me in a minute, Fern. You first. How was your trip? It was great, actually, until the world exploded with a novel virus and everything got shut down. I'm with my parents now because I had to make an executive decision, and it didn't seem wise to enter into a lockdown somewhere else. How's your dad? Annoying. The deepest level of annoying, but he's fine. We've been extra careful here because he has to go out for dialysis 3 times a week, and there's no way to avoid it. I have never cooked so much in my life. Shocking, considering you're vegan. I am only vegan because I have an expert private chef who makes sure I never have to be hungry. I don't have time to make vegan food all the time. Good Lord, Ray, who do you think I am? Ray laughed. Okay. How's your mom? She's fine too. Retired and enjoying every second of her life. She's trying to learn Spanish. How's it going? Well? She's trying to learn Spanish, Fern repeated. Noted. Yup. Okay, your turn. Spill. I've heard rumors, but I'd rather hear things from the horse's or slut's mouth. Are you calling me a slut? Would I be lying if I did, though? No, Ray grunted. What rumors? I heard you were actually dating someone? I haven't watched much of the news lately or been on social media, but it's the whispers. You heard right then. Are you sure? I heard you were dating Josiah Nelson. You know, of the Nelsons your family has been feuding with since before you were born. Yeah, Josiah Nelson. The one we went to school with, who had the Coke bottle glasses and won all the awards. Fern groaned. This is an absolutely terrible idea, you know this, right? Dreadful idea. It's already happening, but yeah, I know it could get pretty bad. Your dad is going to lose his shit. Yeah, but there's a positive spin here. Yeah, there's a positive spin here. 2 positives, actually. My approval rating has gone up, and so have the stocks for the business. The whole family man thing is working. What's the second positive? Oh no. You've fallen for him, haven't you? I thought you got over this in high school. Evidently not. I mean, I really like him. Does he know this, or does he still think it's a game? I don't know. We haven't really talked about it, but we kissed. I just want to point out one more thing that makes this whole relationship certifiably nuts. He's a virgin, and you fuck anything with legs and a pulse. I know he's a virgin. It's all over his social media. Okay. So what, you're going to be Johnny No Fucks now? It's an adjustment. Ray laughed. An adjustment is right. Oh, damn it. Let me let you go. I'll call you back, Fern promised, ending the call before Ray spoke again. Discarding the cell phone, Ray draped a dish towel over the lip of the sink, exiting the kitchen and moving into the living room. Sleeping on a firm couch hadn't been his idea of the perfect mattress, but it had done wonders for his posture and his back. He shuffled pillows around and grabbed blankets. As he tossed the last pillow towards one side of the couch, Josiah's bedroom door opened, and the other man stood against the dark room, curling his toes against the hardwood and gripping the door frame. Ray? His voice was soft, unobtrusive. Shy. Yeah? Will you join me? In here. Ray glanced down at the couch bed before looking at Josiah. Despite the summer temperatures, he had on a lumpy sweater and baggy sweats, and Ray bit the inside of his cheek, chewing it before he replied. Yeah. I'll join you, but if you hog the blankets all night, I'm out, he teased. Josiah didn't find it funny, and he kept his somber look as Ray abandoned the couch and moved into the bedroom with him. Ray peeled his shirt over his head and traded his new work uniform, a pair of Josiah's sweats, for briefs. Which side do you prefer? Ray drew his hair into a bun. Josiah squeezed the hem of his sweater, the left, I guess. Cool? He kept his voice light as he pulled the sheets back on the right side of the bed and crawled between them, reveling in their initial chill before they warmed to his body temperature. He fluffed the pillows as an internal battle raged inside Josiah, but he offered no assistance. After a few quietly tumultuous moments, Josiah peeled his sweater over his head and slipped the sweatpants off, revealing his lean legs and a pair of briefs covering his bottom half. His muscles stood out against his mahogany skin, but not because he'd gained. They stood out because he'd lost muscle mass, but again Ray was silent, and he patted the space beside him, extending his hand. Josiah's wall was built, but he got into bed with Ray, lying on his back and staring at the ceiling. Good night, Josiah, Ray murmured once the other man had settled beside him. Josiah didn't reply. He was still awake because his breathing hadn't grown heavy. He wasn't snoring, but he didn't speak for a long time. 30 minutes at least, or perhaps even longer. Josiah was quiet for so long Ray had almost fallen asleep. His eyelids and limbs were heavy. Ray? He groaned. Am I dirty? I don't know. You don't smell bad or anything. When's the last time you showered? No. I mean, am I dirty? Intrinsically dirty in a way you can't clean in the shower. No. You're not dirty. Ray shook off the haze of sleep and turned his head to Josiah. His body followed. Why do you think you're dirty? I don't know. I feel dirty. Touched and violated. Those are valid ways to feel, but you're not dirty, Josiah. Ray sighed. Do you think you may want to schedule some time with a therapist? I can call mine if you want me to. No. I don't need a therapist. I'm fine. Ray frowned. A therapist will give you a chance to unpack what all is going on with the breakup and everything. They'll know coping skills too, and they'll be way more qualified than me. I'm really grappling in the dark here. I don't need a therapist, Josiah murmured, rolling away from him. I'll make a deal with you. What is it? We can have a joint session the first time, and you can use it for one of your videos. You can talk about it with your followers about it, and get one of those sponsorships. Compelling offer. You really want me to go then? Yeah. I really do. I'll think about it. Josiah resigned. All right. Ray closed his eyes again, letting sleep take him this time. When he woke the next morning, he had slept later than normal, and he was in bed alone. Josiah? Ray called in a sleepy voice, and the other man poked his head out from the bathroom. Yeah? Oh. You're up early. Yeah. I thought about what you said last night. About the therapy. Yes, and also about the videos. I think we should do one today. We have two options. We can do the boyfriend tag, or you can rate some of my outfits. Why not both? Don't you have to work today? Ray laughed. I am so far ahead on my work, it's a shame. I can take a day or hell, the rest of the week off. Oh, okay. Josiah's lips tugged into a Mona Lisa smile. Well then, let me finish in here, and I'll be ready to start filming. Chapter 12. Josiah. For the first time in weeks, he woke up rested. His body had migrated close to Ray's in his sleep, enjoying his warmth and comfort, but as soon as his eyes opened, he pulled away from the other man and escaped to the bathroom. He had considered relieving the raging hard-on in his briefs, but he liked the burn of arousal and the anticipation. There was a common misconception that virgins didn't get excited as if they had no sexual desire or no interest in it, but none of those ideas were true. There were occasions where he wondered if he were asexual or aromantic, and those thoughts were much more pervasive when he was sleeping next to his ex-boyfriend, but with Ray, he found himself craving all those little steps leading up to sex. He craved Ray's subtle touch, the tickle of Ray's breath on his neck, and those stolen glances too. He felt better after the confirmation, after knowing Ray found him attractive, but the way Ray drank him in at every turn never got old. After his shower, he surrendered the bathroom to the other man as he looked for a list of boyfriend questions, checked his stats, and set up the camera. He had finished editing the clothing haul video yesterday and posted it, and it had garnered a regular amount of attention. The attention wasn't exponential, but it wasn't worse either, and not being worse was a completely acceptable metric. When he found a list of questions, he browsed through them, prepping himself for the questions he had to ask Ray. There were 20, and he was convinced Ray could answer perhaps 3, maybe 4 if he were an observant person. On the upside, it would make for an interesting video. On the downside, it could be difficult to pass them off as a couple. Josiah picked at his lips as he lounged across his bed, and when Ray emerged from his shower, he smiled gently. I set up already. Cool. Let me get dressed and I'll be ready. No problem. Josiah smiled a little more. So the way this works is basically, I'll read these questions to you, and you have to answer them with what you think the correct answer will be based on what you know about me. Sounds dangerous. Ray chuckled. Maybe so. Have you decided on what kind of personality you want? I want my regular one. Ray arched an eyebrow, glancing at Josiah through the mirror. I know you want your regular one, but what part of it do you want to magnify? I want to compliment you, so whatever will compliment you is the personality I want. Josiah peered past Ray, eyes dimming as he thought about it. Okay. Well, I kind of go with bubbly and a fashion forward. What if you were relaxed and a little hipster? I mean, you do cook. Ray tugged a shirt over his head. A hipster. You do have an eco-friendly company, too. Didn't your whole entire company go paperless a few years ago? Yeah, we did, but it wasn't necessarily for the environment. It was also a lot easier than having stacks and stacks of papers everywhere. I mean, it doesn't matter why you did it. It can still benefit the environment. Sure. I guess. So what? I'm your long-haired, eco-friendly Asian boyfriend. Josiah giggled. Where's the lie? Nowhere. I guess I'll take it. Ray combed his hair, pulling it into a bun. Leave it down. I like how it looks on your shoulders, Josiah requested. Ray gave a little grin. Thought you didn't like my hair. Aesthetics, Josiah shot back, biting his lip over a smile. It's good to hear you laughing, Ray said as he collapsed down on the edge of the bed in front of the camera, brushing Josiah's shoulder. Let's get this started. All right. So the key here is to be aware of the camera, but not super conscious of it. Do you know what I mean? Yup. Cool. Josiah checked the setting once more before he started the camera and returned to Ray's side. He waved to the camera and went through his basic introduction, turning on his bubbly personality. Before he announced the video idea, he went through his outfit, listing coupon codes for his followers and breezing through sponsors. When he got to the meat of the video, he held up his cell phone and shook it. So today, we're going to be doing the boyfriend tag. I know. About time, right? Josiah winked. So, I've got my boyfriend here, Josiah motioned to Ray, and he's going to answer 20 questions about yours truly. 20? Ray looked at Josiah. Yeah, 20. Josiah fanned Ray's shoulder and then turned back to the camera. Without further ado, let's get into it. First question. How did we meet? Ray drummed his fingers on his thighs before looking at Josiah, regarding him. We first met in high school science class. I mean, we'd seen each other before then, or I'd seen you, but first words exchanged were in science class. Then it took me only a decade and some change to catch you. Catch me? I'm prey now. Josiah tilted his head, cutting his eyes to Ray. It was safe to be flirty on the camera. In front of the camera, nothing would ever happen. It was a show, a simple display. He knew the viewers would eat it up too, would dissect every glance they shared, and Josiah wanted them to. He wanted them to smash their names together for hashtags and screen grab clips of them for memes. Yeah, delicious prey. Ray's eyes sparkled. Next question. Okay. We're going to eat out. Where are we going? An American food place, but more importantly, whatever gets ordered, you're going to want to try some of mine. Hey. Okay, truth. Josiah laughed. No further comment there. What's one food I don't like? One food? Ray lifted his eyebrows. You don't like gravy. Right again. Josiah laughed off his right answer, but his insides tingled. They had only gone through 3 questions, but Ray's responses were perfect. First, they were correct despite them never discussing such things, and second, he was the perfect blend of flirty and serious for the camera. Plus, he looked damn good on film too. He filled the frame, and the so-called camera weight was nothing on him. How many brothers and sisters do I have? Josiah read from his cell phone. 2 older brothers, no sisters, Ray answered easily. Am I a morning person or a night person? Neither really, but more on the side of a night person if I had to pick one. You're not the type to get up early unless you're really excited about something, and even then, early to you is around 8 o'clock, not like 5:15 or anything. Josiah's eyelids fluttered, and a relaxed smile crossed his face. He swayed his shoulders and exposed the length of his neck, angling his body towards Ray with a pleased glint in his eyes. I like you telling me about myself. Good. What's the next one? Josiah smiled a dimpled smile. If I was collecting anything, what would it be? Something you don't already collect. You already collect shoes and jewelry, what else is there? I don't know. It's your question, not mine. All right. To be honest, aside from shoes and jewelry, I don't know, so one of those. Josiah shrugged. I'm really not a collecting type of person, but yeah, probably something I can at least utilize, but if I can use it, does it count as collecting? No idea. I guess. Okay, so. Do we have a song? If so, what is it? Haha. Yeah, we don't have a song, but I could pick one. You could pick one? Yeah. I could pick one for what I think of our relationship. I'm worried. Oh no. Don't tell me. Let me know the genre, and we can have my followers guess what song it is. Give me the genre and year it was written. Okay. Top 40 hits in 2007. Ray grinned, peering into Josiah's eyes. 2007 was special. It wasn't just a vague date. It was firsts for both of them. Josiah didn't want to admit it, but he'd followed Ray's career as much as Ray had followed his. He knew when the other man had closed his major deals, and when he had succeeded in impressive investments. 2007. It was a big year for them both, not a random year. He broke eye contact with Ray and turned back to the camera. There it is, guys. So, if you have a song guess, drop it in the comment section down below, and I don't know, I'm feeling festive. Whoever guesses the right answer will get a $100 gift card to Aiden Blake, you know, the underwear company. Josiah wiggled his brows, so y'all can get a little something sexy to wear during the quarantine. Josiah smiled. Okay, next question. What is my nickname? Josie and Josh, but you'd rather Josie than Josh. Yup. What's my weirdest habit? I don't know if this counts as a habit, Ray started, regarding the camera. He looked directly into it, too. There was no shyness, no reservations. He was bold and confident as he peered into the lens, but he doesn't fold anything. Nothing's organized. You should see his sock drawer. It's a mess and a half. Josiah glared. What? You are messy. It's not a problem. I like you because of your flaws, not in spite of them. Aha. Josiah scrolled down the list. What do you think I'm talented at? Your job. Style. Communicating with others. All this social media stuff. Personal branding. What about cooking? Yeah, no. I do all the cooking for this relationship. All of it. Ray laughed, hiking a thumb to Josiah. He sticks to the eating. Damn straight. Josiah's heart fluttered. And I think I quite like it this way. What about you? Yeah, it's not bad. I enjoy cooking for you and serving you. Ray's voice dropped a little lower. The camera could still hear, but it wasn't as outspoken as the other words. Josiah's cheeks warmed, and he trapped his lips between his teeth, fighting a smile. Good, he shot back, turning his attention back to his cell phone. When was the first time you said I love you to me? I haven't yet, Ray answered. Honest again. Would you like to tell our viewers why not? Because saying it is very serious, and I want to say it at the right time. Ray smiled. Josiah lifted his chin, peering down at Ray, but then he turned to the camera and gave a naughty little smile. He's good. Okay, without looking, what's my eye color? Brown. But more specifically, you've got these beautiful warm chocolate brown eyes, round shape. Soulful. You can get lost in them. Josiah bit his lip over a smile. Really? Yeah, really. Trying to make me cut the video off. We can come back to it later, Ray reminded him, if there's something else more interesting. He slid his hand down Josiah's back. Still, with his bottom lip between his teeth, he shook his head and stood up, turning off the camera. You're bad. People are going to think we're being intimate, and I'm lying about being a virgin. Ray tugged him back over once the camera was off, and he fit Josiah between his thighs, holding him in place with his hips. I'll confirm I'm horny as hell as many times as I need to make sure they believe you. Josiah lifted a single eyebrow. You like my eyes? I do. Ray slid his hands up Josiah's sides. And your lips. He leaned up, sweeping his lips over Josiah's. Josiah shivered at the touch. We shouldn't be doing this. Doing what? Kissing. I'm pretty sure kissing is allowed, isn't it? Ray didn't stop either. After the featherlight kiss to Josiah's lips, he scattered kisses along his jawline. Kissing is allowed, yeah. Josiah's shorts grew tight, and he placed his hands on Ray's shoulders, brushing his hair out of the way. His balls were heavy. His cock throbbed. He was fairly convinced he had never been so horny in his life. Kissing is all we're doing right now, Ray confirmed, pressing his lips into Josiah's neck. Josiah arched on his toes. It's not. You're teasing me, he whispered. You're making me horny. I been done made you horny. Now I'm making it worse. Why? Josiah arched his back, pushing out his chest, and his fingers squeezed Ray's bicep as he felt a little bead of pre-cum work through his cock. His muscles flexed. God. I want you, I'm just not ready yet. It's okay. Tell me what all you want to do the first time you have sex. I know you've thought about it. Josiah stood there between Ray's thighs, kneading the man's shoulder as he took in a deep breath and exhaled. Ray's teasing gave him almost euphoric pleasure. It made it almost impossible to imagine how it was going to be if they had sex. When they had sex, he wanted Ray to be his first. He wanted to be Ray's prize, the sole focus of the other man's affection. Ray had promised his loyalty, and Josiah trusted him. Ordinarily he wouldn't have, but Ray had been transparent. Ray had opened himself to Josiah. For this relationship, he had gone out of his way. He had made those initial moves, had made his intentions clear, and Josiah needed the dedication. Ah. What do I want when I first have sex? No penetration, Josiah croaked. I want someone to cherish us being together, without the whole bottom and top thing. I don't want any power dynamics. What else? Ray nuzzled into Josiah's neck, tickling his skin with his warm breath, cradling him. I want to come. Ray chuckled. Oh baby, if I have anything to do with it, if I'm your first, you'll come so many times. You'll come until your head is spinning, until you're dry. Josiah shuddered. Ha. How? Nah. This is your conversation. I want to know what you want. Oh, Josiah raked his fingers through his tight, coily hair. His thoughts thrilled him even before he said them aloud. Ah. I want you to suck my cock. You want me to suck your cock? Ray rumbled. You want my lips around you? Swallowing you down? Why yeah. Ray smiled, shifting from the edge of the bed to his knees in front of Josiah, putting himself eye level with Josiah's hard-on. Then he looked up at him, cold black eyes focused on Josiah's face. He inched a little closer too, lips almost against Josiah's bulge but not quite. He hovered there. Threatening, teasing but not touching, and the sight of him thrilled Josiah, made him dizzy. Like this? God, Josiah breathed. Yeah. Another bead of pre-cum worked its way out of him, and he dropped his head back on his shoulders. Yes? He felt the heat of Ray's breath against him, and if his mouth was anything in comparison, it was going to be heavenly. His balls ached and his body tingled all over. Ray's breath moved across him, charting a path along the length of his cock. Still teasing but respectful at the same time, and it was embarrassing how turned on he was from it. But when he finally lifted his head again and peered down at Ray, he saw a bulge between the businessman's thighs too. His nostrils flared. Fuck, he mumbled. Yours if you want it, Ray whispered. I want you to take care of yourself for me. Take your cock in your hands and jerk yourself to an orgasm. Josiah's toes curled and his hips shifted forward, begging for more of Ray's warmth. You're mean. I'm not. Think about my hands and lips on you as you do it, and think about how much I want you the whole time, Ray rumbled, taunting him with his words as much as his breath. Think about how horny I am for you. Oh my God, Josiah whimpered. Okay. Okay. I can't. Oh my God. Ray leaned back with a grin. Masturbate then. I'll let you have the bed. He stood up, proudly displaying his bulging hard-on, and pressed his lips against Josiah's. Don't rush yourself. I'll be in the living room. Ray's kiss glued his feet to the floor, and his eyelids fluttered as the man breezed past him and out of the room. Masturbating was the worst type of compromise, but it was also exactly what Josiah needed. He collapsed onto the bed, arching his back and rolling his hips. Eager hands beelined to his cock, fishing it out of his pants, and trembling fingers curling around it with a firm grip. Chapter 13. Ray. Josiah wasn't the only one who needed the release. Ray would have teased longer, but he couldn't take it. Josiah's little movements, his soft sighs, his tight muscles, all of those tiny things drove him wild, and his hard-on raged in his pants. It ached, and as soon as he stepped out of Josiah's bedroom, he groaned. It took him no time to work up to his own orgasm with thoughts of Josiah in his brain. He usually had a rule against virgins, but discovering pleasure alongside Josiah made the experience fresh again. He took his pleasure stretched across the couch, and he jerked himself until all his pent-up energy traveled out of him through the throbbing head of his cock. Afterwards, his head pounded as he used his shirt to mop up his mess. He hadn't been prepared for the intensity of his orgasm, and he paid for it with a splitting headache and a raw shaft. Luckily for him, Josiah took much longer, and he snuck in a nap before they finished the video with flushed post-pleasure expressions. For the rest of the evening they lay around, limbs intertwined, bodies languid, drifting in and out of sleep. They ate a late dinner and an early breakfast before returning to their usual daily activities. It was a reluctant re-immersion for Ray because he wanted to soak up more of Josiah's warmth, listen to his steady breathing, get lost in the woodsy scented lotion clinging to his skin. However, Josiah had shaken a bit of his depressive mood and had fallen back into his own work, filming several more videos over the next few days. Ray's work was routine, but he enjoyed it all the same. A week after they posted the boyfriend tag video, 3 weeks after they had made their fake relationship public, his business partner, Gwyneth, called squealing his name through his cell phone. They had been in touch, but loosely, as there weren't many updates during a quarantine. Their fast-paced go-go-go lifestyle had slowed to a crawl, and while Ray had found himself enjoying it, his co-workers and employees weren't as much. Oh my God. Have you seen the news? About the virus? Yeah, the cases are going up in places where people are choosing not to follow the rules. It's insane. I think the president should issue an executive order. Gwyneth groaned. Okay, yes, I agree. It's crazy, really, but what's also crazy is how much attention you and Josiah are getting, like, everywhere. When Hugh told me about y'all's dumb fake relationship idea, I wasn't for it, but your approval rating has skyrocketed, and being attached to him has brought much more attention our way. UNF, this may be our best quarter yet, and while everyone is locked down too. Well, people need to make investments now, more than ever really. People are scared, and I hate to capitalize on fear, but it's kind of been our job all along, so it's not like we're promoting it, we're just, well, working. I know, but who would have thought all you needed was a nice little relationship to improve your image and start lifting our stocks? If you would have told me this 6 months ago, I would have laughed in your face. Well, thanks, I think. You're very welcome. Have you seen the video? Which? The video of you and him. The one he posted. The one you freaking filmed. Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen it. Okay, well frankly, you should watch it because you guys are so freaking cute. To be honest, if I didn't know any better, I'd think this little gig you guys have going on is more than some little arrangement. And when you guys turn the camera off to make out? Fuck. You could see the lust in both of y'all's eyes. Okay, Ray groaned. Don't remind me. Remind you of what? Remind me I'm off sex while we do this. He's gotta keep his image clean, and you know people are watching me like a hawk, waiting for me to screw this sideways. Oh yeah. So, how's the off-sex thing going? I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, you call for anything else besides to gush about a video? Oh yeah, actually I did. Did you know the local television station wants to interview you guys? Which? The one in Austin, damn. The one in the city where we actually live. I saw the email come through this morning. It's got you both on it, so I'm sure he and his manager are looking over it too. Yeah, Ray's stomach nodded, I bet they are. Also, delete your junk mail. Right. His mind raced, and his junk mail was the least of his worries. He had mixed feelings about being on the news beside Josiah, talking about a supposedly fake relationship. On the one hand, the relationship had been real to him from the start, but on the other hand, were they taking things too far? Were they setting themselves up for a disastrous breakup? Ray tucked a few stray locks of dark hair behind his ear as he sighed. Anyway, let me hit you back later. I need to get some work done. Gwyneth laughed. Work like Josiah? No. I'll. As he worked to usher his business partner off the phone, his cell phone buzzed in his hand. He had another incoming call, and this one was from his father. He had been a little queasy before, but now he knew he was going to be sick. Gwen. My father's calling. I need to take this. Oh boy. Her playful tone dropped too. Yeah, I forgot about him. If you need to call me back after you talk to him, you can. Ray's eyes already burned with tears. I'll see, he mumbled before he switched over. Hello? My son. Hey Dad. How's it going? How is it going? You tell me. Ray pushed himself up from his seat at the kitchen table, shutting his laptop as his legs started to bounce. He knew what was coming, and his whole body flushed hot and warm, voice tight as he worked up a reply for the older man. Well, my general approval rating is going up, and so are our numbers. His father clicked his tongue. This is not what I am calling about. Okay, then what are you calling about? How does it look for me to turn on my email and see my son next to the son of Lamar Nelson? Well, you know, I don't know how it looks for you. It looks shameful. It is shameful. You are betting a snake. First, Dad, he's a virgin, and second, he's not a snake. Is it so? A creature born of two snakes is also a snake, is it not? Dad, your proverbs aren't meant to be used in reference to people. We're not snakes. We have much more brain capacity, and Josiah can make his own decisions. Don't say his name. Ray's nostrils flared. Josiah is a good person, and I care about him, and this is good for business too. Ignore your problems with him and his family, and look at how my image has improved. Bad boy turned boyfriend. It's a brilliant headliner. I will not praise you for finally honoring your family name through someone else's hard work. I work hard, but people aren't looking at hard work, Dad. They're looking at the whole person, and Josiah specializes in social presence. I do not care what he specializes in. The whole lot of them are snakes, and you shouldn't get involved. Why not? Don't be defiant for the sake of being defiant. This isn't about you and him. This is about our family name. What would your grandfather think if he knew you were with a Nelson? My grandfather is dead, so I don't think he cares at all. Ray's father's anger spiked. He could sense it through the cell phone, and Ray smiled. The man deserved it. End this. I'd rather my son be an embarrassment in private than one in public. No, Dad, I'm not ending it. He winced as he spoke. He knew he was playing with fire, but these last weeks with Josiah, seeing Josiah blossom, connecting with him, they had been the best few weeks of his life, and he wasn't ending it over an age-old family honor system that should have died a long time ago. As Ray's argument with his father escalated, Josiah peeked out of his bedroom. He cracked the door at first, but at Ray's last words he emerged from the room completely and padded towards the beginning of the hallway, bracing a hand on the wall. Ray looked up at Josiah and paused. His dad had started on a loud, anger-fueled tirade, but Ray stopped listening as he looked on the other man. He had known he was a goner the second Josiah kissed him in the bar, but each passing day, Josiah grew more beautiful to him, and each day he craved the other man a little more. Whatever, Dad. I'm not ending it, and I gotta go. Ray ended the phone call without waiting for a goodbye, and tossed the cell phone on the couch. Josiah's gaze tracked it before he turned wide brown eyes back to Ray. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine. It didn't sound like it, Josiah hinted, folding his arms over his chest. Your father sounded angry. You heard him? The conversation was hard to ignore. He got very loud. Yeah, Ray scratched the back of his head. He gets loud when he's passionate about something. Josiah gave a terse nod. Passionate about our relationship? Why didn't you just tell him it was fake? I didn't want to. It being fake is our business, and if too many people know, then it'll ruin the whole thing. I guess, but it would have saved you from being yelled at. Ray shrugged. He would have found something else to be upset about. Don't worry about it. I would never try to hurt you or your family, you know. Yeah, I know. My dad is just carrying an old grudge from my grandfather. It's stupid. Josiah frowned. I'm sorry about it too. I don't want to live in the shadow of my family's stupid actions, and I'm nothing like them. Yeah, I know. I told him you weren't, but he was too angry to listen. He drummed his fingers on the hallway wall. I heard, he murmured, then he pushed himself off the wall and across the room. I was going to make myself something to eat. Ray arched an eyebrow. Ah. Okay. Yeah. Josiah peeked into the refrigerator, freezer, and cabinets. What are you going to make? I don't know yet. He continued browsing the kitchen until he regarded Ray again. Have you seen the tabloids and gossip sites? No, I haven't, but my business partner told me about them today. Apparently people really like us as a couple. They do. Much more than I expected. Is it a bad thing? Ray hooked his thumbs in his pockets, posting himself at the kitchen entrance and leaning against the door frame. Did you know there are videos dissecting our video and analyzing every glance we shared? I mean, no, but are they good videos? Ray. It's not the point. People think this is real. They're going to be devastated when we break up, and I don't know, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Did you get the email about the interview? Josiah fumbled with the pots and pans already scattered over the stove, before groaning and nodding. I think it's too much. Like, social media is one thing, but an official interview. People like happy endings. I guess, but this won't end happily. How do you know? Josiah glared at Ray. Don't taunt me. Nothing about this relationship will transfer to long-term. With a soft rumble, Ray moved over to him, covering Josiah's trembling hands with his own. You know, if you keep thinking about all the long-term stuff, you'll stop enjoying the short-term stuff. Josiah glanced over his shoulder at Ray. The short-term? How we're pretending to be interested in each other. Who says I'm pretending? Josiah's attention went from Ray's eyes to his lips, and his pupils dilated, growing larger with his own physical interests. Are you pretending? You've watched the video. You edited it, after all. You tell me. Am I pretending? If you are, Josiah sighed, then you're in the wrong profession. You should have been an actor. Are you pretending? Ray closed the distance between them, spinning Josiah around and trapping him between the counter and his body. Ray's cock was instantly hard. Even if they had consummated their relationship, he still would have been rock hard and begging for more of Josiah, but it was worse since they hadn't. Josiah's cock responded too, much to the other man's embarrassed displeasure, and he let out a little whimper. And no, he mumbled, I like you. I know. You wouldn't let me this close if you didn't. I'm trying not to though, Josiah shot back. It was a childish reply, they both knew it, and after he spoke, his cheeks bloomed with a deep red. You're failing then. Ray pressed his lips into Josiah's cheek. I'm going to go take a shower while you work on dinner for us, huh? Josiah wet his lips. Yeah. It might be sandwiches or plain noodles. I'm not really a good cook. I know. Ray stroked Josiah's chin, threatening him with the possibility of another kiss. Yeah. Josiah responded to Ray's threat by lifting his chin, parting his full lips and lazily batting his eyelids, but Ray didn't honor him with one. Instead, he stroked Josiah's lips with his thumb and pulled away. "I'll be back," he promised as he exited the kitchen. Chapter 14. Josiah. Dinner had been sandwiches because it was all he could cook, but he plated them as fancy as Ray plated his nicer meals, and Ray ate them with a smile. They spent the evening curled up on the couch, watching a few minutes of the news before shifting to a nature documentary where Ray fell asleep after the first few minutes, and Josiah watched it to completion. It wasn't a bad documentary, but he enjoyed being trapped under Ray's weight more. He had grown accustomed to Ray's weight next to him on the bed. Quentin had been soft in places Ray was hard, and Josiah had spent his life insisting appearance wasn't important to him. It wasn't, but he loved Ray's corded muscles and his popping veins. He loved the way Ray pulled him close at night into a grip he couldn't escape from. When they woke the next morning, Ray showered and escaped to the kitchen, where he boiled water for tea and puttered around. They ate breakfast mid-morning, but currently it was only a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Josiah rolled over, closing his eyes again, but as soon as he drifted off, his cell phone buzzed. He answered it. "Hello?" he mumbled, snuggling into his pillow after putting the call on speakerphone. "Oh, don't tell me you're still asleep. I understand you've been honeymooning with your boo or whatever, but I need to give you the rundown of how this is going. Didn't we do this yesterday, Ingrid?" "Yeah, but yesterday you weren't on the trending homepage. Yesterday, you hadn't amassed 10 million views on one video." "Oh my God. 10 million. 10 freaking million over a boyfriend tag video. Please tell me you have more videos with him lined up, because your viewers love seeing you two together." "I was going to do a cooking video and a boyfriend rates my outfits video, but we haven't had a chance to film them yet." "Aha. Get on those like yesterday and think up some more too, because seriously, this is the kind of break we've been waiting for. You think of some too then." "HMF. Fine. I'll do a little research on it and see what other people have done. Seriously though, this was a good career move, and the best part is, when you break up, you'll get so many views it'll be insane." Josiah had been half listening to the majority of her conversation, but when she mentioned breaking up, his eyes popped open, and he shook off the claws of sleep. "Break up? I mean, what if we don't?" "Don't what?" "What if we don't break up? Like ever?" "I mean, yeah. What if we actually stay together and get engaged and do the married thing?" "Interesting." Ingrid was quiet for a few moments. "Do you really think it's an option? He's a player, and he's not exactly." "I don't know if it's an option or not, but You like him, I know. It's easy to like him because, honestly, he's very good at acting. If you watch the video, damn, you two are smiling and giggling like you've been together forever. It feels like it, actually. It feels, I don't know, right. How did it feel for you when you met your husband?" "I'll tell you, but first, listen, don't get into some weird quarantine buddy mood or whatever. Just because he's loyal now, doesn't mean he'll be once the world opens back up again." "I know. I'm protecting myself. Don't worry so much. Anyway, tell me." "Okay," Ingrid said reluctantly. "Well, we met on a blind date, and to be honest, when I first laid eyes on him, I knew. It was something inside me, and it was so strong and passionate." "Yeah?" Josiah shifted in the bed, crossing his arms over each other and resting his head on them. Like a racing heart but calm at the same time. "Yeah. Like the way he looked at me made everything inside me tingle. Like butterflies in my stomach." "What else?" And the conversation flowed easily, even from the first one. We had so much fun with each other we'd lose track of time. Days blended together, conversations never technically stopped, but we didn't have to contend with fame and the family feud going on between Ray's father and yours. "Yeah, I don't know. I know we're pretending or whatever, But our pretend relationship is light years better than the real one I had with Quentin. It's not hard to beat Quentin. He was an asshole, and you know he was only with you for your family name and for the money. I know. Anyway, let me read you some of these comments and then you ought to get up and get the day started. Your fake boo is already working, I bet. He is. He likes to get all of his email stuff done before breakfast. Anyway, read. Josiah relaxed as Ingrid reviewed all the positive comments about their relationship. Some were cute, some were serious, and so many of them dragged Quentin over the coals. It pleased him to hear Quentin's video hadn't gone over well, but it pleased him even more to listen to all the comments about how adorable he looked next to Ray and how charming of a couple they were. When the call ended, he showered and roped a towel around him before his cell phone rang again. He answered it and nestled it between his shoulder and cheek. Hello? Okay, so you have some explaining to do. Oh hey Chloe. How are you? Nah. Let's get to the point here. The fuck is up with you and Ray? Josiah toweled off his chest and then swiped the towel between his thighs. Well, we're dating. Right? I heard the bullshit on every gossip channel from here to China and I saw the video. Explain. Listen, you can't tell anyone. No one, seriously. Of course not. The relationship is fake, Josiah said. It was Ray's idea. Basically, because everyone saw me kissing all over him, and because he's notorious for being a player, we decided a relationship could help us both. What? It did help too. Pretty much as soon as we came out as together, the whole drunk episode faded away like we wanted, and he's damn good at pretending to be this wholesome-looking family man. Oh yeah, he's damn good at it. He's in love with you, stupid. Yeah, no, he's not. He's enjoying the thrill of it all, which is okay with me. The thrill makes people think it's going to last, and we definitely need everyone to be for us, not against us. He's in love with you, and your dumb ass is in denial. He's really not. Like I promise you, he's 100% not in love with me. You wouldn't know what love is if it hit you in the face and gave you $1,000. Fine. And how do you know he's into me, since you're such a genius, since you're oh so smart and you can tell these things? Body language, honey. It's all in the way he looks at you for the most part, and then stuff he did during the video, like talking about how he enjoys cooking for you. Also, the way he respected your boundaries. And you were freaking beaming too. You never cheesed with Quentin. Quentin was never in my videos. I'm just playing it up so people believe it. Whatever. You can live in this denial bubble all you want to, but the truth is, you two are cute together, and I promise you he's in big love with you. Maybe. Josiah tongued over more words, but a knock at his door stopped him. Hang on, he said as he muffled the receiver and turned around. It's open. Ray poked his head in, as if it would have been anyone else anyway. What do you want for breakfast? Sweet or savory? Josiah hummed. Or both. I could do you both. I'm not sure. No, actually, are you still down for a cooking video? Sure, anything you need. Okay, then give me a few minutes and I'll join you. Do you want to go ahead and get set up then? Yeah, sure. Let me grab the tripod. He pointed to the corner of the room before he dipped in and grabbed it, sneaking back out as quietly as he came. When he was gone, Josiah uncovered the cell phone receiver. Oh my God, oh my God. Chloe giggled. Go get your man to make you breakfast. I'll talk to you later. Stop, Josiah groaned. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Scowling, he ended the phone call and slithered out of his bed, joining Ray in the kitchen. Everything all right? Ray asked as he dried a pot and stashed it in the cabinet. Foodstuffs were set out, but he hadn't started the cooking process yet. Everything's fine, yeah. Josiah smiled as he crossed the room, lifting himself on Ray's clean counter and crossing his legs at the ankle. Ray eyed him as he sat down. He saw the shade in his eyes, the little flicker of annoyance, and he might have enjoyed it. You're really down to do the cooking show? Josiah leaned back, relaxing against the granite. Yeah, why not? I look good, you look good, and I like cooking, so what's the problem? What if we made it a regular thing? Made what a regular thing? Made the cooking a regular thing. What if you had your own channel? Ray hummed. I don't know if I want my own channel. It seems like a lot of work, and I already like the job I have. What about a vlog channel? Like videoing our daily life. Would work during quarantine, but what happens when we go back to our regular lives? Then it'll be my vlogging channel, and you can get a feature occasionally. Ray considered it. How about this? How about we have a weekly cooking video where I teach you and your followers a simple recipe? Josiah smiled. How simple is simple? We can start as simple as you need. Are you wanting boiling water and hot dogs simple or scrambled eggs simple? Ray dried his hands and moved over to Josiah, unhooking his ankles and sliding between his knees. He rested his palms on either side of Josiah and beamed up at him. Maybe scrambled eggs simple. I think I'm capable of boiling a hot dog. Do you want to start with scrambled eggs today? No. Today I want waffles with whipped cream and fruit. All right. Get the camera set up, and I'll start getting the ingredients together. You have to move so I can get down, Josiah murmured, inching towards the edge of the counter and pressing himself into Ray's chest. In a second, Ray rumbled. Can I kiss you? Are you always going to ask? Josiah's cheeks burned. For now, yeah. Does it bother you? No. No, I am just not used to it. Understandable, and you didn't answer my question. Josiah, his voice was even headier now, can I kiss you? Yeah. And he did. Ray locked their lips together in a chaste but passionate kiss, and then he pulled away in little increments. His steamy breath warmed Josiah's stubbled chin. Good morning, Josie-kun, Ray teased. Josiah shivered. Good morning, bad boy, he replied. As Ray retreated, Josiah hopped off the counter and moved towards his camera and tripod, uncovering them both and setting them up. He placed his laptop next to the camera, connecting them, so a live view of the video popped up on the screen. We could do an Ask Me Anything at the same time as you cook. Sure, Ray agreed, as long as we don't have to answer anything too invasive. No way. We can ignore anything we don't want to answer. All right. Then I'm good with it. Okay. I'm sending the question out to my followers, so yeah. Ready for this? Yup. Chapter 15. Ray. Josiah on camera was a different person. He was the person he would be without the weight of the world on top of him. He was happiness personified, and Ray wished he could be the person in his videos all the time. He adored all facets of Josiah's personality, but he couldn't live without the man's dazzling smile and bright laughter. Once Ray had all the ingredients measured out in Josiah's gently used kitchenware, Josiah turned on the camera and started his greeting. It was clear he had said it hundreds of times before, because it rolled off his tongue easily. No mistakes. After the intro, he greeted some of the viewers, steadily filling up the chat, talking to them like old friends. Ray let him have center stage, and he hung back, arms folded, as Josiah adjusted the camera, the sound, and the lighting. Once he was satisfied, he clapped his hands. Okay guys, Josiah said in a bright voice, today we're going to be showing you how to cook scrambled eggs. Or well, he's going to be showing you, and we're going to be answering your questions. You have to be following my other social media channels to get your question read, and there's a link down below to follow me. I won't read any from the chat because when I walk away, I won't really be able to see it. He gave an apologetic frown. Ray cracked eggs on the side of the pan, glimpsing the chat as it pinged. His loose hair spilled over his brawny shoulders, and he offered a sultry smile to the camera. Hi guys, he greeted everyone. Anyway, Josiah drew the attention back to him. You guys are blowing up with the questions, so let's just get started, he laughed, scrolling through the questions. Y'all are some nosy asses. Okay, first question, Josiah announced in a sing-song voice. Oh. It's not even a question. The message reads, Hey Josiah. I'm happy to see you happy after breaking up with Quentin, and your new beau is so sexy. MNF. Ray wet his lips, a little warmth rising to his cheeks. Thanks. Josiah giggled. Thank you. I am happy, yeah. So much. It's crazy too, considering everything going on. Anyway, next question. Sam says, I've always loved your style. Where do you get your style influence from? Josiah mulled over his answer. I get my style influence from my father, actually. He's one of those no tennis shoes kind of guys, and I took his classic style and made it a little more flashy. Ray whisked the eggs after adding speckled pepper and clear white salt. Okay, here's a question for you, Ray. Anna says, your hair is gorgeous and so shiny. What's the secret behind it? Josiah turned towards Ray, and Ray looked up from his task, regarding Josiah with a smile before looking at the camera. Thanks. There's no real secret. I mean, my hair grows pretty easily, but the key to having healthy hair is to have a healthy body from the start. Drink your water, mind your business, eat your vegetables. Ray grinned, flicking his gaze into the camera before looking back down at his task. Mind your business? Yup. Read the next question, Ray chided. Okay, but it's another one for you. Aight. Shoot. So Terry says, damn your man buff AF. What kind of workout is he following? Peas. Good catch. I sound like a fish. Ray chuckled. Thank you though. Usually, I lift weights at the gym. I don't do much cardio, unless you count. Ray held up his hand and wiggled his fingers. Ray. Josiah's eyes widened, and he swatted at the other man. Stop. Don't mention what you do in your personal time on my channel. Ray laughed. I'm being real. But seriously, mostly weights. Since the gym isn't an option right now, I've been using my body weight as the resistance and following some home workout video tutorials. Josiah was supposed to be following with me, but Ray scratched the back of his head. He mostly just watches. Josiah shook his head. You're bad, you're lying, and you think I won't get you because we're recording, but it's not true. I'm reading the next question. Go ahead. Ray poured the whipped egg batter in an already oiled skillet, and it instantly sizzled. Okay. So Zania says, both of you have amazing glowing skin. Can you share some skincare tips? Ray, do you want to answer first? Nah, you got it. I'm okay then. Well, my secret is double cleansing. Basically, you have to cleanse to release the dirt and then cleanse to wash the dirt away too. Then you have to let your skin dry and moisturize it again. Whether you have dry or oily skin, it's important to regularly moisturize or you'll lose collagen faster, and the amount of collagen in your skin is what keeps you looking younger. Okay, now for you, Ray. Drink water, mind your business. Lord, okay. You can't say the same thing for every answer. Seriously, you spend plenty of time in the bathroom. Don't tell me you're having personal time the whole time you're in there. I'm not, and I'm not lying either. Drinking water is one of the main ways to keep your skin clear, you know? Then for all you gym rats, you have to make sure you wash off all the sweat after your gym session, or it can cause bacteria and acne too. Better. Josiah laughed, scrolling through comments. Okay, these next ones are ones we can both answer mostly. The first one is, he drawled. Emmy says, other than your profession, what's your favorite hobby to pass the time? Ray, you answer first. Okay. Honestly, work is generally my hobby, but after work, I really love cooking. There's something about being in the kitchen, being able to take all the stress away by kneading dough or mixing and pouring ingredients. Ray exhaled a tense little laugh. Full disclosure, I used to have anxiety real bad, and cooking was suggested to me to help the symptoms, and ever since it just works. Ray shrugged and looked back towards Josiah, who was grinning from ear to ear. Josiah had dollar signs in his eyes, but he schooled his expression and drummed his fingers on his lips, considering his own answer to the question. What do I like to do to pass the time? Honestly, before we were all locked down, I enjoyed hanging out with my friends and having a drink after a long day at work. It was kind of my thing. Since we've been locked down, however, I've been using this time to better myself. I've been doing a lot of reflecting and soul-searching. Josiah smiled gently, and then looked down at his cell phone again. Okay, next question. Jenny asks, how do you feel about the strict lockdown rules? Do you want to answer first, Ray? Yeah, sure. Ray mixed the eggs. To be honest, I think it's what we needed to aggressively attack this thing. I have done a little research on past novel viruses, and it can get bad very quickly. At this point, the cases are going down even though the deaths are peaking. There's also been a lot of talk about UBI, and I think it's a good idea and fully support it. Explain what UBI is. UBI stands for Universal Base Income. Basically, the country officials are using this time as a time to review the system we have in place. Instead of the current supplemental income assistance programs, they're switching to a UBI. Under a UBI, you won't need the extra, and everyone will be able to follow their dreams if they want to, so it's an important conversation. What do you think? Josiah smiled a little dimpled smile. Well, I confess I haven't done as much research as you've done, but I've done a little research on it, and I definitely am happy to see cases going down. I'm happy to see the big increase in money given to essential workers. They deserve it. For this question, I am going to peek into the chat, so if there are any other questions, we can answer them at once. Josiah shifted forward as Ray finished up with the eggs, pouring them onto a plate. Cool. You want anything to go with your eggs? Bacon and grits? Josiah smiled. Done. Ray focused on the other parts of the meal as Josiah answered follow-up questions. There was a lot of discussion, but it was majority positive, despite the inherent stress of a novel virus. For many people, the federal unemployment stimulus payments, the additional UBI talk, and the stimulus for essential workers buoyed the mood. Okay. Let's stop talking about politics and let's move back to the fun stuff. If you guys want, I can start giving some daily updates, but for now, let's get back to the lighthearted stuff. Josiah added a little giggle after his words. So anyway, the next question is from Parker, and it reads, what part of your daily schedule is your favorite? Ray. I like mornings. In the morning, the world is quiet and your mind is clear, so you can get a lot of stuff done before the world wakes up around you, you know? Ray shrugged, turning the bacon and stirring the grits. Your turn. I kind of like mornings too. I don't really keep to a hard and fast schedule, but I like taking it easy in the mornings. I like to read a little before I get up, and let myself wake up gradually before I get started with everything. I don't know, reading in the morning sets everything on a good trajectory. He also likes to wait until I call him for breakfast before he gets moving. I'm his alarm clock. Josiah grinned. So? You act like it's a problem. Oh, it's not at all, but don't lie to your viewers. Ray placed the bacon on a napkin and pressed the excess grease from it before he placed a couple of pieces on a plate. I'm not, Josiah groaned, stretching himself across the table. He propped his chin in his hands and smiled at the camera, arching his back. After a few quiet moments, he glanced over his shoulder, offering Ray a private, sultry smile. Here's your food. Ray presented the plate to him. What's the next question? Josiah nibbled the bacon. The next question is from Carrie, and it reads, what kind of places do you like to go on a date? I'm not going to lie. I haven't been on a date in a really long time. Our first date was in a blanket tent watching a movie, but to be real, I think I'd prefer action dates. Like, I don't really want to sit at dinner or in a dark theater room. I want to do something where I can get to know the other person. I kind of like those too, but honestly, I really like what we did. It was a bit makeshift, but your blanket tent wasn't that stupid. I like understated dates, so going on a picnic or something is my type of date. I mean, I don't want to be arrogant, but you can't impress me with your money. Noted. So I guess buying you a house for our third date is too much. Way too much. Unless it's one of those vintage playhouses, and we're going to play Daddy and Daddy. Oh, those are the games you like, huh? You've got a little kinky streak in you, huh? Josiah graced him with another naughty little grin. Maybe. Do you want me to read the next question? One more. Then you should eat before your food gets cold. Josiah nodded and turned back to the lens. You heard the boss. One more question and then we gotta go. Oh, wait. I've got a lot of this or that questions, so listen, we're going to bust a few of these out. All right. Let's go. Tea or coffee? Coffee, Ray replied. Tea for me. EDM or Bollywood? EDM. Yeah, EDM for me too. Josiah chuckled. Fame or money? Money. I don't like being in the spotlight. This one is tough, actually. I'm trying not to debate it too much, but I'm going to go with fame, I think. I can influence more people and touch more lives with fame. Okay. Childhood life or adult life? Adult. Adult. Move on or hold on? Move on. Josiah Med. It hurts, but move on is better. And lastly, Western outfit or traditional outfit. I literally don't know what those mean, but I'm down for Western. I'd look good. Like one of those stripper looks. Josiah blinked at Ray and then burst into laughter. You're silly. I can't even answer this one, so anyway. We're done for now. I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out with us for a little while, and we'll see you guys again shortly. Josiah covered the lens with his palm and then turned the camera off. What did you think? About? Ray sat down at the table with the rest of the food piled into a bowl and crumbled his bacon before mixing the 3 different textures together. What did you think about filming the cooking and answering questions show? It was chill. I liked it. Josiah settled with his bowl too. Good. Oh yeah. What's the plan for the morning show? Josiah sighed, scratching the top of his head and then running his hand over his face. I guess we're going to do it. Does all the sudden fame make you nervous though? Maybe it would, but we know what's between us and it is what it is. I don't know. I feel some type of way about getting on national television and faking a relationship, especially when everyone is thinking it's real. Do you know the whole internet thinks you love me? Ray shrugged, staring down at his food for a few minutes before resigning and looking up at Josiah again. Look. If you don't want to lie, then don't. You have to do whatever makes you comfortable. Yeah, Josiah murmured. Ray finished his food and rinsed his bowl in the sink before stashing it away. There was nothing left to be said about their situation. He knew he was no longer pretending. He hadn't been pretending from the start, and he knew he shouldn't have gone into it knowing the tide could shift, but despite his feelings for Josiah, it had still been a smart business move. Wasn't fake relationships the quintessential business move? Hadn't countries been traded and united based on strategic marriages and children? Relationships of convenience weren't anything new, but they were uncommon in a world that valued the idea of true love before anything else. Ray pet over the top of Josiah's head. Be honest, he said simply, letting his hand trail down the back of Josiah's head, tickling over the back of his neck and the shell of his ear. Josiah stabbed at the half-serving of his breakfast he had left, with a surly expression on his features. Okay, he resigned. Good. I'm going to go work out. Ray rubbed Josiah's shoulders and left the kitchen. Chapter 16. Josiah. Their relationship had developed on camera as much as it had off camera, and it became hard to deny his growing feelings for Ray as time went on. Ray did things Quentin never did, like cooking and cleaning for him, responding to his desires, checking on his mood. Most nights out of the week, they ate together. They sat across from each other, eating a meal they had both equally decided on, or a meal Josiah requested. Ray had managed to make dating during quarantine something exciting. Thrilling even, and Josiah was convinced they had connected on a deeper level because of being stuck together, not in spite of it. When the television interview finally rolled around, 2 weeks after they had done their first live breakfast show, Josiah was a bundle of nerves all over again. The breakfast shows had become a regular thing, with Ray making breakfast and Josiah answering various questions from relationship questions to questions about the pandemic, questions about easing the sting of lockdown, and so many questions about home workouts. Cases were steadily on the decline, as were deaths, but the economy would take longer to recover. The new UBI system was rocky, but improving as they rolled out weekly income for those most in need of the assistance. Many businesses and organizations had pulled together in the past month. Community pride had swelled, and those more privileged were doing their best to help those in lesser privileged positions. Josiah and Ray had set up their own small relief giveaway on Josiah's channel. It compared nothing to the new government system, but it had still provided peace of mind to a handful of their followers during their time of need. Hours before the interview, Josiah buzzed around his bedroom, dressing himself, peeking into the mirror, and then stripping out of his outfit in favor of a new one. He was torn between slacks or jeans, a button-down or a polo shirt, accessories or naked. Ray, on the other hand, had donned the only thing he had that fit him correctly, the suit he wore the night before the lockdown. It was truly a nice suit. Ray looked delicious in it, and it fit him like a glove. Ray left the top buttons unfastened, showing a peak of his chest, and drew his hair into a low bun. After a few adjustments in the mirror, he surrendered the room to Josiah, sweeping his lips across the other man's temple. "I'll get the computer and camera set up." "Thanks," Josiah sighed, breath hitching at Ray's touch. He had grown entirely too accustomed to having the man's arms roped around him at night, to waking up with Ray's cock pressing into his back, to Ray's warm breath tickling his neck. Ray never begged him for anything. He didn't demand attention, and he didn't even mention his needs. It was the opposite of Quentin, and Josiah found himself craving those little hints of affection and desire. He wanted to drown in Ray's hungry gaze, and he enjoyed those moments where he caught the other man staring. He enjoyed being the sole object of Ray's desires. After changing outfits one more time, he settled for a business casual look. He had on slacks, but with a t-shirt and a casual blazer. Where Ray was much more formally dressed, Josiah was the stylish breath of fresh air next to him, though their relationship was the opposite in a lot of ways. Ray was the breath of fresh air, but only because Josiah had never truly enjoyed stability. The businessman was the epitome of it, though, with his superior organization skills and his caregiving nature. Maybe he had fucked every consenting adult from Austin, Texas to Las Vegas, Nevada, but he hadn't made breakfast for every single one of them, and they hadn't gotten his heart. And while Josiah still had trouble admitting it to himself, he knew he had Ray's heart. With 10 minutes before the start of the interview, Josiah checked himself in the reflection of the camera lens, adjusted the artificial lighting, and sat back next to Ray. "I'm nervous." "Don't be. You have nothing to be nervous about." "Okay," Josiah exhaled. "Okay, I'm ready." Josiah turned on the camera and waited, drumming his fingers on his thighs until they received the incoming call and answered it. The person on the screen was the boxy-smiled local Austin City news reporter, and her face lit up when her gaze landed on Josiah and Ray. "Hey guys. My goodness, it's so good to see you." "Hey." Josiah waved. "I'm not going to lie. I am a bit nervous about this." "Oh, don't be. You are a natural in front of the camera, and everyone loves you." "Thanks." Josiah lifted his lips in a slight smirk before glancing at Ray. "Also, you guys make an adorable power couple." "Thanks," Ray replied this time, petting a hand down Josiah's spine, calming him. "So, this isn't going to be anything major." We have a few questions about how you guys met, of course, and how it has been in a new relationship during a pandemic, and any tips for our viewers who are in budding relationships. Sound good? Yes, Josiah squeaked. They were playing for keeps now. He regarded Ray again before the broadcaster launched into her introduction speech. It was as fluid as Josiah's was, except hers lacked the flavor and personality of his. Hers was generic, clean-accented, and palatable for everyone, but it was supposed to be. She announced Josiah and Ray and explained a bit of their background to a silent audience. Then her attention was back on them. Hey guys. It's so good to have you here. I know your schedule must be really busy, especially with the relief giveaway and your regular schedules. Yeah. You'd think because of the pandemic, business would slow, but I've found that because people are home more, they want to consume more media, and they want more connection, so it's made my schedule infinitely busier. His body hummed with nervous energy, and Ray slid his hand down Josiah's back again, drawing small circles between the wings of his shoulder blades. Sounds about right. It's been a lot of choreographing and adjusting with all of my employees currently working from home, Ray said. What you guys have done is truly impressive, but what's more impressive is how you two found each other and have grown together throughout this quarantine. It's kind of been a whirlwind relationship, hasn't it? Josiah melted under Ray's touch and replayed Ray's soothing words in his mind. The reporter's question lingered between them for a moment before he straightened up and plastered a light smile on his face. It really has. I didn't expect, any of this. As I'm sure the world knows, I just came out of a really long, tumultuous relationship, and it hasn't been easy. I've actually known Ray for years. We've been in different social circles, but he has always been around. I think when you know something is right, whatever it is, be it a relationship or a business venture, you do not have to take a conventional approach. It's been a whirlwind, but the pace has felt natural to us, or at least it has felt natural to me. Ray smiled, leaning into Josiah. Ah, the interviewer sighed. We've heard the lockdown has been a major struggle for some people. It's a combination of being stuck in a small space with a loved one on top of the stress of the unknown. Do you guys have any advice about it? Josiah inched closer to Ray until his shoulder bumped the other man's chest, and his body heat spread over Josiah just like it did when they were in bed together. I honestly don't. I am definitely not a relationship counselor, and we all have our childhood traumas to work out, especially with being confined with another person. If I had to say what's worked for us, we have our own spaces within our space. For example, the bedroom has become my workspace, while Ray usually works in the kitchen. We do eat meals together and have designated date nights, but we're not always under each other, and we're definitely not doing every single thing together. Josiah glanced at Ray. What do you think? Therapy, Ray replied, shrugging his shoulders. I think everyone, even the most well-adjusted person, needs to go to therapy. If you carry your childhood baggage into your next relationship, it makes it hard to truly connect with the other person, and you ultimately want to be able to give the best parts of yourself to your partner. Ray paused for a moment. It isn't to say you have to be done and through therapy, but you should start with therapy, at least. The reporter smiled. Good advice. Ray lifted his chin. Oh, I want to add one more thing, sorry. He blushed a little, and Josiah smiled. It was charming. Wanted to say therapy can be expensive, but doesn't have to be. Therapy is all about talking to someone who's not your partner or loved one, so you can focus on yourself and learn how to be supportive. He rubbed Josiah's back. The reporter started speaking again, but Josiah wasn't listening. He mulled over Ray's words. Ever since Ray mentioned it, Josiah had looked into therapy. He had started with a text-based therapy method, and had finally clicked enough with a virtual therapist and made the jump to weekly calls. He hadn't mentioned it to Ray, but even the first few sessions had lifted his mood and helped him shake off the cloud of depression surrounding him. His therapy had helped their relationship. It allowed him to be open with himself, his grieving process, and his wants and needs. He knew a lot of his needs stemmed from the spotty way his family provided affection and emotional support. He had grown so accustomed to not having his needs met that Ray's accommodations were overwhelming to him, but he was adjusting. The conversation between Ray and the reporter shifted from relationships to tips and tricks for staying sane during the pandemic. Ray talked about his workout routines and his habits. He spoke on adjustments, but he didn't put a rich, privileged person's flair on it, and he acknowledged all the struggles of the everyday man. He recognized the monetary struggles, the daily struggles, and he even touched on the higher rates of domestic violence and abuse. Those numbers hit home, and for a moment, Josiah considered if he had been quarantined with Quentin. He couldn't imagine being stuck in an incessant loop of shaming, begging, and gaslighting, and worse, he couldn't imagine dealing with those things and normalizing it like he had. He hadn't truly known how different a relationship could be until Ray, and Ray, despite his hookups and his playboy reputation, was an amazing partner, fake or not. The interview ended with Ray taking over the bulk of the rest of the questions. Josiah knew he gave a few answers, but he couldn't remember the answers or the questions. When the interview was over, Ray leaned forward, turning off the camera before he regarded Josiah. "You okay?" "What?" "You were really quiet towards the end of the interview, and you usually love being on camera." "I know. I was just thinking." "About?" Ray rubbed his shoulders. "About us. Is it real? I need to know. Is it real, or are we pretending?" Josiah turned moist eyes to Ray. The emotion had sprung upon him, and he felt tears collecting at the corners of his eyes. He needed an answer, but he was afraid of it at the same time, and time dragged as Ray turned his attention from the computer to Josiah. Ray studied him, coal black eyes finding their way to his face and meeting his gaze with a stony expression. "Serious?" He wet his lips. "For me it's real, yeah." "Okay," Josiah sighed. His heart raced and his breathing was shallow. He slithered out of his seat, bracing himself with a hand on the counter as he regarded Ray again. After sucking his bottom lip into his mouth, he released it with a gentle pop. "I want you." "You have me." Ray smiled. "No. Not yet, I don't," Josiah whispered. "I want you to be my first." Chapter 17. Ray. "I want you to be my first," Josiah said, and Ray repeated the words over and over and over again in his brain. He'd never imagined Josiah would make such a declaration, but he was the sexiest thing alive, standing in front of Ray with a defiant but nervous expression on his smooth face. "Okay," Ray replied. It was the best response he could come up with on such short notice, with absolutely no warning at all, and now with a raging hard-on in his pants. He jerked off almost constantly. It had become a daily practice right before his shower and right after he finished clearing his email inbox. It was a standing engagement. His favorite porn clip, his hand and his dick. Finding a video featuring a black man and an Asian man had been hard enough, but one where the black man was on the bottom had been his highest accomplishment and most intense project for the last month. "Do you want to be mine?" "Yeah," Ray croaked. "Now? Do you want?" He knew sex. Sex, having good sex, was an art form, and Ray had painted beautiful pictures with people whose names he couldn't remember. He'd made strangers scream his name, fist his dark hair, and beg over and over again for more. And yet, he found himself speechless at Josiah's request. Speechless and giddy like a schoolboy seeing his first pair of breasts. Josiah considered his question, rolling his gaze around the room as Ray's eyes traveled down to the erection tenting Josiah's pants. Now was a good time. Ray's mouth watered. He wasn't one of those guys who craved and preferred inexperience, but knowing Josiah wanted him as his first was both an honor and a turn-on. "I think yeah. Should I get naked?" "Whatever you want to do." Ray's eyes grew wide as Josiah slipped his blazer off his shoulders, draping it on the back of the couch, and peeled his shirt over his head too. His dark umber nipples stood out against his smooth chest, and a diamond of tight curls sat in the center of his body. Ray had seen Josiah in various states of undress, but he hadn't been afforded a good, uninterrupted look. He hadn't been allowed to drink in every part of the other man's body, but now he had his chance, and he stared wide-eyed as Josiah draped his shirt over his blazer. Ray's lips parted, and a little groan slipped past them. His balls ached and his cock throbbed in the trap of his pants. "I like how you look at me," Josiah confessed. His jeans sat low on his hips, showing off sharp cut lines and a trail of dark hair disappearing behind the waistband. Ray swallowed. "How do I look at you?" "Like I'm the only person you've ever seen in your life. Like you can't wait to take me. You look at me hungrily. The way I always wanted Quentin to look at me, but he never did." "Don't say his name," Ray grunted. "Sorry." Josiah sucked his bottom lip into his mouth. "Don't be. Tell me what you want. What have you thought about?" "I want you to fuck me like you fuck everyone else. I want to know what it's like to be with you." "I can't." "Why not?" Josiah frowned, disappointment marring his features. "Because you're not everyone else." Ray reached for him, placing a hand on his waist and drawing him closer. He swept his lips over Josiah's body, taking in his clean, soapy scent and nuzzling the few extra pounds he'd gained since the lockdown. He was softer but no less beautiful than the first day Ray had ever seen him, and Ray's grip tightened at his side. "Oh. Okay." Josiah exhaled in a light trill. Goosebumps rose on his skin following Ray's lips, and a little shiver worked through him. "I like how your mouth feels against me." "Good." Ray used his tongue next, sliding over the hint of his cut lines, wringing a shocked moan from him, and traveling around until he trapped the top part of Josiah's ass in his teeth. "A little bite." Josiah moaned again, this time with a giggle at the end. "You're so beautiful," Ray whispered against Josiah's skin, trailing up to his nipples and then brushing his face over his curled chest hair as he browsed his way to Josiah's neck. "Thank you." Josiah rested a hand on Ray's shoulder as he tilted his head to the side, surrendering to him, submitting to him. Ray groaned again, nibbling his neck and running his lips over the shell of Josiah's ear. "Finish undressing for me. I want to see all of you." "Oh, okay." His words were nothing more than puffed sighs, and his skin was blazing to the touch. Josiah's hands slipped between their bodies, and he fumbled with the button and the zipper of his jeans until he pushed them off his hips, letting gravity do the rest of the work. He pushed his underwear down too, and his cock sprang free, slapping against his belly and smearing pre-cum across his mahogany skin. When he pulled his briefs off, his heady scent filled the room, and Ray's excitement grew even more. "Fuck," he rumbled. "Damn." Josiah trembled against him. "I'm so turned on right now." Ray chuckled gently. His hands snaked around Josiah's body, and he grabbed two fists full of the other man's tight ass, drawing him closer, meshing their bodies together. "I'm going to help you out with that," Ray promised. With a grunt, he lifted Josiah up and sat him on the table. "Please." Josiah's hands trailed down Ray's biceps, squeezing him at the elbows, before Ray sank to his knees and kissed the inside of his thigh, brushing pillowy lips across unexplored skin. "Can I suck you off?" "Please," Josiah said again. "Fuck yeah." Ray planted kisses along the inside of Josiah's thigh until he reached the center of his body and took in a deep breath of his natural smell, drowning in it. Josiah's cock throbbed and his belly hollowed. His breath stuttered. Ray kissed him, puckering his lips and pressing them into the veiny shaft of his cock. Josiah wasn't a virgin anymore. Ray had something no other man could ever take from him, and he was honored to have it. His lips browsed vestal skin until he reached the head, and he kissed it, tonguing over his slit. Josiah rewarded him with a little bead of pearly white pre-cum. It contrasted with his dark skin, and Ray swiped it away. He took his time exploring Josiah's skin, leaving the other man a trembling mess by the time his lips and tongue had touched every inch of him. Josiah dropped his head back on his shoulders, curving them forward and pushing his hips towards Ray. He gripped the edge of the table, rolling his hips as Ray's mouth traveled from the base of his cock back up to the head. Ray swirled his tongue around the head of Josiah's cock and then swallowed him into his mouth. He retreated, and his tongue laved the underside of Josiah's cock, cheeks hollowing. His hands moved to Josiah's hips, holding him in place as he took more of him past his lips, blocking his airway for a second before retreating and doing it again, taking him even deeper, feeling his curly pubic hairs tickle his nose. Josiah inhaled deep breaths and exhaled guttural moans as his orgasm built, as his cock throbbed with it, as more of his precum wet Ray's tongue. The head of his cock swelled in Ray's mouth, pulsing with his pounding heartbeat. He was close. Ray knew it. Ray felt it. Ah. Stop, Josiah gasped. Stop. Please. Ray obliged, and he flicked his gaze up to Josiah. You okay? Josiah sucked in a ragged breath, wiggling away from Ray. His cock still bubbled with precum, taut skin throbbing. Ray clenched and released his fist, sliding his hands down his thighs. He had to calm down too, but watching Josiah squirm in front of him was making it difficult. No. I'm not sure I'm ready. Ray wet his lips, nodding. Okay. He eased himself off the floor, stretched, and kissed the corner of Josiah's lips. I think there's some ice cream in the freezer. I snuck some in with the last grocery order. Josiah's eyes grew wide as Ray pulled away. What? I was going to get some ice cream. Ray shrugged. You're not upset? There's nothing to be upset about. Ray stroked the outside of Josiah's thigh. If you're not ready, you're not ready. It's your body. Josiah's eyes lidded, and he crossed his arms over his chest. Yeah. Can I have my clothes? Sure. Ray grabbed Josiah's discarded shirt and briefs, resting them on the table beside his hand. So how about the ice cream? And we can crawl in bed and relax for a bit. Josiah tugged his clothes on and recoiled into himself, wrapping his arms around his legs and resting his chin on his knees. You're really not upset? I'm really not upset. Not one single bit, Josiah. Ray moved to the refrigerator, opening the top section and pulling out a carton of chocolate ice cream. Besides, the truth is we've done more intimate things than sex already. What do you mean? Sex isn't the mark of a good relationship. I mean, sex is great. Trust me, I want to make your toes curl and hear you scream my name, but we sleep together every night. I wake up to your face every morning. We share our meals. We talk. Sex isn't everything. Ray spooned the ice cream into 2 separate bowls. I guess. We'll have sex when we do. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Now come on. I know exactly what you like. He walked backwards towards the entrance of the kitchen, cradling both bowls of ice cream. Josiah didn't move, but he hugged his body with his arms. What do I like? You like being the big spoon, watching nature documentaries, and rubbing against me when you think I'm asleep. Josiah smiled at first, but then his eyes bugged. Hey. I don't rub against you. Ray lifted his eyebrows. You absolutely do. I'm not complaining, but don't act like you're some innocent thing. I know how you nestle that thick cock of yours between my ass cheeks. Ray. You're not funny. Ray laughed. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being honest. Now come on before your ice cream melts. He shook Josiah's bowl before strolling backwards out of the kitchen. Frowning, Josiah slithered from the counter and followed Ray's lure to the bedroom. Chapter 18. Josiah. He rolled out of bed the next morning as soon as the sun peeked through the window, and warmed the back of his hand resting across Ray's torso. He groaned when he cracked his eyes open, finding himself curled around Ray, big spooning him, pressing himself into the other man's back, much to his previous protests. The failed first time of the previous day weighed heavy in his mind, along with the embarrassment of not, doing it. He was in limbo now. He wasn't sure if he was a virgin still or if he wasn't, and he couldn't get Ray out of his mind either. His skin still buzzed with the feeling of the other man's lips and tongue passing over him, and his mind couldn't erase the hungry look he had in his eyes. Desperate. Starved. Josiah liked this look the most. He liked the way Ray licked his lips when he looked at him. He liked being what someone else craved, but it didn't erase the tension knotting his stomach. Ray had played things off the day before, but would he still be okay in the morning? Had he really not been mad? They had gone on to cuddle and watch nature documentaries, but Josiah had never relaxed. There had been so many times with Quentin where similar instances had occurred. Usually, Quentin would take things a step too far, Josiah would call foul, and they would spend the entire evening dancing around each other, avoiding the elephant in the room until it was too big to continue ignoring. He had his own anxiety swirling inside him, but he felt no tension from Ray. Ray seemed fine, which had been more unsettling than the anger he had grown accustomed to. Josiah escaped to the bathroom first, dipping into the shower and scrubbing his skin until it was flushed with blood at his shoulders, elbows, and high cheekbones. Then he wrapped a towel around his hips and padded out of the bedroom, clutching his cell phone in hand. At the breakfast table, he called his best friend, sliding the towel over his moist skin as Bentley answered. Well, if it isn't Josiah. It's been a hot minute. Sorry. I've been really busy. Oh, I bet you have. I've been reduced to finding out about your many pandemic exploits through the internet. The internet, Josiah. Do you know how it felt for me to wake up and see you and Ray plastered all over the place? No, I really don't, actually. I'll tell you. It felt weird, honestly. I mean, you and Ray are a pretty good match. Or well, my grandma always says so. She's been saying it since I was a child every time she saw you two together. She's pretty convinced y'all are perfect for each other. Well, I will have to ask her why she didn't tell me earlier then. If we were meant to be, then I could have saved a lot of time and not dated around. Josiah gave a hollow laugh. Anyway, how are you? Same old, same old. Working mostly. The problem with the pandemic is you can get in a serious work trap. I imagine you can. How's the video game coming along? It's coming. Kinda feel like it'll never get done, but I know one day it will if I can keep momentum. Anyway, what's up on your end? Besides the new relationship you didn't tell me about. It was unexpected, but, Josiah frowned, I do have something I want to ask you. It's personal, so you cannot answer if you don't want to. Nah, it's good. What's up? Josiah took in a deep breath and sighed. You know how, I haven't had sex, right? Yeah, it's kind of all over the internet. The virgin thing. Right, well. I want to do it with Ray, and we tried, but it was bad, so we stopped, and he said he was fine, but I'm not sure. Oh, Bentley hummed. I mean, if he said he was fine, then he's fine. Is it really so simple? Depends on the person. Everyone's individual, you know, but Ray doesn't seem like the lying type, so yeah, it's probably fine. Josiah drummed his fingers over his lips. I guess. What happened afterwards? Nothing really. He made us both a bowl of ice cream, and we watched television before going to bed. Oh yeah, he's fine. He's 100% fine. How do you know? I mean, if he wasn't fine, you probably wouldn't be asking me if he was fine, you know. Josiah scoffed. I guess. So what should I do? About what? About the sex we didn't have. I don't know. Try again when you're feeling more comfortable. What happened? I mean, could he not find the hole or something? Josiah's eyes widened. Whoa. Okay, yeah, no. I mean, okay. I got nervous is all. Go slower next time. We were already going slowly. Slower, Bentley drawled before laughing. The problem is you're taking it too seriously. You've built it all up, and now you want it to be perfect, and fireworks are supposed to go off and whatnot, and sometimes things don't go smoothly. Sex is organic, so you have to get rid of your grand plans and enjoy the process. Drop your grand plans, let stuff happen organically, and enjoy being in the moment. Everything will be okay. I promise. And if everything doesn't work out in the end, then he can catch these hands. Reassuring. Josiah rolled his eyes. Okay. I'll remember what you said. Good. Anyway, I gotta go. I promised this one chick we could do a virtual workout session, so I'm about to get my sweat on. Sounds fun. Yeah, it ain't bad. It was good to hear from you. I'm glad you're okay, but I'm a little shocked. I'm guessing your family's okay, too. Yeah. I haven't heard anything, but I assume since I haven't heard anything, everyone must be okay. Probably legit. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, alright? Keep me posted on how it goes with Ray. I will. Cool. Then I'll see ya. Okay, bye. Josiah ended the call and finished drying his body. He draped the towel on the back of a kitchen chair and moved around the small room stark naked, cock and balls hanging between his legs. He walked on his toes, flexing his calves and thighs, as he grabbed bowls and cookware from the cabinets and raw ingredients from the refrigerator. He couldn't cook, but scrambled eggs weren't hard necessarily. He cracked the eggs over a bowl, scrambled them with a fork, and then poured them into an already sizzling pan as his cell phone buzzed again. He dumped the empty bowl into the sink and answered the call. Hello? Josiah. A deep baritone voice matching his own responded. My son. Hey Dad. What's up? Is everyone okay? Oh yes, everyone is fine. Your brothers are locked down at their homes and your mom and I are staying indoors, getting everything delivered, but I didn't call about any of those things. I called to congratulate you. Congratulate me on what? On being stuck with a Yamada. Now you can truly honor your family. What? By destroying them once and for all, obviously. This is an opportunity for us to get ahead as a family, his father explained, pride swelling in his voice. What? Josiah asked again. I'm not with Ray so I can dig up dirt on his past. Frowning, Josiah stepped away from the stove, pinching the bridge of his nose. Are you there for love? Because he cares about you. I hope you don't believe any of this. Yamadas are ruthless and their family first. If you don't think he's telling his father all about you, then you're foolish. Dad. Ray's not like his parents. He's honest and so is our relationship. His father barked out a laugh. Ah, my sweet naive son. You would believe in his honesty. This is why you have always been the soft one. Dad. Ray's not trying to use me, and I'm not going to try to destroy him or his family. You shouldn't even be calling me with this, because you know my stance. It's never changed. He scowled, pacing the length of the living room. You wouldn't take this opportunity to take back what the Yamadas stole from us? The Yamadas didn't steal from us. Business is business, Dad. As much as our money has given you. Do you know how much more you could have had if the Yamadas hadn't blocked the 2003 merger? It would have changed our lives. Dad, you don't give me anything anyway, remember? I've had to make my own fortune and I don't have any reason to help you with this. Whatever problem you have with the Yamadas isn't my problem. I care about Ray, Ray cares about me, and it is what it is. If you don't like it, then you can go back to ignoring me like you always do. You should think long and hard about what you're saying, son. If you don't take this opportunity to do what is best for our family. Screwing over Ray is not something I'm going to do for this family. Josiah's voice rose, kicking up an octave as his pacing grew faster. You can't even bring me into this. I haven't heard from you in months. You didn't even call when I broke up with Quentin, and you knew about it because it was plastered everywhere, and now you have the nerve to ask me to ruin a relationship with the one guy who really knows and cares for me? No, Dad, I fucking won't. Do you need anything else? I see where you stand in this family. Sure, Josiah started, but his words cut off when the scent of burning food passed across his nose. Oh shit. He hung up the phone and dashed back into the kitchen, poking the scorched eggs. He scraped them off the bottom of the pan and turned them over, frowning as he did. The smell churned his stomach and filtered all the way through the suite. "Is everything okay in here?" Ray poked his head into the kitchen, raking his fingers through his messy bed hair and knuckling his drooping eyes. Yes but no. I was trying to make you breakfast, but I think I ruined it." Josiah gestured to the burnt eggs. "You tried to make me breakfast." Ray instantly smiled and moved further into the kitchen. He rested a hand on Josiah's back, kissing his jawline, before peering into the skillet. "I tried, but I'm pretty sure they're inedible now." Josiah tipped his head for the kiss. "I wanted to do something nice for you since you were so nice about last night." Ray poked at the eggs. "Yeah. What happened? You've seen me make eggs a dozen times at this point." "I got distracted." Ray looked around. "Bye. My dad called." "It's not really important or anything." Ray rumbled again, nodding. "Let me clean this up. Then I'll make us breakfast." "Ray. It's not me making you breakfast if you take over." "True, but it's nothing, and I like cooking for you. Tell me, what had you so distracted this morning?" "I told you. My dad called. He's an asshole is all." "Yeah? You can talk about it." Josiah rubbed his hands over his face. His stomach clenched as he thought about the conversation and what he knew about Ray. He could have made the choice to help his father, to support his family, because he did know enough to tarnish Ray's reputation, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't have done it years ago, and he definitely couldn't do it now. Ray adored him and supported him in a way his family never had, and he knew he couldn't trade what he'd gained for something he never had. His family would never accept him, not in the way Ray had. "I don't really know if I want to give it more time than I already have." "It's stupid," Josiah shook his head. "All right then. How about this? I'll finish up breakfast for us, and then we can take a personal day." "We took a personal day for most of the evening yesterday." "And? Is there something you really need to get done?" Ray lifted his eyebrows. "I have my followers." "Let's do one of those live things from the bed then." "Either way, I want you in bed all day," Ray drawled. Josiah chuckled. "You can have me in bed. I'm going to shower while you cook." "Didn't you already shower?" Yes, but now I need to cool off." Josiah quirked a tailored eyebrow. "Is it a problem?" "Nah. Sounds good," Ray grunted. "Good." Once he reached the kitchen entrance, he hugged the doorframe, casting one last glance at Ray before slipping out of the room. Chapter 19. Josiah. Once showered, Josiah settled on the bed, drying himself lazily and moisturizing his skin as Ray entered, shirtless and carting a savory breakfast of eggs and toast with him. "Kitchen is cleaned. Here's your breakfast, my dear," Ray teased, placing the food on the side table before crawling into bed next to Josiah and relaxing with his hands behind his head. "You're not hungry?" "Waiting for you to get done." "What kind of thing do you want to do with your followers? You want to pick a specific topic to talk about, or you want to talk about anything?" Josiah latticed his fingers as he spread the creamy lotion over his hands and arms, tilting his head at Ray's question. "Either could work. If we did a specific topic, what would you want to do?" Ray shrugged. "They're going to ask about us. You already know, even if we do any questions, they're going to ask the most questions about what's going on between us. So should we feed the beast then?" Ray chuckled. "If you want. You don't mind them knowing about us?" "Nah. We've done several shows, a whole TV interview, and more. It is what it is at this point, huh?" "Yeah. I just want to make sure it never becomes too much. I mean, you know you don't have to do this if you don't want to, right? I can take you off my socials, and you can just be the ominous boyfriend." "I could, but we started this being open, remember?" We started for mutual gains, so it would be weird to switch things up now, but we can keep some things private too. Just because we're out there doesn't mean we have to tell everything about our lives. True. What happens in between the sheets is only our business. I'm not ashamed of anything we do together, but our bedroom practices don't have to be up for discussion. Whether you bottom, I bottom, or we don't even do penetration, it's not something we have to answer for anyone. Okay. Josiah smiled, drying his hands on his towel and reaching for the plate of food. He placed it between them and picked up a piece of brown toast, nibbling the corner. I'm going to put it up then, and we can start after we eat. Sounds good. Ray took a piece of toast after him, loading his triangle of toast with fluffy eggs before biting into it. He ate half of the food available, and then left the rest for Josiah. The meal wasn't huge. It was enough to push off Josiah's hunger, but not enough to have him heavy with sleep again, and when the plate was empty, he set it aside and eased into Ray's arms. They were both shirtless, and Josiah rested his head on Ray's shoulder as he set up his cell phone for the event, adjusting the lighting and angles once they popped up on the screen. Ray looked delicious, as always, but because of their different skin tones, Josiah had to make adjustments to the lighting. When they were appropriately lit, people joined the little chat, and he greeted them. The conversation started with the usual pleasantries as the chat room swelled from 50 people to 100 to thousands and tens of thousands. When they hit 50,000 people, Josiah officially started the question and answer session. Okay guys. So we won't be on here long, but we wanted to hop on and do a little question and answer session to break up the day. If you saw my post a bit ago, I asked what kind of questions about relationships you might want answered. Neither one of us are experts, but we can talk about our experiences, at least. So, I got so many questions from you guys, and there were a lot of variations of the same questions, so I narrowed them down a bit. The first question is, how do you deal with best friends who aren't supportive of your relationship? Josiah looked at Ray before giving a hollow laugh. Well, I guess we're not starting off easy, are we? Ray chuckled. Guess not. I can answer this one. He leaned forward, sweeping his lips along Josiah's jawline, which had the chat exploding with heart emojis and love eyes. If it's your best friend, then I'm going to say what no one wants to hear, but you should probably listen to what they're saying. If it's a fringe friend or a friend you don't know real well, then I wouldn't worry about it. Ray shrugged. People will always have their opinions, but if you like the person you're with, then enjoy being with them. I hope that answered well enough. Josiah smiled. It's perfect, he murmured. The next question is about jealousy. Generally, how to deal with it. All you, Ray teased, rubbing Josiah's shoulders. HMF. Jealousy is a weird emotion. It's not really just one thing. It's a lot of things, but for me, when you unpack why you're feeling jealous, it can be narrowed to feeling shame or humiliation about something. Like if you're jealous because your partner talked to another person, then that's all on you to unpack and figure out why you're jealous of it. Josiah bit the inside of his cheek. It's something I've been unpacking too, and I've learned I usually feel jealous when I feel inadequate, but it's also not your partner's job to fix your jealousy if your jealousy is unfounded, you know? Josiah's lips tugged into a smile. Ray stroked the backs of his fingers over Josiah's bare skin, soothing the little bit of anxiety that had cranked up and rattled his words. Josiah glanced down before offering a smile to Ray. Next question. A few more, then I want you to myself. All right, well, Josiah chuckled, the next one is yours. I don't have much experience with it. How do you deal with it when your partner wants to have less sex than you do? Ray lifted his eyebrows, and a little color shined on his cheeks. It was imperceptible to the viewers, but Josiah saw it. Ray cleared his throat. Well, I mean, there's only one way to deal with it, and it's to adjust your expectations and take care of the rest of it on your own. I mean, think about it from their point of view. Our whole society is founded on having as much sex as possible, and if you're not interested, it's okay, but we have all this stuff on how to get more interested rather than stuff on how to calm yourself down. True, Josiah murmured, tilting his head. The answer stunned him. For a man who had as much sex as Ray, he didn't expect such an accommodating and thoughtful response. Not only was it understanding, but it was also full of a surprising amount of awareness, and it made Josiah respect him more. It also made him want him more. Knowing Ray would never pressure him into anything made his appetite for Ray voracious. I can give you some tips for calming yourself down when you're horny and your partner isn't in the mood. Ray smirked. Masturbating is always a given. Somewhere on your own time. There's nothing wrong with solo pleasure when you're in a relationship. There are some men out there who think the only time they should nut is when they're inside someone, but when you decide those things, you put an expectation on your partner. Oh yeah, you do, Josiah agreed solemnly. Yeah. Ray kissed his shoulder. So basically, masturbate, take a cold shower, whatever. If what you're really wanting is closeness with your partner though, you can have it, but it doesn't have to be sexual. I'll tell you something. When I learned the difference between sexual and sensual, my sex life changed for the better. Those are two things you shouldn't confuse with each other. Someone in the chat is asking what the difference is, Josiah commented. I was getting there, Ray laughed. Sexual is your obvious stuff. Grabbing asses and dicks and tits or whatever. Sexual stuff is just fine, but for most people, it's not going to make them feel wanted and happy, if you know what I mean. Sensual stuff is what makes your partner feel wanted and happy and content, and sensual stuff is different. Sensual stuff can be as simple as eye contact and a little touch. Your relationship should be full of these kinds of touches. Now I know your secret. Wasn't a secret, but we're about to get off here so I can have you to myself. Josiah giggled. Okay. One last thing though. Everyone in relationships, I have a challenge for you. When you're sitting around with your partner during this pandemic situation, instead of only touching them when you want sex, try touching them at random every hour. Say y'all are watching TV. Just lean over and kiss their shoulder every so often. That's my challenge. Just for a week. See how it changes your relationship. You have given my followers homework. Yup. Ray smiled. Josiah studied his smile before shaking his head and turning back to the live video. You heard him, guys. You all have homework, and I am being dragged away for who knows what. You know what? Josiah suppressed a little grin as he ended the video feed and placed his cell phone on the counter. I know what. Yeah. Come here. Ray dragged Josiah close, roping his arms around his torso and nuzzling into his neck. I never expected you to be so cuddly. Should I apologize? No. It's a welcome surprise. Josiah laced their fingers together. What do you want to do? I want to relax with you. Not everything has to be planned out, you know. Ray kissed Josiah's neck, browsing his lips across his skin and spreading goosebumps down his body. I know this, Josiah murmured. So, we're just going to relax then. MMHM. Relax and talk and enjoy each other's company, Ray confirmed, sliding down in the bed and taking Josiah with him. With his arms wrapped around Josiah's torso, he curled his body around him, back to chest. What do you want to talk about? We can talk about the questions your followers asked you. Ray kissed Josiah's shoulder. There's not much to discuss on my end, but I wanted to thank you for not pressuring me into sex. Josiah glanced over his shoulder, glimpsing into Ray's eyes. I would never pressure you. I'd rather spend hours just like this. Sex isn't the most important thing. Sometimes it feels like it. Yeah, it does. He kissed his shoulder again. Don't get me wrong. You're beautiful and so sexy, and I'm excited to be with you when the time is right. Josiah smiled gently, twisting onto his back. He ran a hand along Ray's chiseled muscles, around his sharp pecs and down his biceps. When the time is right. Ray shivered under his touch, muscles jumping under his skin. Yeah. When the time is right. He rubbed a hand across Josiah's stomach, sending sparks of pleasure through him, leaving his skin tingling. I want to try again. I'm nervous, but I want you. Nervous about what? Ray's fingers trailed along Josiah's sides, continuing his gentle, soothing touches. Nervous I won't be good at it, or I won't enjoy it. You don't have to be good at it. It's a learning process. We have to learn what the other person likes. Josiah bit the meat of his bottom lip, walking his fingers along Ray's forearm, down the curve of his body, and pausing at the band of his pants. His fingers traced it, and Ray exhaled a little moan. What do you want to do? I want to suck your cock. Ray groaned. Sounds like a plan. I've never done it before though, so you have to tell me what you like. Anything. I like anything you're going to do, Ray gasped. Anything but teeth, of course. Like don't bite me, because it hurts, but other than teeth, just seeing you on my cock is enough. I hope so, Josiah whispered, sliding his hand over the front of Ray's pants, finding his cock hard already. The first touch sent a thrill through him, and another moan from Ray emboldened him. He shifted in the bed, pushing Ray's pants down and fishing his cock from them. His fingers trailed over the solid ridge of Ray's cock, inspiring another moan from him. Yeah, Ray groaned, resting a heavy hand on Josiah's shoulder. Is this okay? Josiah wrapped his fingers around Ray's length and stroked him. Yeah, Ray encouraged. It's good. It feels good. With a nod, Josiah thumbed his fingers over the head of Ray's cock, then slid them down to the base again. He'd masturbated more than enough times to know what feels good to him, so he did the same for Ray. He gripped him in a tight fist and stroked over him slowly at first, but gradually faster. When his hand warmed, he leaned forward, hollowing his cheeks until spit collected on his tongue. Then he let it drip from his lips onto Ray's cock, tethering them together. Using the pad of his thumb, he rubbed his spit into Ray's skin. With more saliva, he slicked his hands and the rest of Ray's cock, and he stroked glistening skin with a tight fist. Oh, okay. Fuck, Ray moaned. Sexy. You keep up with that, and I'm going to cum. Not yet. Josiah's eyes widened, but he didn't stop stroking Ray either. He felt Ray hardening more and more as he jerked him, and soon it was Ray's pre-cum mingled with Josiah's spit. His cock bubbled with it. The head swelled, pulse throbbed, and Josiah's stomach fluttered. His own cock was hard in his pants too, but he liked the tightness and the constriction, and he enjoyed focusing on Ray instead. He enjoyed Ray's grunts and groans as he got closer, his murmured praises, the way he kneaded his shoulder. Can I suck you? The words tumbled from his lips, and he turned shy eyes up to Ray. Please, Ray grunted. Okay. Josiah's stomach nodded again, and he was dizzy with his own excitement as he lowered himself on Ray's cock. His tongue passed across the head, tasting salty pre-cum. Ray groaned. Yeah, baby. That's it. Josiah hummed, taking a little more of Ray into his mouth, until the head of his cock hit the back of his throat. They both groaned, and another thrill spiraled through him. Josiah, he moaned. I don't want you to come yet. He moved his lips over the head of Ray's cock. Ray's breath hitched. Then stop teasing me. I'm not teasing you. I'm playing with what's mine, right? Ray rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's yours. Good. Josiah chuckled and went back to licking him. At first he had been nervous, but as he continued, he relaxed into it, enjoying Ray in his mouth. As he continued, Ray's thighs trembled and his body shuddered. His hand had moved from Josiah's shoulder up to the back of his head, fingers curling through his short-cut hair. Ray didn't urge him forward, but each time Josiah lowered himself all the way down, his hips jerked, and his hand gripped the back of Josiah's head. Josiah's cock ached in its fabric cage, hardening a little more each time Ray gripped him, and each time he swallowed around his cock. Sweat collected on his skin, his cheeks flushed, he tried everything. He swirled his tongue around him, hollowed his cheeks, pushed him into his throat, and pulled back, and Ray melted into it, encouraging through guttural moans. Close, baby. Close, Ray's voice quaked. Josiah moaned but didn't pull away. Instead, he doubled down on Ray, laving his tongue over the pulsing head, begging for Ray's orgasm until he was rewarded with his hot cum on his tongue. The first burst of cum was accompanied by a deep moan, and the next waves of Ray's orgasm were accented with softer groans. Josiah swallowed him, letting his hot cum slide down his throat. His eyelids fluttered. This. He was shocked he enjoyed it so much, but there was something so primal about having his mouth around Ray. It drove him wild, set every nerve in his body on fire, and when he leaned back, he cleaned the corners of his pulsing bee-stung lips. "You taste good too." Ray panted, curling his lips as he watched Josiah. "My turn now? Can I take care of you?" "Yeah." Josiah nodded. "I won't stop you this time. I promise." Ray tugged his lips into a smile and sat up, pulling Josiah into a light kiss. "If you want to stop me, it's okay. You can. You can say no whenever you want, and I promise I'll stop." "You've said," Josiah murmured against Ray's lips. His cock throbbed. He was fairly confident there would be no time for him to pull the plug on what they were doing. Just the thought of Ray's mouth on him had pleasure running all through him. "Get yourself out for me." Ray's cock had barely softened after his orgasm, and his voice was husky when he commanded Josiah. It made his balls ache. Josiah collapsed back on the bed, obeying Ray's request and slipping his pants down. When the cool air hit his blazing skin, he whimpered. His need was exposed, and his anxiety spiked, warring with his excitement, but he didn't stop Ray from taking him into his mouth. And he was glad he didn't. When Ray's full pink lips wrapped around him, it was heaven, and he almost came right then and there. It wasn't just Ray sucking him either. It was the trust they had built up, everything they had started as a foundation. Ray had put up the 4 walls and the roof in the last few weeks. At this point, he was filling in the insulation, putting up the wallpaper to their perfect home. It was perfect too, and he let his eyes flutter closed. Ray was an expert with his tongue in ways Josiah could never have imagined, and his orgasm raced up on him, like a cord snapping in the center of his body. Ray dragged it out of him, along with ragged moans. He emptied himself in Ray's mouth, and Ray worked his jaws around him as he did, sending him reeling. Ray sucked him all the way through his orgasm and after, cleaning his sensitive cock before retreating with another groan. "Fuck," Josiah whispered. "That was amazing." Ray moved back up Josiah's body, kissing the center of his chest, his shoulder, and then the corner of his lips. "I love how you taste." Josiah flushed. "I like how you taste too. I like sucking you, and I want to do more." "What else?" Josiah licked his lips, turning his head and planting a kiss on Ray's mouth. "Do you think we can order lubricant and condoms with room service?" Ray blinked, and his cheeks flushed rosy red. Yeah, I bet we can." Chapter 20. Ray. It took an hour for room service to bring condoms and lubricant, and in that hour, Josiah curled into him, and they fell asleep in a sex-drunk haze. He dozed with Josiah's taste on his tongue and both of their heady scents filling the room, until there was a knock at the door. The knock roused him enough to crack his eyes open, but he didn't get out of bed. Instead, he pulled Josiah closer to him, letting the penthouse staff leave the supplies right inside the door for them. He closed his eyes again, and when he finally shook off his haze of sleep, the condoms and lubricant had been retrieved, and they were sitting on the bedside table, taunting him. Josiah had settled in his arms again, nuzzling into his bicep. "Josiah," Ray murmured. Josiah turned bedroom eyes up to Ray, and his eyelashes kissed the meat of his heavy brow bone. "Nothing," Ray murmured, lifting Josiah's chin with his free hand and pressing a kiss into his lips. "Wanted to make sure you were okay." "I'm fine. Better than fine." Ray nodded. "Good. I got the condoms and the lubricant from the door." "I saw," Ray rumbled. "Do you want to," Josiah paused, "review them?" Ray chuckled. "Is this your way of asking for us to continue? Because if so, it's the cutest way I've ever heard someone ask for sex." Josiah scowled. "I'm not trying to be cute, but I'm not just going to say, 'Come on, please pound my ass, daddy,' because it's too forward." Ray bit back a groan. "Would you rather me say something vulgar?" "Seriously?" "I mean, it's sex," Ray laughed. "I mean, it's not vulgar, but there's nothing to be ashamed of, either. I want us to be open with each other. I don't want you to sugarcoat what you want. Ever. I guess, Josiah frowned before turning away from Ray. He reached for the condoms, opening the box and pulling a strip out. If you want me to be honest, then. Josiah paused. I want us to make a dent in this box. Oh yeah? Ray rumbled. Josiah nodded, tearing open one with his teeth and peeling it out of the wrapper. What are you going to do with it? Ray challenged, leaning back on the bed, exposing himself to the other man. He was game for either option. With Josiah, he could go either way. Normally he subscribed to being a top on the rare chance he slept with other men. Women were plentiful, but for someone living his life as bisexual, men accepting of it were hard to come by. He liked the hard body of a man in contrast to soft, plush female bodies with wide childbearing hips and hair nearly as long as his. I want to fuck you, then I think I want you to fuck me, Josiah announced with a tremble in his voice. It was a bold declaration, and Josiah's face was deep crimson as he slid the condom over his cock. Sec, Ray groaned. It had been ages since he'd taken a cock, but his body still knew the drill, and his stomach pinged with excitement as he slipped out of bed and disappeared into the bathroom. He didn't keep Josiah waiting for long. He returned to the bed after a few minutes, stark naked, after shedding his clothes during a shower. Josiah's wide eyes greeted him, Adam's apple bobbing in his throat as he swallowed. How do you want me? Ray smirked, giving Josiah an undisrupted view of his body. He gripped his own cock, cupping it and his balls in one hand, as he waited for the other man's verdict. Josiah swallowed again and motioned to the bed. On it. Ray smirked. Back or front, baby? Front, Josiah croaked. Cool. Ray laid down across the edge of the bed, stretching his muscular body before pulling his legs up, exposing himself to the other man, who stared and licked his lips. He coated Ray's hole with lubricant before working his way inside of him, prying heavy grunts from Ray's throat. When Josiah had rooted himself inside Ray, he paused for a breath, situating his hands on either side of Ray before straightening up again and holding onto Ray's body. Is this okay? Josiah breathed. Yeah, it's perfect. You feel good inside me, Ray encouraged. Come here. When Josiah leaned forward, he placed a hand on the back of the other man's neck and pulled him into a kiss, curving his back as he started rolling his hips. Josiah's nervous energy dissipated slowly after the first couple thrusts, and the continued ones were deliberate, dragging moans from Ray's lips. A smile stayed on Ray's face as Josiah took him, and they found their rhythm together. Ray rolled his hips to meet Josiah's, and Josiah dropped his hips to bury himself inside Ray with each thrust. When Josiah hit the perfect spot, Ray groaned and planted a hungry kiss on Josiah's lips. Josiah hit his spot again, ringing another moan from Ray, confidence growing until his hips slammed into Ray with each continued thrust. Ray's whole body tingled as Josiah continued, and the familiar tickle of an orgasm started inside him, growing like a clam's crystal until it had formed a misplaced ball, until it was time for the built-up tension to be expelled. Getting close, Ray groaned as Josiah hit his spot again. Fuck, baby. Your cock is perfect. He stroked his length, squeezing the base before juggling his balls and reaching further down. His fingers brushed against the spot where their bodies joined together, ringing a surprised groan from Josiah's lips and another one from his own. Oh, I want you to come with me inside you. Paint your chest with it, Josiah demanded. His request was light, shy, but he made it anyway, and when it hit Ray's ears, Ray instantly came. The dam broke loose and his orgasm whipped through him, starting at the tips of his hair follicles and traveling all the way down his body like crashing waves. His hot cum splattered on his sweaty chest, ropes of it striping his pecs and sliding along his abs, pooling in the center of his stomach. Aw fuck, Josiah. Fuck, Ray growled, jerking himself until the last drop of his orgasm had worked its way out of his cock. Josiah groaned over him, muscles trembling as his own orgasm worked through him. With tight shut eyes and a look that was mixed between pure bliss and sheer terror, his cock pulsed inside Ray's tight ass. Ray captured his lips in a kiss. Josiah didn't kiss back, but he didn't need to. Ray did all the work. He brushed their lips together, tongue pushing into Josiah's mouth. Exploring him. Claiming him. The kiss continued until well after both men had come down, and Josiah's condom-covered cock slipped out of him. Ray reached between their bodies, peeling the condom off Josiah and pulling him down again. With one hand, he deftly tied the latex condom, and then he dropped it on the floor as he shifted their positions. He cupped Josiah's face and eased Josiah from on top to the bottom. He fit his body between the other man's, and he nestled himself against Josiah. Their desperate kisses and hungry touches roused them both for a second round, and Ray took Josiah, fucking him as gently as Josiah had taken him. He coated Josiah's hole with lubricant and pushed in, letting the other man adjust inch by inch. Ray's eyes crossed as Josiah's almost impossible tightness urged him towards another orgasm. Josiah relaxed under him, moaning each time Ray pushed all the way in. It took them no time to reach a second climax. Josiah had years of tension built up, and Ray was excited to take the journey with his virgin lover. When they came again, Josiah cried out with his pleasure, and Ray drank up his moans. Their sweat mingled together, along with both of their sticky orgasms. Ray's muscles jumped under his skin, and Josiah shivered under him. With a second condom wrapper discarded near the first, Josiah and Ray collapsed into bed again. Their bodies intertwined, and sleep grabbed them. It had been late in the evening when they started their session, and it hadn't ended until well into the night. Their exhausted minds and bodies welcomed the sleep and the uncomplicated pleasure they had just received. Ray cracked his eyes open several times through the night, looking around the room in a haze before he dipped back into sleep again. He woke the next morning nestled into Josiah's side. The cum and sweat had dried on their skin, leaving visible streaks of white across Josiah's dark chest. Ray woke him up with a kiss, and Josiah sucked in a breath, drawing his life from the other man. "Morning, sexy." He grinned. "Hi." He shuddered. "Hungry?" "Yeah. Always." Josiah closed his eyes again. "I enjoyed last night." Ray's lips tugged into a smile. "Me too." He stroked Josiah's cheek. "Could go for a round 3. A round 3? We just woke up," Josiah mumbled, knuckling his eyes and rubbing his hand over the dried cum on his belly. And I need water, a shower, and some food before I'm ready for anything else." He laughed, swatting at Ray before sobering. "Thank you. Thank you for making my first time amazing." Ray dove on him, biting his neck and growling. "You're welcome. I know you probably want to check your social media and your emails, so you go ahead and do it, and I'm going to go make us something to eat. Don't make breakfast food. Make dinner food since we slept through it last night." "Sure thing." Ray laughed and eased out of bed, slipping on a pair of briefs and grabbing his cell phone. In the kitchen, he retrieved rice and fish from the refrigerator and turned it into a light meal that worked for breakfast and dinner. After sprinkling the fish with seasoning on both sides and boiling the rice, he combined them into one pan and covered it, letting it simmer. He leaned against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest and checking his email first. He deleted the daily routine of junk emails, which had replaced the stack of traditional junk mail. After he'd finished emptying his email inbox, he shifted to the news, swiping through business first, then shifting to entertainment. He and Josiah had hit the top of the entertainment news often enough, usually for positive things. There were constant reviews of their relationship, speculation and analyzation based on Josiah's social media, but today's headline made the easy smile on Ray's face drop away. Ray Yamada, esteemed business owner and partner to Josiah Nelson, suffers childhood sexual abuse. Will it affect his relationship? It was a 10-minute read written by an armchair psychologist and local gossip channel, but it was also private information. Only a few people knew about Ray's childhood. His family, his best friend, and Josiah, who strolled into the kitchen with his nose in the air. "Breakfast smells," Josiah started, but his words cut out when their eyes met. Ray growled, clenching his jaws. "What is it? I can't believe you'd do this. For all the talk about how you're not like your family, you seem to be just like them." "What are you talking about?" Josiah knit his eyebrows together. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Ray tossed his cell phone on the table, motioning to the headline. Your breakfast is in the pot. I need a shower. His tone was wound tight like a jack-in-the-box, brewing tension on the verge of an explosion. Fists clenched, he stalked out of the kitchen. Part 3. Chapter 21. Ray. He needed air. Everything about the quarantine had come to a head. There was no honeymoon stage anymore. It wasn't fun. He was trapped with a man who told the entire world about his personal, private business. It would have been one thing if it were choices he had made as an adult. Sure, he slept around. Sure, he had made enemies, but he had no choice in whether an adult touched him as a child, and it wasn't Josiah's right to tell intimate information. The headline replayed in his mind, and his blood boiled. He was so hot, the ice-cold shower he took didn't calm him down. When he emerged from his shower, he wrapped a towel around his waist and browsed the bedroom. Clothes of his own had finally been delivered, but for the most part, they had been splitting belongings. Ray wore Josiah's larger items, and it was nothing for Josiah to lounge around in Ray's briefs or undershirt. Both were oversized on Josiah's lean form. As Ray pulled a shirt over his head, Josiah peeked into the bedroom. Can we talk? Josiah studied Ray. No, Ray grunted. We really need to talk, Ray. There's nothing to talk about. Josiah frowned. There's so much to talk about. You're blaming me for something I didn't do. You didn't do it? Ray jerked a pair of briefs over his bottom half and turned a hard gaze towards Josiah. You didn't do it? Seems a bit fishy to say you didn't fucking do it because the only people who know are my parents, my best friend, and you, and it seems like the secret came out as soon as you learn about it. Ray, is it what you talked to your father about? Did you just do this whole thing to earn my trust? No. You know I didn't. I was against this fake dating thing from the start. You convinced me to do it, and then you opened up. All this has been real for me. Everything. Especially yesterday. Ray growled, shaking his head. Whatever. I gave you something I had been saving for years. Do you really think my whole plan had been to betray you? It hurts me that someone took from you, Ray. I would never use things from your past for my personal gain. You know I wouldn't. Ray shook his head again, blinking back tears as they welled in his eyes. You have to believe me. I don't know what I believe anymore, Ray spat. I should have listened to my parents. About me. Your parents are wrong. I don't know what your family has against my family, but I'm not part of it. Ray. I care about you. Yeah, he grunted. He wanted to communicate, but he was shut down. He was small and helpless all over again, and his emotions were a storm inside him. Warring. Riotous, savage. You done now? Josiah wet his lips. Yeah. I'm done. Are you going to work in the kitchen or in here? The kitchen. As always. Okay. Josiah shuffled into the room, and Ray stepped out of it, prowling into the kitchen and popping open his laptop. He ran his hands down his face as a flood of new messages appeared in his email inbox. These were from news reporters and lawyers alike, and as he cleared the messages, his cell phone buzzed. He answered it before looking at the name. Hello? Oh my God. I've been calling you all morning. What the hell happened? Fern. Hey. Hey yourself. What the hell happened? I thought what happened when we were kids was confidential. I thought it was over. I thought so too. The headline. The article. It says her name. Who would know it? I don't know. Shit. I don't, Ray groaned. I think it was Josiah. He's the only person I've told. He's the only person who would know. I guess he could have gotten more information from somewhere and sold it to reporters. Josiah? You really think it was Josiah? Who else would it be? It's not like either of us told. Why would our parents say something about it? It doesn't look good on them. The only person who could benefit from it is Josiah. Maybe. You shouldn't be so ready to blame the guy you've been in love with since high school. Yeah, well, it's not really rocket science either though. If he's the newest one to learn about it, then all leads point to him. Fern made a soft noise. I don't know. I mean, it's the easy choice, but I'm not willing to blame him so quickly. You have other ideas? Not yet. It just happened. I need time to think. Just don't do anything crazy before we have time to think. Don't do anything crazy. Fern. This is my personal business out there. And this is exactly why you shouldn't do anything crazy. This won't ruin you, but you doing something ridiculous will. It can ruin what you've built as a career, and it can ruin your relationship with Josiah. I didn't ruin my relationship with Josiah. He did. Fern sighed. Just hang tight, okay? I'm going to do some digging. We can get to the bottom of this without pointing fingers. Whatever, Ray groused. Yeah, whatever is right. I'll call you back later. Seriously. Don't do anything irrational. Fine? Good. Okay, bye for now. Fern ended the call, and Ray turned his cell phone over in his hands. The device wasn't quiet for long, and when it rang again, he glimpsed the caller before he answered. Hey Dad. I've seen it. Seen what? His father's voice filled the receiver. The news. What about the news? Ray scoffed. Someone knows about what happened to me as a kid. You know. What? His father exclaimed. The casual demeanor left his voice, and it hiked up an octave. He switched from broken English to a very fluid Japanese, cursing Josiah, his family, and the media, and then starting all over again. Dad, stop, Ray replied. No. I told you about getting close to these people. It is what they do. They want to destroy you and this family. We have done our best. I know, Dad. I know. I'm going to talk to some lawyers and see what there is to do about it. The man returned to cursing in Japanese, and Ray rubbed his hands down his face, listening as his father's reaction drew his mother's voice into the background. Hers was soothing but no less upset. Listen, Dad. I need to try to take care of this, Ray cut in at a lull in his tirade. Let's not be too quick to blame Josiah. He's the easy and obvious answer, and things aren't always as they would seem, you know. His father clucked his tongue. There is a saying for this. Sometimes the answer is right in front of your face. And sometimes it's not. All I'm saying is don't jump to any conclusions. Let me handle this. His father grunted. Fine, but if you don't take care of this, I will. I will do what needs to be done, Ray replied, gripping his cell phone to his face. Is Mom back there? Can I talk to her? Yes, the older man replied, and the next voice Ray heard on the phone was his mother's. Her light, airy voice greeted him in Japanese. She'd always been a stay-at-home parent, so her English was shakier. Mom, Ray sighed. My son, she responded. How are you doing? I am okay. It's good to hear your voice though. You should call more often, ask to speak to me, and you would hear my voice much more, she teased. I know. I've been busy is all. With your new partner. Yeah. It's not a big deal, just the quarantine, and yeah. But how are you? How have your art projects been going? Calligraphy has been popular lately. Oh yes, it has. Very popular. Of course, I lost many customers because of the virus, but I am confident things will recover. Me too. Things will probably boom once all this changes. Weddings won't stop, and people will want something lavish after so much struggling. Yes. Oh, I wish you were closer, my son. I know, but it's okay. Ray was quiet for a few moments, glancing towards Josiah's bedroom door before focusing on the call again. I haven't seen Grandma since the pandemic, but she was doing okay when I saw her last. Have you been able to talk to her? I talked to the nursing home staff. There was an outbreak there, but it is now under control, they say. They are still not allowing visitors. I know, I've been checking. As soon as they're allowing visitors, I'll see her. Thank you. No problem, Mom. Love you. Ray murmured. Love you too, Ray-tan. His mother ended the call, and he placed the cell phone on the table, spinning it with his first finger. He wet his lips as Josiah's door jerked open, and the other man emerged dressed and with a mask covering half of his face. His hair was brushed down into tight waves, and his fitted t-shirt hugged his torso, showing off those few extra quarantine pounds. After the mask, Ray noticed the shoes, square-toed loafers with wing tips, and he lifted his eyebrows. What are you doing? I'm going out. Ray blinked. Going out where? I'm going to the grocery store because I want an apple dessert tonight, and we don't have any apples. Yeah, but we can have room service deliver apples. We could, but room service isn't supposed to be at our beck and call. They have other responsibilities than delivering me apples and sugar. No, actually, they really don't have any other responsibilities. Okay, fine. My point is, I'm going out to the store. Do you want anything? Can I tell you what I don't want? A novel virus we have no cure to. Josiah rolled his eyes. I will be fine. I have hand sanitizer, a mask, and I understand how to keep myself safe. Ray folded his arms across his chest and shook his head. I'm not okay with this. Luckily for you, you have absolutely no say. Josiah moved through the living room, adjusting his cell phone and his wallet in his pocket. He removed his credit cards from his wallet, stashing the leather billfold in his back pocket with his cards tucked in the front one. Do you need anything from the store? Ray studied him. I'll take it as a no, and I'll see you later then. Josiah adjusted his mask and slipped out of the suite. Chapter 22. Josiah. Seeing the headline and seeing Ray's face fall broke him. He knew he hadn't told anyone. Hell, who would he tell? But it didn't matter. Ray thought he had, and to be fair, he was the most logical person to blame. The problem was it stung. Seeing Ray's anger, catching the brunt of the calloused man Josiah had known him to be, was rubbing salt in a fresh wound. They had a beautiful day. He couldn't have asked for anything better. He adored the way Ray looked at him, the way Ray touched him, their kisses and intimacy. He was at home in Ray's arms, nestled next to him, feeling his chest rise and fall. Waking up to a disaster ruined more than Ray's trust in him. It ruined the whole previous day. It called the end of their honeymoon stage in the worst way possible. After Ray stormed into the other room, Josiah set to work. He had connections with most of the gossip channels, and between him and his marketing assistant, they tracked down a man who had information. Josiah didn't recognize the name right away, and even after back-and-forth negotiations, the man refused to surrender the information digitally, and Josiah was in no mood to wait for the postal service to deliver pressing information. They decided on a meeting time and place, and the meeting had been scheduled for the afternoon. Getting past Ray wasn't exceptionally difficult, either. He knew Ray wouldn't stop him despite being fussy, so he strolled out of the suite for the first time in several weeks, and his anxiety spiked. Being outside of the suite felt surreal, and light steps carried him through the hallway and down the elevator to the first floor. Everyone he saw had masks covering the bottom half of their faces, and the employees had blue gloves stretched over their hands. Everyone looked tired, exhausted, weathered. Josiah rubbed his hands down his jeans, shrinking himself, as he weeded through the lobby and moving outside. The warm air burned his face, and the bright sunlight stung his eyes. As he stepped onto the sidewalk, a breeze tickled the exposed bits of his face. The world was barren, quieter than he'd ever seen, and Vegas was a place overflowing with people all the time. A lot had changed now, though. People were distanced from each other, wearing a mix of colorful, stylish masks and utilitarian hospital masks. Women clutched the hands of little children who tugged at the mask straps. Even the roads were empty, and gas prices had tanked. They had gone from nearly $4 a gallon to under $2, and despite the drop in price, the pumps were barren. Josiah passed 2 gas stations on his walk, and he weeded around people as he approached the grocery store. There was a limit there, too, and people mingled outside in a spaced line as a worker manned the door, ushering one person in as another person left. Josiah stood in line, arms crossed, spaced 6 feet from the person in front of him and the person behind him until it was his turn. Then he slipped inside. He grabbed a handheld basket and strolled the aisles, picking up a box of macaroni and cheese, weaving through the fresh fruits and vegetables, and collecting several lumpy apples before continuing through the store. They hadn't fully planned the meetup, but he knew the man would be in the grocery store at some point. He had already written a check for the information, and it was burning a hole in his wallet, making sweaty palms itch. He added flour and sugar to his cart and turned the corner to the next aisle, chewing the inside of his cheek as the skin under his mask became hot and the raw edges of the fabric scratched his cheeks. It was a small price, considering how drastically the cases went down, how the deaths were curbed, and how the country came together as a community. Josiah stepped onto the next aisle, but it was already occupied by shoppers. 2 women leaned against their carts. They were a healthy 4 feet away from each other, but even with the lower part of their face hidden, Josiah could read the stress lines and the exhaustion. He inched onto the aisle, studying a myriad of canned soups, beans, and vegetables. "Huh. Soup comes in a can," he whispered, tilting his head. As he moved down the aisle inspecting the soups, the women's conversation touched his ears. "Well, both of my sons have been home for months now, and they're not doing well. They miss their friends and they miss their sports events," one woman said, shaking her head. "I understand. It's so hard for them. My daughter's tutor is really struggling. She may get evicted from her home because most of her clients had to reschedule." Penciled-in eyebrows lifted. "Can you believe it? Oh, have you taken a look at the unemployment rates? They haven't been this high in nearly 2 decades. As Josiah approached closer, their voices hushed, and he gave them a shy smile hidden behind his mask. He scanned their faces but then shuffled around them, grabbing a can of loaded potato soup and a can of chicken enchilada soup. When he turned the corner again, he ran into a string bean of a man with shaggy hair and a billowing shirt. "Josiah?" His voice was muffled behind a utilitarian black mask. "Yeah. Are you?" "Zeke, yeah." Josiah stepped away from him, eyes darting around. "Walk with me," he murmured, then turned away and dipped into an aisle. The man followed. "Do you have it? The money?" "Of course, but I'm not the one who should be questioned right now. Do you have real information for me?" "Yeah, I've got the information for you, and let me point out I'm not the one trying to clear my name with my boyfriend. Maybe if he trusted you more, you wouldn't have to sneak around and meet him." Josiah rolled his eyes. "Who says I'm sneaking?" The man looked at Josiah's basket. Apples, flour, sugar, mac and cheese, and some soup. "What were you even here for? You couldn't get delivered to you." "Obviously here for you and my information." "Let's see it then." Josiah cut his eyes to the other man, searching his person, and then looking into his eyes. The man pulled a folded envelope from his back pocket and presented it to Josiah. "Here it is. You should sanitize it though. I bought a plastic one, so it'd be easier to clean. Do you have sanitizer?" "On me." Josiah blinked. "No." The man sighed. He dug a travel-sized bottle of hand sanitizer out of his pocket and spritzed it on his hands, and then planted a blob on top of the folder before passing it to Josiah. "After you rub it in, give me your hands." "This is overkill," Josiah grumbled. "Maybe so, but I don't need an extra scandal. I don't want to be the one to give a popular social media influencer an incurable virus." "Fine." Josiah cleaned the folder and then used more sanitizer on his hands. "Thanks." After he rubbed it in, he reached into his pocket, opening his wallet and pulling out the check. They did the whole shuffling process again, minus adding sanitizer directly to the check, but once the process was over, the man packed his sanitizer away. Don't check it here. You should pay for your stuff and get home. Sure. Josiah chewed the inside of his cheek again. What are you going to use the money for? Not really your business, is it? No, but I'm curious. The man sighed, looking over Josiah's head before back down at him. Bills, rent, the usual. I'm 2 months behind on rent now because of this whole pandemic thing. Bills have been tight. I'm going to pay off the rest of some student loans and then go from there. Josiah nodded. Is it really rough? Yeah. It's pretty rough. Anyway, I hope the information helps you. And stay safe, all right? Yeah. Thanks. Josiah thumbed the edges of the folder as the man turned away from him. There was no crowd for him to disappear into, but Josiah watched him until he turned the corner, thinking about the information he'd received. When the man was gone, Josiah made his way to the front of the grocery store, paying for his items. The cashier double-bagged them, and he tucked the folder between the 2 bags before he carried them back to his penthouse suite. He unlocked the door, stepping inside and depositing his keys, wallet, and cell phone on the table just inside the door. Then he took his items into the kitchen, resting them on the counter. Ray jerked his head up as Josiah breezed into the kitchen. Whoa, okay. Hey. I read some articles about being as safe as possible, and you need to take off all your clothes, put them in the washing machine, and take a shower. Josiah glanced over his shoulder at Ray. You're not mad at me anymore? I'm still mad, but safety is more important. I'll shower when I unload my groceries and put them away. Josiah reached for the bag again. I'll unload your groceries, just get out of here and get washed up. No. I got it. Seriously. I got it. Ray folded his arms across his chest. You're really going to be this way about some groceries? I didn't realize your first shopping trip would be so important to you. Josiah rolled his eyes. You have already done enough for me, and you are dealing with your own emotions. I don't need you to also unpack my groceries for me. You should go back to work. You are ridiculous. Ray scowled. No, I'm not. Okay. Just let me do it. Okay? Josiah wrung his hands, snapping his attention back to Ray. Will you just leave it here until I get back? If it's really that important to you, yeah. I'll leave it right there for you until you get back. Josiah sighed. Thank you. Ray strummed his fingers on the table, gentle thuds cutting through the brief silence. How was it out there? What do you mean? I mean, how was it? Like, was it crowded or empty or what? Josiah shrugged. It was different. Everyone's wearing masks and the streets are empty. There are even fewer cars on the road, but also, I feel, I don't know, irresponsible. Why? Because? I know I've heard this stuff from my followers a little, but people are seriously going bankrupt and losing their homes. Yeah. Yeah, they are. I overheard a woman talking, and she said that her son's tutor was about to lose her apartment because she had no way of making money, and I know this sounds crazy, but with the number of millionaires and billionaires we know, couldn't we set up a fund? I mean, I know the government is doing something, but I guess it's just not enough. A fund like what? Josiah shrugged. Maybe something modest, like we find a way to give everyone $500. Everyone? Ray lifted his eyebrows. Yeah. Like everyone. There are nearly 400 million people in the States. Technically 328 million, and it would cost $164 billion to give everyone $500. Maybe it escaped your notice, but $164 billion is quite a large amount of money. Ray shrugged. Exactly, and no one person needs it either. I mean, a couple million is one thing, but what do you even do with billions of dollars? If we gathered up half of our graduating class and had them donate a portion of their wealth to the cause, we could easily come up with it. I know it's not like a lot. It's just $500, but it's something, you know. Ray studied Josiah. This is really important to you. Yes. My fellow countrymen are very important to me. All right. I'll look into it and see what I can do, but you must go shower. Now. Okay. A little smile touched Josiah's face as he tiptoed across the room. Drop your clothes directly in the washing machine, so you don't spread a mess everywhere. Okay, Josiah groaned. Good Lord. And your shoes. Okay. Now he couldn't help a little laughter as he stripped down in the laundry room, dumping all of his clothes, even his underwear, into the washing machine and strolling back through the suite completely naked, catching Ray's eyes on him as he disappeared into the bedroom. Chapter 23. Ray. By the time Josiah had returned from the grocery store, the headlines were talking about it. Stylish male fashion influencer buys groceries during pandemic, and is it safe to get groceries now? This male fashion influencer thinks so, were the types of headlines gracing Ray's newsfeed. They came with candid pictures of Josiah too, in his beautiful glory. He had no idea, but he was still as gorgeous as the summer days were long. When Josiah returned with his groceries, Ray's anger towards him had mostly dissipated, but he hadn't gotten any closer to solving the problem. His best friend was right. He shouldn't be so quick to blame Josiah for what had happened. Josiah was the easy answer, and there could be others. He hated himself for being so quick to blame it all on Josiah too, and he already wanted to make it up to him, but the things that flew out of his mouth were in direct opposition. Hounding Josiah to shower wasn't helping the situation, and Josiah walking around naked wasn't helping any of his personal situations. He wasn't possessive normally, but he was keenly aware of Josiah's every move, drawn to him. Josiah was his. He'd claimed him, first with his lips and now with everything else. He had been the one to guide Josiah through his first sexual experience, to enjoy him, to bring him to his climax and over it, and he wanted to be the only one who ever did. Ray listened to the shower running for a few moments before he turned his attention back to the laptop, strumming his fingers over the keys as he mulled over Josiah's words. The government was giving a base income, but for people who had expenses over it, they weren't doing well, true. Ray had never had the experience of picking through necessities, but he had enough compassion and empathy to understand the plight, and Josiah had come with specific numbers instead of a vague idea. The numbers made sense. Coming up with the money they needed could be split many different ways, but Ray had to pull a fair amount of strings. He cycled through his business acquaintances and family acquaintances, dicing the money in different ways until he had a plan together. Josiah's dream was no small task, but it was admirable and full of compassion, and he worked on the preliminary steps as Josiah showered. When the man finally returned to the kitchen, Ray sat back in his chair and closed the laptop. "Are you done with whatever you were working on?" Josiah asked as he approached his paper bag of groceries. "Yeah, for now. I was trying to see what amount of people could come up with the funds and really make your idea work. I was thinking a percentage of income would be best." "A percentage?" "Like 10% for everyone." "Something like 10%, yeah. Make sure you're actually wiping down those items before you put them away." Josiah placed a clear plastic bag of apples on the counter, groaning. "You sound worse than my parents. And you're stuck with me right now, so wash down the items before you put them away. Just put a little soap on a paper towel." "Fine." Josiah complied as he placed 2 cans of soup, flour and sugar on the table next to the apples. "What am I making for you?" "I said I wanted an apple dessert. Like a pie or something." "Okay, sure, but you didn't get butter, eggs, or vanilla extract, so I can't really make much with flour and sugar." Josiah peered down at his limited ingredients. We don't have eggs. We're on the last few. There's enough for breakfast tomorrow. I was going to put in an order for delivery tomorrow morning, but I figured you'd get them from the store since you were going out. I didn't know we needed eggs. You've been handling the groceries since the pandemic started. You can't ever have too many eggs, though. You should have just grabbed some. How do you eat normally? What? How do you eat if you don't get groceries? Josiah's eyes widened. I usually get delivery. You know, meal services. I've had a personal chef before, too. He shrugged, glancing over his shoulder at Ray as he folded the bags. After tucking all the groceries away, he pulled a folder out of the bag and placed it on the counter. Ray grunted. What's that? What's what? The last thing you pulled out of the bag. Josiah paused. It's a folder. You got a folder from the grocery store? It's information I needed from my marketing manager. So you happened to run into your marketing manager at the grocery store? Josiah rolled his eyes. And now you're giving me the third degree. So we're hot and cold now? Answer the question. No, he spat. If you're going to blame me for spilling your darkest secret, then blame me, but you're not going to blame me and then command for me to be open with you about what I'm doing. I can do whatever I want, especially since we had an arrangement. Ray rumbled, setting his jaw at Josiah's response. Josiah wasn't necessarily wrong, but it stung either way. He brought up all those emotions all over again, and he really couldn't sort them out. Fine? Yeah, fine is right. If you're really blaming this on me, then whatever was between us is over. I'll keep our agreement but nothing more. Fine, Ray said again. Just our arrangement then. I'll make up the couch tonight. Yeah. You will make up the couch. Josiah rubbed the soapy paper towel over the plastic folder before hugging it to his body and regarding Ray again. We done? You know. For what it's worth, I'm trying not to blame you, but I don't have too many other real options. Oh, okay, so we're opening this up again. Josiah rubbed a hand down his face. Look, Ray. I care about you. What we did last night, it meant a lot to me. You know it did. Why would I betray you by telling something intimate you told me? Why wouldn't you, if you could destroy my name? Contrary to popular belief, maybe not everyone wants to destroy you. I don't need anything from you. I don't need your money, your status, nothing. Josiah was quiet for a moment, sucking his bottom lip. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Remember, you needed me more than I needed you. Ray curled his lips, cutting his eyes back to Josiah. You're going to go there? Yeah. I'm going there. Don't forget why we made the agreement. You're the one with the bad reputation, and I've been trying to clean you up. I may have needed a better reputation, but you can't say you weren't a whole entire mess when you dragged me up here. I wasn't a whole entire mess, Josiah seethed. You were a whole entire mess. You were one step from crying yourself to sleep, willing to lose your virginity to a guy you met in a dark bar. I didn't meet you down there. I already knew you. You're making it worse than it really was. No, I'm not. You spent how many years hanging on to your virginity? Look, I don't give a shit about it. It's your thing. It's special to you. Mine has been gone for ages, but all I'm saying is, you can't say you weren't a damn mess if you wanted to throw it away over some asshole, and oh yeah, he is a fucking asshole. Josiah's eyes narrowed even more. Stop. Stop, why? If you hadn't stumbled upstairs with me, do you know what could have happened? Someone else could have taken advantage of you. They wouldn't have known you, and then what, Josiah? Tell me. Stop talking. I'll tell you what then. You would have been worse off the next morning than when you started the night. I've had enough drunken one-night stands with people who just wanted to be somewhere and someone else. Okay, I get your point. You know me oh so much better than myself. Thank you for being my knight in shining armor. I'm not your knight in shining armor, Quit being extra. I'm saying you weren't in some perfect position either. You can't say this hasn't helped you. Sure, you helped my status. Yeah, it's true. My business has been going great since you and I got together, but it's above and beyond my business now. I'm not going to listen to this. I'm done with this conversation. I have notes to consider. Josiah waved his folder at Ray and then stormed out of the kitchen. Josiah, Ray started, but he was gone before Ray could say another word, and a few seconds later the bedroom door opened and slammed. Ray rubbed his hands over his face and drummed his fingers on the table. He warred with himself. He knew he should get up and apologize, but he also didn't like games. He didn't like explosive fights, tension, anger. These were reasons why he didn't date. He didn't have relationships for a reason, and Josiah was reminding him why he didn't. He opened up to him. He poured his heart out, and he'd given more of himself to Josiah than he'd given anyone before him. Then he woke up to his deepest secret as the biggest headline, and he woke up next to the only plausible suspect. If Josiah had done it, could he forgive him? If he hadn't, would the fighting and arguing ruin their relationship anyway? If he hadn't, was it someone's goal to break them up? Questions swirled in his mind, new ones bubbling up as soon as he squashed an old one, like the many heads of a hydra. He didn't have any answers, but his heart ached for Josiah. Whether he'd done it or not, Ray knew he couldn't handle dealing with the fallout of this situation without him. His body hungered for Josiah's touch, the sweetness they had cultivated together, the way they had turned a global disaster into some of the best nights of his life. After a few more moments, he pushed away from the table and moved out of the kitchen, knocking against the bedroom door. There was no answer at first, so he knocked again. "What?" Josiah asked, voice shaky when he spoke. "Can I come in? So you can fight with me more?" "No, I'll pass." "No. I don't want to fight. I just want to talk." Josiah went quiet again before the door opened, and he flicked puffy, bloodshot eyes up at Ray. "Okay." Chapter 24. Josiah. He counted the steps until he reached the bedroom. 10, then 5, then 1, and then he closed himself inside the room before breaking down. His calculated demeanor crumbled as soon as he closed the door, and he used the last bit of his energy to reach the bed. He had the folder, the information he needed to prove his innocence, but at the same time he was afraid to look. What if it proved nothing? What if it was photoshopped information? He combed his fingers through his hair as he thumbed over the plastic folder. His heart pounded in his chest as he opened the folder, popping the flaps on the sides and letting a collection of reprinted images spill out. He spread them on the bed and narrowed his eyes. His gaze scanned over them, and his heart stopped in his chest. There was a man in the photos, and he could recognize the man anywhere. Kozin Yamada. Bile swirled in his throat as he studied a face similar to Ray's but aged. Crow's feet spidered from the corners of dark brown eyes, and broad shoulders filled out his button-down shirt. For an old man, Ray's father had always been good-looking, but he hadn't expected the man to also be vindictive. Spiteful. Willing to ruin his son's relationship. It was him for sure, and he was handing over information to a man Josiah had never seen before. After the exchange of physical information, they spoke for a while, with Ray's father constantly looking over his shoulder, checking for reporters, but missing the most obvious one clearly. As Josiah stacked the information, his cell phone buzzed, and he snatched it from the massive bedsheets, scowling when he saw the name. "Dad, what?" Josiah answered, voice a harsh, tight whisper as he pressed the cell phone into his face. He pinched the bridge of his nose and swiped his fingers over his eyes, wiping away brewing tears. "I called to congratulate you. You clearly came to your senses." He could hear the pride in his father's voice, and he tensed, grinding his teeth. His lean muscles jumped, agitated by the other man. He was no better than Ray's father. Or rather, Ray's father, who attempted to divide things into an us versus them situation, was no better than his own. I didn't do it, Josiah spat. And it's not something to be excited about. He's destroyed, Dad. Have some compassion. I am very compassionate. I am sorry it took so long for my son to join this family, to do his part to help our success. I didn't fucking do it. Don't you curse at your father. Don't you be a compassionless asshole. People are losing their homes and dying from a disease we have no cure for, and you're worried about some stupid feud. Josiah kept his voice low, not much louder than a murmur, but his anger spiked. His hands vibrated with it, and his face grew hot. This feud has affected our livelihood. Yours maybe. Not mine. If all you're going to do is call me to spread your stupid fight I have no part in, then don't bother. Josiah ended the call and tossed his cell phone on the bed. He shook his head at the photos, cycling through them repeatedly as moisture wet his eyes again. He was relieved to clear his name, but knowing Ray's own father betrayed him made the whole situation worse, and as the information stewed in his mind, he hurt more. There were some things Josiah couldn't imagine. Maybe his father was calloused and tone-deaf, but his father would never betray family secrets, private information. Would he? Josiah chewed his bottom lip. He hoped he wouldn't anyway. He liked to believe his father wouldn't betray his own son. Josiah tucked the photos away as there was a knock on the bedroom door. He froze, fingers hovering over the plastic folder, and he looked forward, studying the smooth ecru walls. There was another knock. What? Josiah croaked, voice betraying his warring emotions. Tailored eyebrows knit together in the center of his forehead, and a knot grew in his throat. He spun around on the bed, swallowing and sucking back tears as he stared at the door. Can I come in? So you can fight with me more. His head pounded. No, I'll pass. No. I don't want to fight. I just want to talk. He ground his teeth together, clenching and releasing his jaw before he approached the door, inching it open and laying eyes on Ray. Okay. Ray rolled his shoulders back, clenching his sharp jawline. Okay. Talk, Josiah whispered. Listen. I'm sorry. Josiah pressed his lips together. Where his heart had bloomed, he felt it shrinking away again, hiding behind a hard exterior. Okay. He shrugged. You don't have anything to apologize for. You have a right to be angry about what happened. Yeah, but I don't have a right to talk to you like I did. Ray rubbed his hands down his face. I shouldn't have said what I said. No. You're right. I was a mess and I was being reckless, and anything could have happened to me. I could have said it differently, though. Ray hooked his thumbs in his pockets and tilted his head to the side, exposing the muscular column of his neck. No. You said it the way it needed to be said. Ray sighed, glancing over Josiah's head, peeking further into the room. His gaze moved around, focusing on nothing in particular until he looked back down at Josiah. Your notes say what they needed to say. It was what I needed, yeah. Ray nodded. All right. Josiah gripped the doorframe, sucking in slow breaths in an effort to calm his nerves. He had the information to clear his name, but was it worth clearing his name to destroy Ray's family? He knew the truth would absolutely crush Ray. It would ruin the relationship he had with his father. It would put them at odds. Instead of throwing hate towards Josiah's family, sharing the tribalism, it would break them apart, and Josiah knew how important family was to Ray. Family was everything to Ray. It had always been, even when they were kids. He remembered the pride shining on Ray's face when he won awards, when his parents stood in the audience as he performed. Josiah's nostrils flared. If I had done it, could you ever forgive me? Ray swallowed. Is this you confessing? No. It's me asking a hypothetical question. Silence hung between them as emotions filtered through Ray's face. It was a stupid question. Josiah knew it was before he asked. He knew he was digging his grave as he spoke. I don't know. I don't like hypotheticals. Did you do it or not? Josiah swallowed, and a fresh coat of tears glossed his eyes. He had been holding it back, but he was selfish, and he wasn't ready to lose what had grown between them. He wanted Ray. He wanted to run off, away from their feuding families, away from the public eye, away from the quarantine and the pandemic. He wanted the sun to warm their skin as they stretched out on hot beachy sand, letting it cling to lightly sweating skin. He wanted to know Ray so well they sat in silence more than they spoke. I don't know, Josiah mumbled. What do you mean you don't know? How do you not know if you did something? Josiah shook his head. Sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. He turned away from Ray, glancing over his shoulder, cutting his eyes to the bed before he sucked in a breath and turned back to Ray. No. It's okay. Ray wet his full lips, then pursed them together. He looked from the bed to Josiah and back again. What does the folder say? It's nothing, Josiah's voice lifted. Just work stuff. Nothing important. I guess nothing makes you cry then. I wasn't crying. Your eyes are bloodshot. I wasn't crying about the folder. I was crying because you were being an asshole. I said I'm sorry. And sorry doesn't magically make it better either. You hurt my feelings and I'm allowed to be upset by it, Josiah continued, squirming under Ray's discerning gaze. He stood firm in his words, but Ray's gaze bore into him, hard, unblinking and observant. What's in the folder? Why do you care so much about what's in the folder? Because you lied about why you were going out, you come back with a folder, and you're secretive about the contents. I invented sneaking around, and I know you're doing it. Plus, if you really wanted me to make an apple dessert for you, you would have at least bought eggs. Josiah ran his tongue over his teeth. Okay. During a pandemic, you don't randomly run into people who have information for you, and if it was really your manager or whatever, you would have mentioned it. So again, what's in the folder? Nothing, Josiah scoffed, losing his confidence as Ray stared him down. Then let me see it. No. All right. Ray stood there for a few moments. Let me in. Also, no. Ray rumbled softly. Let me in, he repeated, stepping forward. Don't be ridiculous. At first Josiah didn't move, but as Ray took another step closer, their chests met, and his breath sailed out of his lungs. Ray held his ground, but with a little shiver Josiah stepped backwards. Ray took his recession as an opportunity, and he barged forward, easing into the bedroom. He lingered inside the entrance for a moment, and then he made a beeline towards the bed. Josiah darted after him. Hey. Don't. It's mine. Ray had a head start, but Josiah had two older brothers who shared a straight man's passion for wrestling, and he tackled Ray into the bed, hooking his legs around the other man. He threw his weight into the struggle, tossing Ray off balance and trapping him. His willowy limbs twined around Ray. He wasn't stronger, not by a long shot, but he had fought against his brothers enough times to know brawn wasn't everything, and after a little scuffle, he had Ray pinned under him. They were both a hair's breadth away from the folder, but neither had a free limb to snatch it. Ray snaked in his grip, tugging at one arm and then the other, abs and shoulders flexing as he groaned. When he moved, Josiah's grip tightened, legs wrapped around his torso, arms vice-gripped around his chest. Let me go, Ray groaned again. Not a chance, Josiah panted back. Keep struggling. The more you struggle, the more you wear yourself out. I forgot you had brothers. Aha, Josiah rumbled. His brothers had taught him the fine art of wrestling, but he wasn't thinking about them now. He'd never wrestled with Quentin. It had never occurred to him as a thing to do, but against Ray, legs spread apart and cock pressing into his back, a little tingle of excitement went through him. Ray squirmed again, fighting against Josiah in a futile attempt to set his arms free. This time Josiah's cock stirred, hardening in small increments between their bodies. Ray chuckled. Hope that never happened with your brothers. Don't be gross. And stop trying to distract me. You're not getting this folder. Ray shifted, turning his head to Josiah and peering up at him. It's okay. At this point, I don't need it. Don't know why you're so invested in me not seeing what's inside, but fighting me like this, you're covering for someone. I know it. You don't know anything. You're making guesses, so I'll give you more information, and your little tricks aren't going to work. Ray moved against him again, somewhat surrendering his fight for the folder and regarding Josiah fully. Really? If it were really you, then you'd have nothing to hide. So, who are you covering for? Your father? Your slimy-ass family? Don't talk about my family like that, unless you want this to turn into a real fight. Fine, but just because I don't say the words doesn't magically make them better. Josiah growled. You're pushing it. Okay. Ray closed his eyes. Damn. What? Kinda want your cock in my mouth, not gonna lie. Josiah rolled his eyes and his lips twitched. Good Lord. His cock, on the other hand, had other much more favorable opinions, and deadlocked with Ray, he couldn't deny them either. He had a growing ache for Ray, even though they had enjoyed each other, really enjoyed each other, not 24 hours ago. Now he understood society's thirst for sex. He wanted to fall back into bed with Ray, feel his soft hands and softer tongue all along his body, tasting his skin. He ached for him, and his balls grew heavy and tight as his cock got more excited. Pulsing at the previous night's memories. He pictured Ray's blissed expression, guttural moans slipping from his tongue, his shivering muscles. Ray laughed. Seems like you want the same thing. I don't, Josiah muttered. No? Then what do you want? What's got you so excited, huh? It's a reaction. There is stimulation, and my body is responding to it. It's biology, not a signal of arousal. Oh yeah, maybe not your cock, but your face is flushed too. Gonna tell me those flushed cheeks are just because you were fighting me? Actually, yeah. Yeah, okay. You're cute, but I'm not actually stupid. There's something you're hiding from me in the folder, and you want my lips around your dick as much as I want them there. If you're going to try the shock factor as a way to get me to let go of you, then there, done it. I have brothers, and they knew I was gay way before I fully came out. Good to know. So me saying all I've been thinking about since this morning is having you inside me isn't going to do anything for you. Nope, nothing. How about if I tell you how I want you? How I want your thick cock in my muscular ass, opening up my tight hole. I want to feel your balls slapping mine, your hips digging into my ass. Nothing. Josiah's cock throbbed. Oh. Damn then. You really want me to fuck you? Quentin said he was only a top. Quentin. Ray flicked his eyes to the ceiling, and then back down at Josiah. Oh yeah, I want you to fuck me. I mean, not everyone likes being fucked, which is okay, but it feels good. You're a bottom? Josiah quirked an eyebrow. No. I'm a labels are stupid, let's just enjoy ourselves type of person. Oh. Josiah's grip loosened a little bit. I mean, to be honest, not everyone likes penetration in the first place. For me, it differs with who I'm with. If I'm with someone I care about, someone I like, then I'm down for penetration. Like with you. But with strangers, yeah, probably not. Then what did you do with all of your, Josiah paused, wetting his lips, friends? Ray chuckled. Whatever. He shrugged. If they like penetration, I'm not going to stop them, you know. But I don't like it with any random person. Some people do. Oh yeah, Ray laughed again. Some people like full-on gangbangs, a dick in every hole and two in their hands. Oh my God. Some people like being tied down to the bed and fucked senseless. By different people. Oh, Josiah blanched. No. But I mean if you wanted to. If I wanted to what? Ray's face spread into a slow smile. Say it. No. His grip loosened a little more, and then Ray took his chance. He bucked under Josiah, throwing him off balance and snatching the folder from the bed, rolling away and sprinting to his feet. Ha! No. Don't open it. Josiah bounded after him, jumping into his arms and reaching for the folder. Seriously, don't. Ray. Ray looked at the folder and then regarded Josiah again, turning over the options in his brain. Oh, he wanted to open it. The desire was clear on his face, but he resigned, and his shoulders sagged. Josiah's heart hammered against his rib cage as he stared at the folder. Time stood still. God. Please don't, he pleaded, begged. Fine. Ray sighed, tossing the folder back on the bed. Thanks. Josiah laced his fingers behind his back, shrinking a little in front of the angry man. I'm going to take a shower, then. His voice was even, but the frustration seeped from him anyway. You're upset. Yeah. I am. Why? You're clearly hiding something from me about my situation, and I want to know what you're hiding. Did you find more information about what happened? Are you trying to save your family from being persecuted? What is it? I'm trying to protect you. Protect me? Ray gave a purse-lipped smile, disbelieving and dismissive. From what, pray tell? From what's in the folder. And what's in the folder, Josiah? It was a simple question. Too simple almost, and Josiah's stomach clenched. Bile tickled the back of his throat. A few weeks ago, he would have happily exposed Ray's parents to be the evil people they were, but now he was poised between the man he loved and a truth that would destroy him. Yeah, Ray scoffed and turned away. Evidence, Josiah's voice cracked, of who leaked your information to the gossip channels. It wasn't my family. How did you get the evidence? Ray kept his back turned, but his shoulders were tight. Tense. My marketing manager and I tracked down the reporters, who tracked down some other people. He waved a hand. Long story short. I paid a lot of money for this, and I mean... Who? Josiah's stomach tightened again. His face was hot, cheeks burning, ears stuffed with cotton. The oxygen in the room was in short supply, and his head spun. I don't want to say. Say. I really don't want to, Ray. Please. I want to know who leaked my information. Josiah's features crumbled, eyebrows knitting together, lips stretching tight in a grimace. Your dad. As the words tumbled from his lips, Ray snapped around. What? No. Josiah grabbed the folder, unfastening the clasp and pulling out the photos. With trembling hands he passed them to Ray. I didn't really want to believe it either. I hoped it was someone, anyone else. An enemy or something, but everyone has a general consensus. Ray frowned as he studied the information, flipping through the photos, one after the other. Why didn't you tell me when you first found out? You were upset, and I didn't want to ruin your relationship with your dad. I know he means a lot to you, and I know family is really important, and I just figured. Ray's eyes hardened, darkening under his prominent brow bone, and Josiah shivered. Are you okay? Yup, Ray grunted. Just fine. He took the folder from Josiah, tucking the images back inside it, and clasped it again. You don't seem okay. Josiah latticed his fingers together behind his back, pushing out his chest as he watched the other man. He was used to anger, to walking on eggshells, but didn't usually feel so clueless with Ray. I'll be okay. He placed the folder on the dresser. Why did you ask if I would forgive you, when you knew who really did it? Josiah shrugged. I figured it would be easier for you to think I had done it, and forgive me, than to know the truth. Ray worked his jaws. No one wants to think their father is capable of, well, ruining their life. Ray didn't speak again, and Josiah trembled. I mean, I just know your family is important to you, and I didn't want you to have to deal with this, basically. I understand your why, and I respect it, but I would never want you to take responsibility for something another grown man did. My father did this, and he will take responsibility for it. Josiah blinked. Responsibility like what? When people purposely defame another person's character, they can be sued. You're going to sue your parents? I may not complete the whole lawsuit, but this is far bigger than a little disagreement. He tried to break us up. He wanted me to think it was you. To break us up, Josiah murmured. Yeah. To break us up, and it almost worked too, which makes it worse. I wasn't sure if I could forgive you, ever. I understand. Do you even want to call and talk to him, to see where his head was at? No, Ray groused. He didn't give me any kind of warning before he destroyed my reputation, did he? No. Josiah trailed. I still think you should call and talk to him. This is your family we're talking about, after all. Perhaps your father meant well. Sure. Now Ray pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it to the ground. I'm still taking a shower. You want to join me? Yeah, Josiah flushed. Chapter 25. Ray. Josiah peeled his shirt over his head and dropped his shorts. Even though he'd recently come from a shower, he joined Ray again. Ray's gaze raked over his naked form. Appreciative. Hungry. Ray wet his lips and then shed his own clothes, stepping inside the shower and letting the water hit him from all sides. Josiah joined him. Do you want to talk about the information? No. Ray dipped his face under the water, scrubbing his cheeks and hiding a wave of tears. He hated being emotional, and right now, he was incredibly emotional. It was a tidal wave. It roared with his anger and receded back with an emotion he didn't feel often, one he couldn't quite place. He was angry at his father. Fuming mad. He was even angrier at his mother for being a silent player in his father's scheme. She had been so sweet and unknowing on the phone, but now he wondered if she had known the plan right then. Did his father even tell her the plan? How did she feel about it now? On the other hand, he had fallen head over heels for Josiah, and he had only fallen harder when he knew the entire story. Josiah was willing to sacrifice what they had cultivated together for Ray's family. He was willing to sacrifice himself so Ray's father could stay in his son's good graces, and that meant a lot to Ray. Josiah crossed his arms over his chest as he stood in the water, shielding his dark nipples from the rhythmic stream. Nervous? A little. I've never showered with anyone before. No? Not even the stupid ex-boyfriend of yours? Not even him. The points of his high cheekbones warmed with a splash of red, and he turned his face away from Ray. I feel exposed. It's because you are exposed, Ray chuckled. Come here. He extended his hand, palm facing the sky, and after a reluctant gaze, Josiah placed his hand in Ray's and moved closer to him. What? Can you forgive me for being angry at you? I shouldn't have jumped so quickly to conclusions. I should have worked with you and trusted your honesty. It's okay. I understand why you did it, and I wouldn't expect you to think it was anyone else besides me. Josiah uncrossed his arms and ran his hands along Ray's wet shoulders. Josiah's gentle touch spread sparks of electricity through him, and he rumbled. His skin tingled as the man's touch continued all the way down to his forearms and along the back of his hands. His muscles twitched. I know you understand, but I'm still sorry, Ray whispered, eyelids hooding. I know you're sorry. I don't want to talk about it anymore, Ray. Isn't showering with someone supposed to be sensual and fun? Ray bit the inside of his cheek but then flashed a smile. Yeah. Showering is supposed to be sensual and fun. How about I bathe you and you bathe me? Okay. Josiah nodded. How do you want me? How do I want you? More ways than I can count. Want you bent over, spread eagle doggy style, face down and ass up. Josiah blanched. Oh, okay. Not what I meant. Do you think about anything besides sex? I'm trying to lighten the mood. Plus, I don't know. There's something about a man risking his entire reputation for me that turns me on. It's modern-day self-sacrifice, really. You're really going far with this, but if I am your knight in shining armor, then I'll take it. Yeah, you're my knight in shining armor. Did you bring your sword? Josiah gave Ray a droll look, blinking slowly. Oh yes, I brought my sword, baby. You want me to pull it out for you? Ray grinned. Yeah. Let me see your sword. Show it to me. You're an idiot, Josiah laughed, but he gripped the base of his cock, stroking his length and pushing his hips forward. My sword. Impressive. Can I take a closer look? If by closer look you mean with your mouth, then no, but you're welcome to get on your knees and get a good look at my sword. So you want me to look at it, but I can't suck it. You're too eager. I think you should wait. Ray's stomach fluttered at Josiah's tease. He didn't expect his sweet little virgin to deny him, but it excited him all the same. Apparently, their brief talk of positions clicked with him, and Ray wasn't disappointed. His own cock stirred between his thighs, and his corded muscles flexed, rippling into washboard abs. You think I should wait? Yeah. Are you going to repeat everything I say? No, Ray grunted. But I thought you wanted to take a closer look. Josiah lifted his eyebrows. I do, Ray groaned this time, and got to his knees in the shower, pressing his skin into the smooth shower tiles. He braced himself with one hand on the wall and the other on Josiah's thigh, and then he moved a little closer. Eye level with Josiah's cock, a groan erupted in his throat. He scented the other man, leaning into him and taking a deep breath of his soapy, clean scent. The shower water rained down on him, slicking his long hair to his shoulders and his back, framing his face, and Josiah combed Ray's wet hair back, tucking all of it behind the man's ears. I want to see your face, Josiah murmured. Ray flicked his eyes up at the other man, letting the whites of his eyes cradle dark brown hues. He ran his nose along the length of Josiah's cock, cooling his blazing skin. Thank you for everything you've done. He quirked his lips. You're very welcome. Josiah chuckled, breath hitching when Ray touched him. His eyelids fluttered too. Ray? You said I couldn't touch you with my lips. I haven't. No, but you're just trying to bend the rules. I respect your rules, but I won't lie and say I'm not hungry for you. I am very hungry for you. Good to hear. Josiah combed his fingers through Ray's hair again. But you should probably get up before you tempt yourself too much. If I ask nicely though. No. You're just going to have to wait. Maybe after you make me an apple dessert tonight, when we get in bed, I may consider letting you have me. Honey, Ray swept his lips along Josiah's thigh, with the ingredients you bought there's not much I can make. You're the fancy chef. I trust you can figure something out. Not really how cooking works, but I can get the other ingredients I need delivered pretty quickly. Apple pie isn't complicated, but it's tedious. How about an apple crisp? Josiah dropped his head back on his shoulders, letting Ray explore his skin. His cock was rock hard and within Ray's reach, but Ray obeyed Josiah's ruling. If he didn't want his cock sucked, Ray wouldn't push. He was lucky enough that Josiah had forgiven him, and he didn't want to push it further, despite his own growing ache. An apple crisp will work, Josiah mumbled. After you bathe me as promised? And I bathe you. Yeah. Ray smiled, standing again and stretching behind Josiah, grabbing a bath sponge and filling it with liquid body wash. He inched Josiah close to him again and ran the bath sponge over his body, covering his rich mahogany skin with snow-white bubbles. How are your stats? What? Your social media. How is it going? Has this thing with me affected your followers and fans? Oh, Josiah hummed. I haven't checked since I've been home from the grocery store, but before I left, I know a lot of my followers were concerned. I figure it needs to be addressed, what happened, but we can address it as simple or as elaborate as you like. You know this social media thing better than I do, so how do you think it's best to talk about it? Josiah shrugged. It really can go many ways. Some people choose to keep really personal things away from their channels until they're able to discuss them. It took one of my fellow influencers an entire year for her to start discussing what happened with her narcissistic ex-boyfriend. Ray continued bathing him, swiping the sponge over Josiah's cock and balls, and then he slid the sponge between his legs. Josiah gasped, arching his toes and squeezing Ray's arm. I think I'm fine down there. Thank you. You sure? Can I check there with my tongue too? Eventually, greedy. For you, yeah. Good to know. Josiah smiled, sucking in another breath when Ray ran the sponge back over him. If I had to pick a method, I think you should address it, but only when you're ready. I think you should address it because plenty of people deal with both childhood trauma and toxic families, and they need guidance in those subjects. You don't have to talk about exactly what happened to you, though. It's your choice. Ray squeezed the excess soap from the sponge before trailing it along Josiah's body again. I am very clean. I know. But I'm thinking, Ray replied. It's been years. Besides, I think I'd rather use the views and whatnot to help someone else. Some people don't even know when they've been assaulted because they're men or their perpetrator is women, so I think I want to say something. Josiah smiled. Just know you don't have to. Okay? If it's hard to talk about, or if you change your mind, you don't have to do it, and there's obviously no rush as to when you have to do this. It can be tomorrow, next week, months, years. It doesn't matter. I just want you to be comfortable. He lifted a hand to Ray's cheek, stroking his jawline. Thanks. No problem. Now it's time for me to bathe you, and then you to go into the kitchen and get our dinner started. Josiah fished the sponge from Ray and lathered it again. Ray stood, exposed and unashamed as Josiah bathed him. He groaned as Josiah ran the sponge along his chest, down his sides, and along his legs. Josiah went all the way down to his calves, flicking his eyes up at Ray from his crouched position. His eyes danced with mischief, and Ray groaned again. All right. Don't tease, Ray grunted. No? You're easy to tease, though. So are you. Sure, but I'm new at this. You're not, and honestly, sometimes you're a little more excited than I am. Reese shrugged. I like you, I like the closeness, and I like everything we have between us. Josiah worked the sponge back up Ray's body, kissing Ray's shoulder. I like it too. Good. Ray rubbed Josiah's back. He kissed his stubbled jawline, pricking the lips with the fine hairs. I'm going to go get these ingredients ordered, and get some dinner started. Okay. I will be out in a few minutes. I want to make a call. Sounds good. With one last kiss, Ray stepped out of the shower, drying himself and roping the towel around his waist. He let the cool air chill his skin as he moved through the suite, grabbing his cell phone. He called room service, requesting cinnamon, brown sugar, vanilla extract, oatmeal, and baking powder. As he waited, he cored and sliced the apples, softening them in boiling water. The ingredients arrived within 30 minutes while Josiah was still working in the bedroom, and Ray juggled a quick stir-fried dinner made from leftovers and Josiah's requested dessert. In an hour, the whole kitchen smelled like warm cinnamon and apples, mixed with spicy seasoned vegetables and lean meats. Ray put the food on a plate, organizing the rice, the vegetables, and the grilled meat, as Josiah emerged from the bedroom, dressed in loose boxers and a loose t-shirt. Dinner and dessert smell great, Josiah smiled, lifting his nose to the air as he strolled into the kitchen. I can really get used to this cooking thing. You should. As long as you let me, I'll always cook for you. Thank you. What did you make? Stir-fry in your dessert. Yay, Josiah teased, sitting down at the table as Ray put a plate in front of him. They ate in silence, cleaned the dishes from dinner as a team, and retreated to the bedroom with a bowl full of steaming apple crisp. The only thing missing is ice cream, but it's better with the leftover crisp anyway, Josiah smiled as he shed his clothes and crawled into bed, bunching the covers around his waist and setting the dessert on his thighs. Truth, Ray joined him, nuzzling his shoulder and closing his eyes. Do you want any? I tasted it a bunch when I made it. Pretty much know exactly how it tastes. Not what I asked. Ray smirked. Yeah, okay. I want some. Josiah sliced into the apple crisp with his spoon, and presented the spoon to Ray's lips, bumping it against them before Ray chuckled and parted them for him. He ate the bite, letting the steam collect in his mouth before he chewed and swallowed, and then he kissed Josiah's shoulder. Thank you for being here. I'm stuck here. You know, because of the situation. Way to ruin something romantic, Ray laughed. I mean, thank you for being mentally and emotionally here, not just physically here. He kissed Josiah's shoulder. You're welcome. Do you want to be Big Spoon or Little Spoon tonight? The question was innocent, but Ray shuddered, closing his eyes as he considered it. Josiah hadn't planned for it to be a difficult question, but for Ray it was. He wanted to continue extending his apology, to hold Josiah in his arms, whisper to him, let him know he would never jump to conclusions again, but he was also vulnerable himself, and he wanted the sense of comfort. He wanted Josiah's lean arms around him, hugging him, his body nestled behind him, protecting him from the world. When he hesitated with his answer, Josiah chuckled. I didn't realize it was such a challenging question. Sorry. Unless you want to wake up in the middle of the night and switch out, I think Little Spoon. I want to fall asleep and wake up with your arms around me. Josiah smiled. Can do. He kissed the top of Ray's head and went back to his apple crisp. When he was done, he placed the bowl on the side table and slithered into bed with Ray, curling his lithe body around the other man's bulky form. He nestled his head into Ray's shoulder after brushing his lips along his neck again. Ray laced their fingers together, squeezing Josiah's as he closed his eyes, letting sleep weigh heavy on him after a long day. As sleep took him, Josiah's lips brushed along the shell of his ear. I love you, Josiah murmured. Chapter 26. Ray. He cracked his eyes open as sunlight spilled into the room, crawling over every surface until it warmed their still-laced fingers. Ray closed his eyes again, sneaking in a short nap before he fully woke up, and glanced back at Josiah, studying his slack features, bee-stung lips, curled eyelashes. Gorgeous was the most cliché and underwhelming adjective for the other man. Stunning was better, but still not quite perfect. Angelic when sleeping, but a vision all the time. Ray snaked his fingers from Josiah's grasp and rolled over. The position was a new one for Ray, but he wanted to watch Josiah wake, to see the slow realization of his location. Then he wanted to kiss him and draw him gently back into reality, caress him before the day fully started, before they separated to their workspaces. He placed a hand at the dip of Josiah's back, inching their hips together, and even in his sleep Josiah responded. He shuffled closer naturally, nuzzling his face into Ray's chest and tucking his arms between their bodies, unwilling or ready to open his eyes. Josiah, Ray murmured, baby. No, Josiah grunted and burrowed into him more, stubbled chin scratching over his chest, leaving pink welts in its wake. Ray rumbled. No. I want to stay like this for longer. I don't want to start our day yet. As he stirred, his cock swelled between them, throbbing against Ray's belly, and he groaned. Could start the day right with a little protein, Ray teased, smoothing Josiah's curly sideburns and bushy eyebrows. Do you ever stop with the cheesy sex phrases? With you? Absolutely not. If you didn't have such a great reaction to them, I'd probably stop. I don't have a great reaction to them. I think they're annoying. Great reaction, Ray chuckled. But seriously. Can I taste you? I haven't showered. Yeah, I know, you've been next to me all night. I sweat in my sleep sometimes too. I like the smell. MMNF, okay then. Have your protein breakfast. Josiah rolled onto his back, exposing himself for Ray, who wet his lips and disappeared under the sheets. He threw them over his head as he navigated through them, finding Josiah's body and mouthing his skin. He dotted kisses along his torso until he reached the center of his body and browsed his lips over Josiah's already swollen cock. He rumbled, tasting a hint of sweat on his tongue and getting even more of the musky smell in his nose. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have been so fond of it, but from Josiah the scent was heavenly, like the first spring rain after a long winter. His lips swept along Josiah's shaft, and he followed up with his tongue, licking all sides of him before taking him into his mouth. Ray didn't like the process. He didn't like the action of sucking cock with others, but with Josiah, he didn't want to leave a single stone uncovered. He wanted everything from the other man. He wanted to see the shocked expression on his blissful features and hear the primal moans pass his lips. Those things spurred him forward, until he was swallowing Josiah's cock into the back of his mouth. When Josiah's pre-cum touched his tongue, his lizard brain took over, and he was desperate for Josiah. For his touch, for those salty little tastes of pre-cum on his tongue, for his eventual orgasm. One hand gripped the back of Josiah's thigh, wrenching his legs open, exposing everything. Ray rumbled, and his tongue explored more. His mouth abandoned Josiah's cock in favor of his tight balls, sucking one and then the other into his mouth. Josiah moaned. His feet arched, his toes curled, and his cock bubbled with clear beads of pre-cum. "Oh yeah," Josiah groaned. "Fuck yeah. Your mouth feels so good on me." It wasn't just Josiah's words that sent a rope of pleasure through Ray, but it was the way he said them too. Ray sensed the tentativeness. Josiah's shyness was heavy in his tone. He was no expert at intimacy, but he was learning, relaxing a little more with each session. Ray dipped further down until his tongue passed over Josiah's hole, tangling with coarse hair between his firm-ass cheeks. He moaned again, but Josiah froze. Shivering. "Oh God," he breathed as goosebumps washed over his skin. He added a weak moan to the tail end of his words, then he dropped back on the bed, arching his chest to the sky and surrendering to Ray. Ray continued, now forcing raw moans from Josiah's mouth and more pre-cum from the head of his cock. He worked Josiah over until Josiah's tense body had melted into the bed, and then he retreated, surveying his accomplishments. Josiah's cock rested in a pool of pearly white liquid, and Ray groaned, bending over him and passing his tongue across the other man's taut belly, lapping up every drop of cum on his skin. Josiah chuckled. "Have you gotten what you wanted?" "A little," Ray rumbled. "Good. Now about me." Josiah bit his bottom lip, studying Ray's features. "Fuck me." "I can do that," Ray croaked. The request caught him off guard, but after the words tumbled from Josiah's lips, Ray's cock stood at attention, ready to take on the task. He grabbed a condom, slid it over his cock, and then lined himself up with Josiah's hole. Josiah sucked in a breath and exhaled slowly, watching Ray's movements before flicking his gaze up to his eyes. They met, and Ray's attention stayed glued to Josiah as he penetrated him. Inch by inch. He drank in the myriad of expressions fluttering over Josiah's features. A little pain from the initial push, but it gave way to a surprised look of pure pleasure, and Josiah bit his lip over another guttural moan. He whispered his curses one after the other as Ray moved inside him, and he reached down, bracing one hand on Ray's thigh, slowing already patient strokes and digging his nails into Ray's skin. Those little pinpricks of pain sent pleasure zinging up Ray's spine. They moved together. Only briefly clumsy as Josiah adjusted himself, and Ray fell into his rhythm. Once his body had adjusted, Josiah demanded it faster, and Ray obliged. Faster again. Ray grunted and obliged him once more, slamming his hips into the backs of Josiah's thighs, reveling in the sound of wet skin slapping wet skin. He gripped Josiah's cock, cradling it as he thrust into him, bringing them both to their orgasm and through it. Josiah sang out his pleasure, throwing his head back as he came. He tightened around Ray's cock, his abs clenched, his Adam's apple danced. Stunning. Ray groaned, stumbling as he filled the condom with his cum. He'd never come so hard in his life, and as he came down, as blood rushed back through his body, a headache caught him, and the room spun around him. He leaned forward, bracing himself over Josiah. Josiah moved his hips. "Kiss me." "Yeah." Ray bent further down, resting on his forearms and pressing his lips into Josiah's. With a stranger, with one of his bed warmers, he would have declined, but he couldn't wait for his lips to meet Josiah's, and when their mouths connected, excitement swirled through him again. They were still linked. Josiah's ass was tight around him still, and his cock wasn't getting any softer despite the strength of his orgasm. The kiss itself roused him again, and he deepened it, bruising Josiah's full lips and devouring him until they were both desperate for air. He calmed, his pounding head settled, and then they went again, finding another climax together before Ray collapsed on the bed. His head was spinning again, and his muscles were spent, but moisture collected in the corners of his eyes. He never thought he'd be the type to tear up after a good session either, but apparently he was. Being with Josiah was more than getting his rocks off. It was a real connection. Pure and passionate. They moved together like their bodies had been made for each other. Josiah instinctively knew where to touch and how to move. His desperate hands had clawed up Ray's thighs and then swiped over Ray's chest, leaving his mark, claiming him, but Ray didn't care. He still felt the burn afterwards, too. Josiah's actions had left welts, little sparks of pain, and Ray loved it. Ray closed his eyes, schooling his breath even as another wave of emotion came over him. Josiah shifted in the bed, resting on his side and placing a hand on Ray's chest, circling Ray's dark nipples. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Ray uncovered his eyes and smiled at Josiah. "I like this. I like being with you, and what we do together." He stroked to Josiah's chin, walking his fingers along his jawline and around the shell of his ear. "I do too." Josiah smiled. "Next time it's my turn on top." "Yeah. It is." Ray's smile grew, and he leaned up for another kiss before exhaling in a sigh. "Should get breakfast started." "Order room service." Ray chuckled. "Should get breakfast ordered then." Josiah gave a little nod and a cheeky grin. He rested his head in the crook of Ray's shoulder and closed his eyes. "I can't order breakfast if you're going to lay on me this whole time." "You can. You only need your cell phone and your voice to order breakfast, sexy." All right." Ray brushed his lips along Josiah's forehead and swept his hand along the side table until he landed on a cell phone, calling room service and ordering a breakfast spread. After he called, he let the silence linger between them, petting along Josiah's arm. Josiah dozed as Ray turned over thoughts in his mind. He knew he had to do something about his father, and he had considered it the day before, but he hadn't made a decision. "I want to make the video," Ray said finally. "For sure. I want to sit down and tell my story, and talk about who leaked the information." Josiah cracked his eyes open. "You're sure?" "Yeah." "Why?" "I think what happened to me happens to a lot of young men, and I want to let my father know I know what he did. So yeah. I'm sure. I want to do it after breakfast, actually, so we can go ahead and set the camera up." Josiah chewed his bottom lip before nodding. "Okay. Do you want me there with you?" "Yeah. I mean, it's your channel after all," Ray forced a little chuckle. "Right." Josiah peeled away from Ray, moving around the room completely in the nude. Ray's gaze tracked him, and a little rumble worked out of his throat as he eyed Josiah's tight ass, his flaccid cock, and his hanging balls. Josiah walked on his toes, brows knit together as he focused on his task. "You okay?" "I'm fine." "A little sore?" Ray fought back a smile. "I'm fine," Josiah repeated as he uncovered his digital camera and set up the tripod. "Where do you want to film?" "The bedroom sounds good. More intimate, right, as opposed to the kitchen?" "Yeah," Josiah agreed. As he adjusted the tripod, Ray's nerves grew, and he felt like a teen again. He bones remembered the shame and embarrassment of what had happened to him. He was lucky too, because she was charged with her crimes. He knew he was lucky when so many other people didn't even get that small bit of closure, but he knew she'd see the video. She'd see it. His father would see it. The entire world would see it. Once Josiah had the camera set up, he floated towards the dresser, digging out a creased pair of briefs and lounge shorts. He stepped into both, pulled a shirt over his head, and moved towards the door. "The room service should be here in a minute. If you need a second to get ready and everything, yeah." He paused. "Also, remember, you don't have to say everything in one take. I can get it edited for you. So kind of think about everything you want to say, make notes if you want." "Yeah." "Really? Take a few notes." Josiah's lips tugged into a light smile. "Come join me when you're ready." He slipped out of the room and Ray closed his eyes again. He heard the knock, Josiah's soft voice as he accepted the food, and then the smell of it wafted through the suite, touching his nose and reminding him of his earlier exertion. He eased himself up, dressed, and joined Josiah in the kitchen. "I was about to come for you." Josiah smiled a little more as he piled French toast on a plate. "Oh, don't turn it into a sex joke." Ray shook his head. "No," he rumbled. "Want to get this video over. Do you want to talk through it?" "Not really, but I'll make some notes." Josiah nodded as he sat down at the table. Ray fixed his plate and sat down across from Josiah. He ate steadily, turning over his plan for the video. An overview, the meat of the project, addressing what was going on now, a call to action. It was nothing more than a speech, just an emotional one. He organized his thoughts, putting what happened to him in chronological order as he nibbled through his breakfast. He was hungry, but his stomach was too wild. His anxiety was too high. Josiah half-watched him. He saw the glances even if Josiah tried to hide them, and oddly enough, he appreciated them. "I'm ready to go ahead and get this video out of the way." Josiah set his fork down and nodded. "Okay. Let's get it done then." He gave a warm smile, perhaps a little forced, but he led the way to the bedroom and finished adjusting the camera settings as Ray trailed behind. He joined him on the other side once he adjusted the viewfinder for them and pressed the record button. The camera has 5 hours of battery power, so you really don't have to speak until you're ready. Josiah rubbed Ray's shoulder. "Thanks again." Ray tipped his head down, squeezing his eyes shut as tears collected again. "It's no problem." Josiah rubbed his shoulder. Ray took deep breaths, calming his racing heart and centering his thoughts, calling on all those skills from therapy. Then he opened his eyes and directed his attention to the camera. "Hey y'all. So we've got kind of a heavy video for you today," Ray started. Chapter 27. Josiah. He was quiet as Ray sorted himself. The man hadn't written any notes, but then he may have been a much more natural speaker than Josiah. When Ray finally spoke, Josiah's hand crawled over their thighs and laced with Ray's fingers, squeezing them. He leaned into Ray, resting his cheek on his shoulder. He never figured he'd be a fan of makeup sex, but the way Ray made love to him this morning topped anything he could have imagined. His ass still burned from the pleasure. He could still feel Ray inside of him, and now that he had experienced the pleasure, he wanted more. He wanted to tumble back into bed with Ray and do the whole process all over again, but they had to address the situation. Josiah rubbed Ray's shoulder as he paused. "Only when you're ready," Josiah whispered. Ray squeezed his hand and his eyebrows knit together. His eyes were glossy, wet with emotion, but he wasn't backing away from it. "So guys, I want to talk about something that's a bit difficult and not fun. We'll get back to the cooking shows and try on hauls later, but right now I want to address childhood sexual assault." He wrung his hands. People like to act like sexual assault is rare or it only happens when some man in a white van kidnaps a child, but most sexual assaults come from people the child knows, people who have easy access to the child, and that was me. Ray set his jaws. "I was a teen, and it was with a teacher. She was beautiful, and I thought I'd scored. It took me years to realize the difference, years of anger towards my parents, myself, her even, before I settled with what happened." Josiah squeezed Ray's hand as tears striped the other man's cheeks. His long eyelashes clung to each other, and his eyelids fluttered as he gathered himself again. His shoulders shook with his sobs, and he wiped his face with his forearm. He blew out his breath, puffing his cheeks. "I'm not unique either. It's in our culture to diminish assaults towards men and boys, but this conversation isn't entirely about what happened to me as a child." Ray sucked in a breath. "It's also about how it came public. The other day, my private information was leaked to the press, and I did the worst thing I could have ever done. I blamed the only honest person in my life. At the time it made sense, but then he went on a quest to clear his name, and it dug up more than either of us were expecting." Ray paused again, and Josiah rubbed his shoulders. It's okay, he whispered. A close family member of mine, someone I trusted, someone I cared dearly for, leaked this information in hopes of destroying my relationship. They almost succeeded. And I say this so anyone who is dealing with toxic family members, you can cut them off. Ray ran his hands down his thighs, gripping his kneecaps as he grounded himself. You can blame them if it's warranted. Don't feel like you owe your family anything. Ray's eyes were hollow as he watched the lens. This person? They're dead to me. Some things are unacceptable, and this was one of those things. Ray rubbed his hands down his face. Anything else you want to say? Josiah asked softly. You've done great. Ray pressed his lips together, debating, mulling things. Then he looked up to the lens again. I want anyone who's dealt or dealing with this type of intimate betrayal, the assault or otherwise, I want you to know you're not alone, and there are people you can and should talk to. You don't have to go at this alone, and you shouldn't. Do you want to add contact numbers? I can add it later if you want me to. Ray nodded. Yeah. I am done, he croaked. Okay. I'm going to turn the video off, okay? Then I'm going to send it to my editor, and she's going to take care of it. Anything we may want to refilm, she'll let us know, then we can push it today or tomorrow, your choice. Sooner the better. Okay. Josiah kissed his cheek. Maybe you should shower? Yeah. A shower sounds good. Ray wandered off, and Josiah put away the tripod, removing the memory card from the digital camera and sending the raw file to his editor with her usual fee. Afterwards, he mulled around the kitchen, picking at cold food as Ray's shower ran long. There wasn't much to do for the day besides worry over Ray and eat, so by the time Ray emerged from his shower, Josiah had reorganized all of the leftovers and put them aside for later. Ray joined him in the kitchen, and he sipped an herbal tea as Ray stared blankly at his laptop screen. Josiah poked at his cell phone, checking his stats, replying to various followers, and even watching videos he had missed over the last few days. He fit earbuds into his ears as he listened, but split his attention between his video and Ray. They didn't talk, which was okay with Josiah. Silence sometimes was necessary and warranted. Right now, they didn't need words cluttering the silence between them. They had an understanding. Josiah's heart danced in his chest when he regarded Ray, and he knew Ray had a comparable amount of affection brewing for him. They had crossed a huge hurdle as a couple, and they were stronger for it. Ray pretended to work through dinner, and Josiah didn't comment. However, as the sun set and the bright daytime sunlight shifted to honey-warm hues, his editor sent him an email. It was the finished file for Josiah to review. Josiah watched it, and then Ray watched it, nodding. Looks good, Ray grunted. You think I should release it now, or do you want to wait longer? Now is fine. When I schedule it, will you come to bed with me then? It's early. I know, but I figured you and I could relax together, maybe watch something on TV. We can watch whatever you want. Maybe some rom-coms? No. Or an action movie? I'll watch one of those fast car shows. Or we can watch my favorite. Oh, I know. Hang on. Josiah waved a hand, then jumped to his feet. He dashed out of the kitchen, ripping linens and pillows from the closet. With his bottom lip trapped in his teeth, he built a blanket tent the same way Ray had weeks ago. He outfitted it with a mass of pillows and blankets and stepped backwards, regarding his handiwork with a smile. Okay, come in here please. Give me a second, Ray responded. After a few moments he pushed his chair back and stood up, moving into the living room. As he turned the corner from inside the kitchen, he froze. Josiah clasped his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest. I figured we could go camping. Ray clenched his jaws as he looked over the blanket tent, eyes welling with sadness as he studied it. Then he nodded reluctantly and turned back to Josiah. It's good. Nice and sturdy. Who would have thought you'd be good at making tents? Josiah's tense features broke into a smile. I have my secrets. What about the video? I usually try not to check my stats for at least 24 hours, so I'm your distraction. I see. Josiah smiled. Is it a good enough distraction? Yeah. Ray forced a smile, and then approached the tent, ducking inside of it and relaxing on the bed of pillows and blankets. He stretched out on his back, and Josiah ducked inside after him, lying on his belly. I want to say something to comfort you, but I don't really have anything. Ray propped one hand behind his head, turning towards Josiah. You've done a lot. I mean, you had this whole thing about how you hated the blanket tent, and look where we are. Josiah chuckled. The blanket tent is fine. I like the privacy and the intimacy of it. He kissed Ray's shoulder and nuzzled into him. What do you want to do? Don't know. Try to relax, I guess. Okay. Josiah traced his fingers along Ray's chest, thumbing his nipples through his shirt and tracing the lines of his abs. Not in the mood for it. I didn't figure. I wanted to touch you is all. Ray nodded. Okay. With a sigh he rolled over, putting his back to Josiah, and Josiah instinctively curled around him. He kissed Ray's shoulder again and nibbled his neck as he slid an arm across Ray's belly. This is nice too. I want to tell you. I'm really proud of you, you know. Doing what you did today. I know it was a call out to your father, and I know how hard it was. I mean, I've been at odds with my father since the day I came out as gay, but I know you and your father had a much better relationship. Yeah, Ray placed his hand over Josiah's, tracing his knuckles with a sigh. And I think things will work out, Josiah hummed. Can I ask you a question? Always. Why did you come to Vegas in the first place? What? I mean, I know why I was here. I needed to get away from my relationship, looking for a little vacation or whatever, but what I can't figure out is why, exactly, were you here too? Did you know I was going to be here? No, I didn't know. Did you come for business? A merger or a deal? No. Oh. Josiah chewed the inside of his cheek, eyes darting around as he drew a blank for other options. I came to visit my grandmother. Your grandmother lives in Vegas? Yeah. She lives here in a nursing home. Why here though? Ray shrugged. She said she wanted to be here, so she's here. Have you talked to her since the lockdown? No. I've talked to the nursing home staff a few times, but they haven't connected me with her. They said she's fine though. No one there has gotten the virus, and they've been pretty strict even before the lockdown. I saw her a few days before the official lockdown. They took my temperature and we had to wear masks. Ray shrugged. Josiah kissed Ray's neck. I'm glad she's okay. Is she your father's or mother's mom? Mother's mother. She's nice. She'd love you. Maybe I'll get to meet her sometime soon. Maybe so. Ray heaved a deep sigh, squeezing Josiah's hand and letting his eyes drop closed. Josiah snuggled into him more, burying his face in Ray's thick hair and settling into a light doze. His mind was oddly still. Usually he worried over videos, nitpicked them, thought about what could have been done better. He worried over his voice, his clothes, the angles, but he didn't with Ray's video. Ray's video was perfect. Ray was perfect. Everything about him was perfect, from the feathery baby hairs framing his face to the tips of his pale, sunlight-starved toes. Ray slept lightly, but Josiah only closed his eyes. He stared at the backs of his eyelids as he counted Ray's heavy breaths. Ray's light snoring accented the silence until the sharp cell phone ringtone pierced it. It was Ray's cell phone, because Josiah's was always on silent. It rang 5 times, then the call ended. Then it rang again. Ray, Josiah murmured, kissing the back of his neck and sweeping his lips over the shell of his ear. Ray. Your phone is ringing. Whoever it was, they called twice, so you should probably get it. Ray rumbled, stretching and squeezing his eyes shut. Huh. His voice was groggy with his emotional exhaustion. Your cell phone. It was ringing, oh, hang on. Josiah couldn't resist a little smile as he kissed Ray's neck again and peeled away from him, crawling out of the tent and padding through the suite in search of Ray's cell phone. He found it as it rang again, dancing along the table next to the laptop, and Josiah peered at the screen. When it lit up, he groaned, and the fine hairs on his forearms stood on end. Uneasiness spread through his bones. Sweat collected on the back of his neck, and his fists clenched before he grabbed the device. He wanted to end the call and pretend he had never checked it, but despite how he felt about things, he knew he couldn't betray Ray's trust, especially not after their close call. He wandered back to the blanket tent. Who was it? Ray grunted, rolling onto his back as Josiah ducked inside again. Your father. Oh. You don't have to call him back if you don't want to, but he did call 3 times. Josiah offered Ray the cell phone. Guess he saw the video. Maybe. Ray's fingers stroked over the cell phone screen, erasing layers of fingerprints. I'm going to talk to him. Do you want me to stay here with you? It's up to you. Ray turned the cell phone over in his hands, but I think I'd prefer it if you stayed here, yeah. Could be a rough conversation. Okay then. I'll stay. Josiah flashed him a smile as he sat down beside him. Ray sat up, still cradling the cell phone. He took a few shallow breaths and then he called, pressing the speaker button so they both heard the ring. Moshi Moshi. Ray's father answered in Japanese. Dad, Ray replied. Chapter 28. Ray. His father's anger seeped through the cell phone, assaulting his ears. He knew Josiah could hear, but Josiah, thankfully, didn't speak Japanese. If he had, he would have been beyond offended, as Ray's father called Josiah and his family every name he could think of, as if somehow any of this was Josiah's fault. His father had done it all on his own, but it was telling how quickly he wanted to blame someone else. The disgusting snake, his father spat. He told you to do this, to get in public and talk down on your family. This is him poisoning you against us. No, it's not, Dad. You poisoned me against you when you told our family business to the press. Why? Why what? Why did you do it? Do you really hate him so much? You hated him enough to jeopardize our relationship. Did you really think I wouldn't find out you did it? Ray scoffed. His father had started out angry, but Ray's anger had just begun to work up. He had been spent, exhausted with his emotions, but his father's blatant disregard for the whole situation spiked his temper. I was trying to keep you protected. Me protected, Dad? I don't have anything against Josiah. In fact, Josiah is amazing. He's pretty much the best boyfriend and partner you could ask for. You know why? Ray paced the living room, squeezing the cell phone in his hand. He didn't wait for an answer, either. He went and found the truth, and he forgave me for blaming him in the first place. This is what you're going to do, then. You're going to pick him over your family. You did, didn't you? Ray spat. You could have had your son if you had just accepted the person he wanted to date, but no. You picked trying to destroy his relationship with me over keeping me in your life, because now I'm done, Dad. I can't trust you. You exposed my deepest secrets to the entire world. People, Ray paused. His voice trembled. People are forever going to know this about me. Before I meet them, when they hear my name, when they search for me, they're going to find it, and I have to spend time doing damage control I never thought I'd have to do. I will not apologize for doing what I think is right for this family. If I would not have told, then it would have still come out anyway. Is it not better the way it is? What? Dad, no, you can't just change the script to fit your own narrative. I'm not playing this game with you. I'm not going to talk in circles with you and listen to you try to justify what happened. We're done. You and I done. I'm your father. I raised you. We can't be done. Bet. When this call ends, it's the last time you'll hear my voice. Ray spoke from vibrato. It was a high claim, but he meant it. He didn't know what he was going to do. After all, His father was connected to his business, his finances, his future, and he had never completely been on his own. He'd grown up in the comfort of his father's shadow, and with the comfort of his green cushion too. My son wouldn't do this. I didn't raise him to pick others over his family. I didn't expect to have family who would betray me. Your blood ties are thicker than water. Blood can be poisonous. I'm in need of a transfusion. Other thoughts swirled in Ray's brain, lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't speak again. Both of them were silent. Ray's chest heaved with deep breaths. His head spun, dizzied by his anger. He turned on his heels as he reached the hallway, and his eyes landed on Josiah. The fight had drawn him out of the blanket tent, and he stood beside the silly thing that had become a symbol of their relationship. The blanket tent was more than an adult play on a childhood game. It was their little sanctuary. In the beginning, he built it for Josiah, letting him hide from the world, from his breakup, from his pain, and now Josiah had built it for him for the same reasons. The light found Josiah's mahogany eyes, and they sparkled brighter than the soft yellow light in the room. His gaze was questioning. Dark eyebrows pinched together, and lips turned downward in a little frown. His hair had grown into the smallest of afros, framing his masculine features, and he hooked his thumbs in the pockets of his lounge pants. Ray's father yammered in his ear, but Josiah stole his focus, and his finger snuck to the end call button, pressing it, and putting an end to his father's harsh tone. When Ray pulled the cell phone away from his ear, Josiah's frown deepened. "Is everything okay?" Josiah asked, jamming his hands completely in his pockets and shrugging his shoulders. "I mean, no, but yeah. I'm sorry things had to go down like this. It hurts to cut off family, no matter the reason." "Yeah." Ray turned his cell phone over in his hands before he rested it on the counter and moved back towards the blanket tent. "Are we spending the night in here?" Josiah watched him, eyes widening as he approached. He removed his hands from his pockets, tracking Ray as he passed him. "What? Oh. Yeah, we could, but we should get the mattress off the bed like we did last time." "Give me a second, and I'll get it." "Okay. Then while you do, I will get some snacks together for us." Josiah ducked into the tent, rubbing his hand along Ray's shoulders and arms, soothing him with a lover's touch. They hadn't said the words yet, but they had been on the tip of Ray's tongue for weeks. They had been on the tip of Ray's tongue after the first time they'd cuddled together in the tent, and again when they filmed videos together, and so many other times over the weeks. He had never felt so drawn to another person as he was to Josiah. There had been an unmistakable pull when they were children, but it had grown into a rope now, braided and twisted and difficult to sever. Ray clenched his jaws, turning his head and glimpsing Josiah over his shoulder. "Josiah." "Ray," Josiah chuckled. "Is it too soon to say I love you?" Josiah's massaging touch went rigid for a few breaths before he continued again. I don't know. Do you feel like it's too soon?" "It's only been a handful of weeks," Ray admitted. "How long does it take you to make a decision? In business or in my personal life?" Josiah smirked. "In business. I tend to know if something's a good deal or not after reading the first few paragraphs of the proposal. Sometimes the first sentence." "Okay then. You've read my first sentence, definitely my first paragraph." Josiah trailed. "I love you," Ray confirmed, twisting his body around and covering one of Josiah's hands with his own. Their eyes connected again, and Ray's belly exploded with fireworks. It was nothing new. He'd gotten used to the tiny flutters he got whenever Josiah looked on him, the electricity through him whenever their bodies connected. "My mother said when love hits you, it will strike fast and hard," Josiah whispered. "I've been trying to fight it. It's my luck to fall for the child of my father's enemy. We're like Romeo and Juliet." "Romeo and Julian, maybe," Ray teased. Ray and Josiah. Josiah made a second parallel. "You're saying we're star-crossed lovers?" "Maybe." He smiled. "I'm definitely saying I haven't felt this way about anyone else. I'm saying you struck me hard and fast. This feels like the most right thing I've ever done, and I love you too." Cool, Ray replied. He closed his eyes, enjoying Josiah's touch for a few more moments before he sighed and peeled away. I'm going to get the mattress while you put together some snacks. Josiah nodded, still smiling. He rolled away from Ray and left the tent. When he opened the flaps, the room's light spilled into their little sanctuary, and when the flaps billowed closed again, Ray was alone. His emotions knew it, and they took over him, independent of what he wanted. Rogue tears sprang to his eyes and he pinched his nose, sucking back a few ragged breaths. He had been comforted with Josiah next to him, but reality haunted him when he was alone. There was still paperwork to finish, but in a week's time, he would be annexed from his family. The business would be his. His father would be voted out of the board easily. Josiah would be with him, but despite their declarations of love, he could leave too. If he wanted, he could leave, and Ray wasn't used to being in such a vulnerable position. He wasn't used to being in love. He'd said it to people before. Sure, the occasional regular hookup let the words tumble from their mouth, but he had never meant it. He had never felt a love so sure and true in his heart until he met Josiah. You gotta come out of the tent and get the mattress. I'm almost done making snacks, Josiah called from the kitchen. Yeah, his voice cracked. I'm getting it. He wiped his eyes dry and sat up, tabling his emotions as he emerged from the tent and wandered into the bedroom, dragging the heavy mattress off the bed and finagling it out of the room. In the living room, he flopped it down and slid it under Josiah's blanket tent before crawling inside again. He arranged the sheets and pillows on top of the mattress and tucked one hand behind his head, staring up at the crease where the tent came to a peak. After a few more moments, Josiah returned as well, cradling a platter of fruit and cheese along with an entire bottle of wine that matched the deep rosy color of his cheeks. Hi. Josiah smiled. Hey. I grabbed leftovers from breakfast and a bottle of wine. I would have gotten glasses, but Josiah's eyes sparkled. I figured we could just drink it straight. Lush? Sometimes. Are you complaining? Nope. You're my lush, so I guess it's okay. Josiah chuckled and rolled his eyes. He placed the bottle of wine beside the bed and handed the plate to Ray as he got settled beside him. Then he took the plate back and lifted the wine bottle to his lips, gulping down the first taste before passing it to Ray. Ray took a swig as well, curling his lips away from his teeth as it traveled down his throat. Do you know what my favorite thing is? About being with you. Josiah popped a cube of cheese into his mouth. What? Being with you makes even simple things fun. I feel almost bad that I found you during a quarantine, you know? Like there's a virus killing people, and I met a man who actually loves me and isn't a dickhead. Yeah. It's strange, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of fun with you, even with your dumb blanket tent. Josiah grinned, eating another cube of cheese. Isn't it how it's supposed to be? Why would you want to be boring, you know? Basically. Speaking of the pandemic. What's going on with the idea I had? The idea for making our own supportive stimulus thing. I sent out messages, and there's been discussion. We decided to make it into a non-profit, establish a board, and make initial donations through our separate businesses, but I have someone looking into the logistics. Josiah nodded. Do I need to donate? If you want to, absolutely. I do. Josiah inched closer to Ray, resting his head on Ray's shoulder as he nibbled at the fruit. Ray grabbed the wine bottle, taking a gulp before offering it to Josiah, who did the same. Cool. I'll let you know when. Truthfully, we should be in a position to make the donations within the next month. The cases have leveled, nationally, but everyone is saying this isn't going to be some kind of quick band-aid fix. They're honestly saying it may take a full year or more for life to really get back to normal. I know. I've read articles. It's crazy, honestly. I think about everything we did before, like, without even thinking about it. Eating in restaurants, having huge parties. Do you miss it? Everything? Yeah, Josiah drummed his fingers over his lips. I mostly miss eating at restaurants. I don't really miss huge parties. To be honest, it's kind of a relief. He chuckled. I miss going to the movies. Ray nodded. What about you? I don't know. I mean, I'm really sick of breathing the same stale air. I like being outside, so I definitely miss that, but I'm happy with the trade. I'd rather miss hundreds of parties and be stuck with you than vice versa. Ray shrugged. Yeah. I guess I just wish people weren't dying, you know? Yeah. Ray kissed Josiah's cheek. We're doing the best we can with the resources we have. We'll make the donation for our city, and we'll go from there. It's hard not to feel guilty though, when the hardest thing for us every day is finding our meals while others have to, well, work. The system is bigger than us. Ray cradled Josiah's face. We're doing what we can, but we didn't make the system. It's not excusing the problem, but it's not something one person can change. I know, but still. Ray rumbled softly. You want to do more? I want to do everything I can for the people in our city, at least. I know I can't do anything about the whole world, but I want to help the people I can. Well, there is something else you can do. Ray ate a piece of cheese. What is it? Start a segment where you talk politics on your social media. It's risky, I know, but one reason why things don't change is because people don't understand how they can. So I'm going to talk about clothes, style, cooking, and politics. Does it really matter what you talk about? You've got, 8 million followers? Nearly 10. Josiah rolled his eyes. Ray chuckled. The sound was a bit foreign, but it was also relieving. It released so much of the tightly wound tension in his muscles, and allowed him to enjoy being next to his lover. He took another swig of the wine before sliding back on the bed, curling one arm around Josiah as he reclined. Comfortable? Josiah glanced down at him. Yup. You done eating? Why? Because, Ray rumbled again. Because what? With a little mischievous smile, he reached up, grabbing a fistful of Josiah's tightly coiled afro and yanked him into a kiss. He poured himself into the kiss as a fresh wave of tears glued his eyelashes together. Josiah didn't resist him. On the contrary, he leaned into it, moving the plate of snacks out of the way and trapping Ray under him. Josiah slithered on top of Ray, planting a hand on either side of the man's body. Is there something you want? Josiah murmured, glancing at Ray's lips and then his face. You, Ray whispered, pulling him into another kiss. This one was more desperate, less sweet, and Ray fisted Josiah's clothes. Josiah did the same, and after a little scuffle, they ended up breathless and naked, both standing at attention. Ray braced Josiah's side, cock throbbing against his belly. Oh? Condom? I brought them from the bedroom. In my pockets. Josiah moaned. Okay. He stretched over Ray, digging the condoms out of his pants and tearing one open with his teeth. He slid it over his cock and then pushed into Ray. Ray held his breath as he waited. Heart pounding in his chest. When Josiah penetrated him, he let out his breath, groaning. Josiah filled him inch by inch, but it was more than the physical. They weren't fucking. As lame as it sounded, they were making love, and after Josiah was rooted inside him, he bent over him, rounding his back and seeking his lips again. Ray roped one leg around Josiah's lean thigh, digging his heel into the back of it and letting him get in deeper. Josiah went slow, sensual, bringing Ray to his climax gradually. They built together through whispered words and passionate kisses until Ray's cock twitched between them, until they both fell into their orgasm. Josiah moaned against Ray's lips, and he pulled him into another kiss. When they came down from their orgasm, the kiss ended, and Ray sobbed, covering his eyes with his forearm. Josiah didn't say anything. He moved inside Ray until he slipped out naturally, and then he removed the condom, relaxing beside Ray. Ray was grateful for the silence, and he hugged Josiah into him, rubbing his hand up and down his back until Josiah's breath slowed with sleep. Ray fell asleep right after him. Chapter 29. Josiah. He knuckled his eyes when he woke the next morning, rolling away from Ray and slipping out of the blanket tent. He escaped to the bathroom and cleaned up from last night. When he emerged from the bathroom, he returned to the living room, finding the television on at a low hum and Ray already in the kitchen prowling around. "Ah. I'm never going to get tired of seeing you in my kitchen. Especially stark naked." Josiah chuckled. Ray glanced over his shoulder, resting his chin on a curtain of dark hair. "Yeah? Aha. I'm thinking about how good it felt to be inside your ass. Someone's confident today." Ray smiled before turning around again and focusing on breakfast. "Am I not allowed to be?" "You can be confident. I'm just surprised is all. What happened to shy Josiah I met a few weeks ago?" "He's gone. I've replaced him with," Josiah paused, drumming his fingers along his chin, "Fun Josiah, and Fun Josiah is considering having an encore of last night right now." "Right now?" Ray cracked eggs into a bowl, whipping them with a whisk as he turned around and leaned against the counter. "Right now? So you don't want any of these eggs then? You want to be hungry?" "No," Josiah laughed. "I guess I can let you cook for me first, then I can take you after breakfast." He paused. "Wow, that sounded a bit inappropriate?" "Well, I'd say sexist, but you're not a woman, so does it still count? I mean, it would be hot, but not if you'd find it demeaning or insulting or anything." "It's a little demeaning, but coming from you, also quite sexy. If you had a mean bone in your body at all, I may feel differently." "I can be mean." "Oh. I can say I want to fuck you, but I don't want you to come. Is that mean or evil? Is there a difference?" Josiah crept closer to Ray as he poured the scrambled fluffy eggs into the pan. "Oh yeah. Mean is malicious. Evil is naughty. You want to hear me moan and beg you to come, is that it? Would you really beg?" "Dunno. I guess you're going to have to find out when you do it, huh?" Josiah sucked in his breath at Ray's challenge, and he watched the other man, eyes dancing as they scanned over his bare form. His cock hardened just at the thought of being inside him again. With a condom, Ray felt amazing. He couldn't imagine how it would feel without the barrier. "Yeah," he let his breath trickle out of him. Ray turned over the eggs, dicing them with the spatula as they cooked. "Should I grab the condoms?" "You don't have to, no," Ray replied, not turning around. "What?" Josiah lifted his eyebrows. Are you sure? I feel like..." "Well, you were a virgin, so unless you were getting mad blowjobs from other people, you probably don't have anything." "Yeah, no, I wasn't getting mad blowjobs from anyone, but I've been tested many times since the last time I was on bottom for someone." "You've done it before though, right?" Josiah's eyes widened. "Anal sex?" "Oh yeah. Just not normally." "You like it?" "Thought my enjoyment was pretty damn obvious last night." Ray glanced over his shoulder with a little wink. He moved the eggs from one burner to the other, as Josiah finally stepped up behind him. Excitement swirled inside him at the idea of being connected to Ray without a barrier. He also liked that there was something intimate to Ray. He knew the other man had previously had frequent partners, but he liked knowing he didn't give all of himself to every person he slept with. Josiah chewed his bottom lip as he placed a hand on Ray's side, kissing his neck. He nosed Ray's long hair out of the way, exposing his neck and kissing it. Ray rumbled. "You want me now?" "What about the eggs?" "They'll live," Ray grunted, voice getting husky. "Fuck me, Josiah. Take me how you want." "Oh," Josiah groaned, "okay. Why yeah." His stomach twisted in knots with his own rush of anticipation. His head was foggy as he ran his hand down Ray's muscular back, nails scraping over his firm ass. They'd made love several times already. In fact, everything they had done so far was sensual, sweet. Ray had made his first time beyond special, and their other sessions had been too, but Josiah wasn't in the mood for sensual. He was in the mood for what everyone else got. He wanted it rough and hard and heady. He wanted the other side of passion. The more dangerous side, and he knew Ray had it. He'd seen it from Ray enough times. Josiah rubbed himself against Ray's ass, sliding his cock between his thighs and bumping against his hole. "Lube," Ray rumbled. "Oh. Right." Josiah fumbled. It's in the tent." "Yeah. There's olive oil above you in the cabinet," Ray grunted. "God?" Josiah groaned as he reached up, standing on his toes and pressing his cock into Ray's back, and grabbed the olive oil from the cabinet, coating his fingers in it. He was relatively new to the process, but as he rubbed his fingers over Ray's hole, Ray groaned and arched on his toes. He slipped a finger inside Ray, eager for more noises, and Ray rewarded him. The tease and anticipation had Ray's muscles tight, and he surrendered to Josiah. As Josiah explored him with one finger and then two, he bent forward, exposing himself more. "Your eggs'll get cold," Ray grunted, rolling his eyes even as he let the other man tease. "I don't mind cold eggs." His fingers retreated, and he replaced them with his cock, melting as he pushed into Ray. Once inside him, he adjusted himself, placing his hands flat on the counter and rolled his hips. Ray urged him faster. He indulged Ray until he was slamming himself into Ray with every thrust, propelling them both to a quick and desperate orgasm. He panted afterwards, kissing Ray's sweaty shoulder. "Thought I wasn't supposed to come," Ray panted too, voice light and playful. "I got excited. I like this. I like what we do together." "Me too." Ray stretched a little bit, wetting his lips as he finished up breakfast. He stepped around the mess of cum he left on the floor and toasted 2 pieces of bread before fixing both of their plates. "All right. I'll meet you in the living room after I finish up in here." Josiah eyed the mess as a wave of satisfaction traveled through him. He'd done it. He'd brought his man to an orgasm, drowned in Ray's guttural moans and shivering pleasure. He had the skill, and he strolled out of the kitchen with one plate in his hand and his shoulders rolled back, standing tall. He adjusted their tent flaps and mattress so they could see the television, and he vaguely watched it as he nibbled his toast and eggs. The screen was static, but the announcer went through the usual headlines. She mentioned the total cases, total deaths, and the projections from the CDC. All in all, the projects were surprisingly positive, and after the announcement, the camera panned to someone else. A well-dressed man gripped a podium and leaned into a small black microphone. His bald head shone through his comb-over, and he adjusted the little microphone before he tapped it and cleared his throat. With a lot of vibrato, he announced the main meat of his message. The total lockdown was being lifted. They were moving into stage 1 of opening the city back up. Josiah hadn't been deeply following the plans for opening things back up, but he knew they had a criteria. The criteria concerned the number of new cases compared to the existing cases and the deaths. However, it had been figured, cases were on a downward swing and the tight reins could be loosened. Masks were still required when in public, and vulnerable people were encouraged to stay self-quarantined. Groups of over 10 people were highly discouraged, which meant most recreational things were out of the question. However, outings were no longer limited. Stage 1 of reopening would only hold as long as cases continued on a steady decline, and citizens were encouraged to continue using personal protective equipment and stay in as much as possible to slow the spread of the virus. When the announcement ended, Josiah's gaze found his lover. "Did you hear?" "Yeah. Basically, still stay indoors if you can." "Well, sure, but I'm sure you and I could get a hold of a private jet rental if we wanted to get away. I could still get my trip to Bali in. We're trying to do the stimulus package. You can't go to Bali right now. Plus, it's not a good look for you to be enjoying tropical beaches and mixed drinks when everyone else is stuck at home after losing their job." "True. Well, if we're stuck here for longer, do you think you could see your grandmother? You came here for her, after all." "I don't know. I mean, maybe, but they haven't been allowing visitors." "I know, but how much is your family paying for her care?" "Premium prices?" "A good bit, yeah. Look. I'll call them and see what they say, but there's absolutely no guarantee I'll get to see her. Sure. Call her after you eat. I'll do it before. True to his word, he called, but no one answered. With a shrug, he tossed his cell phone on the coffee table and sat down next to Josiah, devouring his eggs and toast. The morning show continued, moving on from talk of the virus to celebrity gossip, and Josiah tuned the majority of it out. Perhaps a recent habit, but considering he and Ray had fallen into the web of the gossip channels, he knew firsthand how gossip could really hurt. As Josiah set his bowl down, Ray's cell phone vibrated, and he glimpsed the number before grabbing the cell phone and offering it to the other man. The nursing home. Thanks. Ray put the cell phone to his ear, answering the call. Hello? He paused. Oh hey. Yeah. I was just wondering if there was any way I could come see my grandma? I know it's pretty, yeah, but she's old, his words cut off. Yeah, sure, I'll hang on a second. Josiah collected the plates and took them into the kitchen, rinsing and drying them as Ray waited. When the dishes were done, he moved back into the living room, leaning against the doorframe with crossed arms. Oh yeah, I'm still here. His stoic features changed slowly. His perpetual frown dropped away, and a smile lit up his face. Oh shit, thanks. Yeah. I'll get ready and come now. Fuck. Thank you so much. He ended the call and turned towards Josiah, gracing him with the same youthful, boyish expression. Josiah smiled. So we can go? Actually, yeah. Yeah, we can. We need to go straight there though, and we have to wear masks of course, but we can see her. Ray's hands shook as he smoothed them over his face. She said she knew about everything and figured, yeah. And figured you needed a little family boost. It's nice of her to make the accommodations. Ray nodded. Yeah. All right then. Let's stop wasting time and get going. I'll get dressed. Josiah crossed the room, pulling Ray into a kiss. I'm excited to meet your grandmother. Ray returned the kiss. I'm excited for you to meet her too. Ray's hand found Josiah's, and he tickled Josiah's palm, sending little sparks of pleasure through him. And a little nervous, Josiah admitted gently. She'll love you. Don't be nervous. Ray cupped Josiah's cheeks in his hands. Go get dressed, love. Ray kissed him again before releasing him. Okay. With a nod, Josiah disappeared down the hall. He went through several outfits before selecting something casual and understated. He wanted to make a good impression, but not be too over the top. He settled for a collared shirt, a pair of casual slacks, and neutral-colored canvas shoes, and then he traded places with Ray. While Ray got dressed, Josiah mulled around the living room. He turned off the television and collected his own cell phone, his wallet, and his keys, and then he stood by the door, checking his email until Ray joined him. Ready? Ray asked, tucking his wallet and cell phone into the back of his straight-legged trousers. Yes. Oh. Since we don't have to be so tightly locked down anymore, I guess you're going to go back to your place. Josiah tried to keep his voice neutral, but he knew some of the disappointment slipped into his tone. Ray shrugged. I could, but I was in a hotel, and since there's no chance of either of us getting back to Austin, I could pack up my clothes and stay here. I mean, if you want me to, of course, since it's your place. Josiah started. His mind screamed yes, but he pressed his lips together before offering a response. Yeah. I'd like for you to stay here, sure. Well then it's settled. After you meet my grandma, we'll swing by my place, get my clothes, and then come back here. Okay. Josiah smiled as they both fixed masks on their faces and stepped out into the hallway. It was mostly empty, but they did shuffle around a few fellow mask wearers as they traveled down to the lobby and through the parking lot, only removing their masks when they were safely inside Ray's luxury vehicle. It really is weird being out. Told you, Josiah murmured, relaxing on the passenger side as Ray peeled out of the parking garage and drove out of the main body of Las Vegas and into the suburban areas. He pulled into a quaint nursing home. Small. She picked this, Ray said as he pulled into the parking lot, fitting his vehicle in a space far away from everyone else. She wanted to stay somewhere homey. Nothing fancy. I like it. It's a nice place to retire. He drummed his fingers on his thigh. How are we doing this? I'm going to call and let them know we're here, and then they're going to bring her outside. Ray did as he said he would, and put his mask back on before he climbed out of his vehicle. Josiah did the same, and after a few minutes the sleepy nursing home's front doors opened, and a hunched-over woman shuffled out of the doors, squinting as the midday sun touched her round face. A worker dressed in patterned bright blue scrubs followed her outside. A mask covered the bottom half of her face, but her eyes crinkled in the corners when she saw the two men. "Oh, hey there." She waved to them. "This has been crazy, hasn't it?" "Hey," Ray had his smile in his voice. Dark eyes sparkled when they landed on his grandmother, and he hopped from side to side as he waited. When the woman hit the sidewalk, he moved over to her, ducking his head and shrinking his size until they appeared almost the same height. "Ray Tan," the older woman greeted him. "Baba," Ray replied, squeezing his eyes shut, clenching his fists. They kept a distance away, but it was killing Ray. The conversation continued in Japanese. Her high-pitched laughter rang out alongside Ray's cheery tone while Josiah and the worker looked on. Josiah couldn't understand the words, but he knew the tone. A loving grandmother and her grandson. He could hear the adoration in her voice and the devotion in Ray's, and it put a smile on his face. The rapid conversation ended after a few minutes, and then the older woman motioned to Josiah. In a thick accent, she looked back at her grandson. "Introduce your friend, Ray Tan." "Oh yeah." Ray turned to Josiah. Love shone in his eyes, and he stretched a hand to him. When Josiah took his hand, he tugged him closer, posting him at his side and lacing their fingers together behind their bodies. "Him? His name is Josiah." "Josiah?" Her accent butchered his name, but her tone lifted at the end in question. Her feathered gray eyebrows lifted. "Yes, ma'am." "You're in love with my grandson?" She skipped right to the point. Josiah's eyes bugged, fluttered, and he coughed, looking at Ray, who didn't help his surprise at all, and then regarding the woman again. Yeah. Yeah, actually. I am in love with your grandson. He's about the kindest and gentlest man I've ever met, and…" She clucked her tongue. "I don't want facts. I know my son is kind and gentle." "Well, okay. Then," Josiah shrugged. "I love him. And he loves you." Josiah flicked his eyes towards Ray, sucking in a breath at Ray's grandmother's continuing questions. I can't answer for him." She nodded and looked at Ray. Yeah, Baba, I love him." Ray squeezed Josiah's hand, stroking his thumb over Josiah's knuckles. Josiah's heart swelled and he closed his eyes, reveling in the feeling that washed over him. He'd heard those 3 words, of course, from his friends and his family, but he had never heard it from a lover. From a lover, from someone he knew he wanted to be with for the rest of his life, from the man he was indisputably in love with, those 3 words were heavenly. Epilogue. A year later. There were 3 stages of lockdown, and it took them 8 months to get through them. The president encouraged cities and states to take it slow, and Vegas listened. Stage 2 allowed for a little more of everything, nothing egregious, and Stage 3 was almost back to normal. However, with such tight reins for so long, people were hesitant to return back to the way things were before the lockdown. Huge parties and packed movie theaters were things of the past. Masks when ill had become commonplace. Masks themselves had become commonplace, and Josiah had done several lookbook outfits pairing stylish masks with different attire. As things slowly started to open up again, as the curve stayed on the decrease until only hundreds of cases were being reported daily, there was a debate about continuing the universal income. It had kept the economy afloat during the entire pandemic, giving people healthy amounts of money to spend on their groceries and entertainment if they wanted. As people returned to work, the universal income forced businesses to improve their benefits, which was only a problem for certain businesses, of course. The supplemental stimulus business Josiah wanted had come to fruition, and it had given the citizens of their home city 3 rounds of supplemental money. It had bolstered the economy even more, keeping small businesses open and allowing family-owned restaurants to stay open, despite the limited dining options. It had also further improved Ray's social image. In a year, Ray had gone from the wayward playboy to an upstanding gentleman with a steady boyfriend and a lot to admire. Their relationship was strong. A year in close proximity had a positive effect on them, and they craved each other. The love and admiration they started with had only grown over the months. They could answer unspoken questions and finish each other's sentences. The sex had gotten even better, which Josiah hadn't thought was a possibility, but Ray guided him through. They learned together and shared one mind-blowing orgasm after another. For a first and hopefully last partner, Ray was perfect in every sense of the word. They had finally gotten their Bali trip too, and both of their friend groups had snuck away for the vacation. It was a 13-person trip, and they had 3 beach houses to themselves. Bentley and Hugh had brought their girlfriends. Fern brought her girlfriend. Gwyneth and Chloe had brought boyfriends, and Ingrid had come alone. While it was a group trip, everyone still managed to do their own thing whenever they wanted. They all had their respective work to do, but soaking up Bali sunlight made the work a little more fun. Josiah had filmed beach look after beach look and dozens of vacation video blogs. After a week of working with the sun lapping at their toes, Josiah and Ingrid took another day at the beach. They spread beach towels over the sand and stretched out in the sun, letting it warm their skin like reptiles. Josiah closed his eyes and crossed his arms behind his head and his feet at the ankle. "How are you and Ray?" Ingrid broke the comfortable silence. We're doing fine." "Why?" "Oh, I don't know. There have been rumors of him going to jewelry stores and things like that, so I was just wondering if you know." "If what?" "If you guys had discussed marriage." "Oh? I mean, no, we haven't discussed it at all, actually. Marriage is a straight people thing, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with marriage. I've never really considered it, if I'm being completely honest." "Okay, well, consider it. Do you want to get married?" Josiah opened his eyes. "I really haven't thought about it." "Well, what are the pros and cons?" "I don't even know why we're discussing me possibly getting married. What about you? Do you want to get married?" Ingrid chuckled. "You're ridiculous. I suppose I wouldn't have an objection to getting married. Right now, I'm enjoying my single life. Single, not ready to fucking mingle at all." Josiah laughed. "I'm not going to lie to you. I was excited about single life, and then Ray came along." "I know. It was cute, but honestly, you're not really the single type. You thrive in a good relationship." "Shouldn't everyone thrive in a good relationship, though?" "Absolutely, but it's so hard to find the good relationship." "You're lucky." "I know I am. Ray's great." "Who would have thought?" Ingrid smirked. "Right? Who would have thought you'd turn the playboy into a boyfriend?" "I didn't turn him into anything. He did it all on his own, and he's a great boyfriend." "Oh, trust me, I know. I edit those disgusting day in my life vlogs where all he does is stare at you with heart eyes and make you food. You guys are still so lovey-dovey, and it's been a year." "It doesn't feel like it's been a year. I mean, it feels like we've been in different stages of quarantine for ages, but it doesn't feel like I've been with him for a year." "Which is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, you two are beyond in love with each other, but it is still nice to see." "Thanks. Oh shit, speaking of which, what time is it?" Ingrid glanced at a sparkling wristwatch. "It's almost 3 o'clock. Damn. I need to get going. Ray wanted to go have an early dinner at this restaurant or something." "Sure. I'm going to stay here then." Ingrid waved him off. "Go enjoy your man." "Oh, I will," Josiah drawled, rolling up his towel and standing up. His feet sank into the sand as he padded from the beach back up to their rentals, cleaning as much sand as he could off of his body before he stepped inside the back door. He left the towel in the mudroom and tiptoed across the tile floor until he reached their shared bedroom. "Ray?" "Yeah?" Ray emerged from the bathroom, drying his hands as he looked over Josiah with a little smile. "Lying on the beach?" "Yeah." Josiah shivered when his lover's tenor voice touched his ears. He glanced at the ground before dragging his eyes back up to Ray. "I heard something on the wind." "By wind, do you mean Ingrid? What did you hear?" "Well," Josiah hummed, strolling towards the bathroom, "I heard you've been seen at Jewelers." "And?" "I was wondering what sort of business you had at a jeweler." "Someone's nosy, I see." "A little. I mean, people are going to start asking questions, you know. People keep tabs on us now. You're famous." Josiah smirked. "Thanks to you," Ray rumbled, resting a hand on Josiah's side as he came closer. "You still want to go out?" "I didn't want to go out in the first place. Early dinner was your idea, baby." "It was." He kissed Josiah's high cheekbones. "I'm saying we could stay here if you wanted." "No way. Let me shower and get dressed." "Sure, but there's one thing first." "What?" "You're right about the jeweler thing. I have stopped in a few places." "Why?" Josiah tilted his head. "Well, I got something for my sister's birthday, but I also got this." Ray reached into his pocket and pulled out a little box. Velvet black, understated. Josiah's heart jumped into his throat. He'd said he hadn't been interested in marriage, and truly he hadn't been, but he had dreamt about a sunset proposal with his partner on their knees and waves crashing on the beach behind them. He'd envisioned a bedroom proposal too, with the sun spilling into the room as it peeked over the horizon, and his partner already poised and ready with the little ring box in hand. Those ideas, however, didn't compare to seeing Ray pull out the box. Then he popped it open, and a ring sat nestled in a pillow. 2 rows of tiny black diamonds caged a polished gold center, and all of it glistened in the yellow light of the room. The ring was well crafted, a clear statement piece, but it wasn't over the top. It wasn't too feminine or too masculine either. In a word, it was perfect, and it was clearly an engagement ring. "It's nice," Josiah croaked. "It's for you." Ray eased down to his knees and flicked dark brown eyes up to Josiah. A little mischievous smile was on his face, and his eyes sparkled. "Josiah, will you marry me?" "Oh my God. Fuck." Josiah rubbed his hands down his face, covering his eyes and then his mouth. "Fuck. Yeah. Yes. Cool." Ray slid the ring on Josiah's finger. "Cool," Josiah repeated him, lost for words. The ring was snug. A perfect fit, and then Ray stood up, scooping Josiah into his arms and planting a firm kiss against his lips. "I love you." "I love you too."